Yeah, I am going to do a Wednesday stream. That's all right. I'm not an addict. I can stop whenever I want. Good morning, everybody. I did get confirmation that Monday the 9th is my orientation for my new on-site position. So I actually probably will not be able to stream on Monday. So I figured it is best to have an extra day this week before I settle back into that new schedule. Which way, Western Man? We've got two directions to progress in today. 31 West is the standard. That'll take us down towards the military checkpoint. We do have a survivor map that we found for Valley Station. I believe that's part of Valley Station. I don't actually know the jurisdiction of Valley Station here. I really don't. I'm assuming it's... I've always just kind of assumed it's everything on the east side of the map that's not Louisville. That's kind of just how I've assumed. But, yeah, we could take a look at this today. I'm assuming that this is an annotated map. So we'll find a duffel bag with a gun in it here, probably. I don't have any high expectations for annotated maps, but plenty of residential in that direction, so we can't do two wars for ourselves. Let's get some food for a day or two. And I'll leave these gas cans out here. Check the status of my guns and ammo. We are loaded for a good fight here. I'm gonna put away my... Here's something I'm gonna do. I need to spare a little bit of room in the ambulance. I'm not quite ready to repair it again yet. I'm gonna take off... I'm gonna leave the sawed-off shotgun here for now. That will actually spare me quite a bit of room. I can fit my kit back in there, probably. Sawed-off shotgun is really for indoor fighting, and I won't need to do that probably until we get to big buildings in Louisville. So I'm going to put that in the trailer. Let's see if I can fit the kit back into my van now. Yes, perfect. Then I can take the rifle back out, MSR 700. For some long-distance shooting. We have quite a bit of ammo for that. We got 46 shots. Let's take another 40. One of the boxes there. And food for the day. 2 of these 80 roasts. And yeah, we're just going to head down the road, a road I have not explored too far down, Carolyn Staunton Road here, in the general direction of this annotated map that we found. Threaten me with a flag. Of course I'll take it. Now, the drag racing strip, we have already checked for cars. We did not find any, and that means we will never, on this character, find any race cars, ever, because we have actually exhausted all the possible spawn points for them on the map. So we are in a world without a single race car. That's depressing. That is very depressing. But yeah, I've never been down this road before. With Annie, we did not explore in this direction pretty much at all. We were making a beeline for Louisville as soon as we left West Point. So, new content today. Oh, there's a river right here. Cool. I knew there was a water source up here, but that was close enough to the drag strip that I never wanted to bother with it. But this gets us... I'm gonna take a bath. Hell yeah. It's a little cold, but, well, we've got our combat ambulance. We can, got an extra layer we can put on, don't we? Oh, that's right, I'm not carrying around my hoodie. Oops. No idea which way to turn there. We're just going to explore this direction for a bit. This, once again, returning to our roots here. Nora the Explora shall uncover some more terrain. Boldly go where no character has gone before, in my posse, as it were. Yeah, so I was worried about clay not being abundant in Louisville because we had virtually none on Annie. But there are deposits all over the place next to this river here. So Valley Station is rife with clay. Based on where this road turned, it's probably gonna, at this rate, it looks like it's gonna go back to 31 West. And I'm okay with that. I mean, road is road. We can we can catch survivor zombies on the road here. Yeah, it is. It's a lot more peaceful than the rest of Valley Station we've seen so far. Valley Station, especially closer to 31 West there, that has been a zoo. Well, there's been quiet parts in between, but yeah, the residential area close to the Ohio River That was an absolute zoo. Get out of the road, dude. It's ironic. I don't think I've ever hit a deer in this game as far as I can recall. We've hit so many rabbits and so many rats. Oh, we got a lunch break here. Oi. Stop eating that guy. Wait a minute. Did I pick up the wrong rifle? No? Oh, yes, I did. Yeah, I picked up the wrong rifle. Oops. Damn it, I'm trying to do something here. Oh, what a start. Oh, look at that! We pulled a survivor zombie and I didn't even realize. Okay, that means there's probably a fair few of zombies that we pulled. So when I got out and shot the lunch break event there, there must have been a zombie survivor just right up ahead. Cool. That's exactly what we were hoping to see here. What do we got? Satchel. That's okay. Yeah, no armor worth writing home about here. Let's see what the books are. Look at this. Oh, Agriculture 5. Okay. Another copy. I've already struck it off the list. We've got 4 level 4 books, and another level 5, and a level 1. So we're seeing what I want to see, but none of the specifics. Oh, another machete. That's cool. So far, we've found more blade work than we've used on this expedition. I can tell you that this survivor zombie was a cultured individual, because they have a map of both Louisville and Riverside. They're cultured. Ooh, hang on a second. That's a camo canteen. I've already got a few of those, yeah. The canteens come in different colors, but the names are all the same. So you would never know the difference normally. Alright. We're going to have to recover the ambulance. I predict that most of that survivor zombie group probably latched onto it because I left it running. Come on out of them trees. I'll probably have to discharge because they're going to be all over the place. At least now I have the correct rifle. I do love it when my ambulance is just a zombie magnet. Sometimes I love it, sometimes I don't, because right now they're standing in a spot where if I shoot at them, there's a possibility I'll miss and hit my own ambulance. We don't have a lot of real estate on this road, so I prefer not to leave it littered with corpses. Hello. That's what I was afraid of. Zombies going in the wrong direction when they hear the gunshot and ending up on all sides. We have to assume that they're gonna still be coming from the north. Anyway, I was trying to put the rifle away when I was rudely interrupted there. That's alright. It's always nice to see a survivor zombie this early into a stream. I'm happy about it. Who did she this? Oh, okay, okay, look at that. We're actually reconnecting to... No shit! No shit, we're actually reconnecting to West Point here. Okay, so we're kind of. Okay, I see now. I see. I have always ignored this dirt road to the south of my West Point base because, well, dirt roads are always covered in trees, as we're about to find out. But I never really paid attention to the fact that this road is basically just an alternative way of, like a 31 West bypass almost. Okay, yeah, that's neat. Having an alternative supply line to 31 West is... I don't know how I feel about that, because 31 West is... I mean, we already went through effort of clearing the bridge. But threaten me with a good time. I love having alternate routes. We might be able to get around this without too much effort. The blunt weapon. Which one? We have not used a blunt weapon on this character for quite a long time. Oops, wrong one. Oh, our current melee weapons are sword and machete. Yeah, we will have to cut a few trees to make this road viable. But thankfully not as much as I normally would have to worry about on a dirt road. Oh yeah, this is a sword. Yep. So, when you get to top level blacksmithing in this game, you can make best in slot for melee weapons. There's two versions of it. Machete is a classic that's been around for a very long time. Sword is a bit newer, that's B42 kind of thing. The sword and the machete have the pretty much exact same stats, but the machete is a shorter range, one-handed weapon. The sword, longer range, two-handed weapon. When we're outdoors like this, and we're not shooting, if we're doing melee outdoors, sword is keynote for that. Indoors, where we're close combat, and we want something with a shorter minimum range, maybe carry something in our offhand, that's where the machete comes out. So I keep one of each on my belt. You'll often see me not have anything on my back, but since we're outdoors and going down roads, the rifle is quite viable for popping out of the car and just shooting a threat from long distance. The spear is not bad, and you know, I'm glad you mentioned the spear. It would not be a bad thing to make a few spearheads, because spears are... They definitely shine when there's ways you can poke through them. Yes, we craft all of our swords here. In fact, we have what is our number up to? We're up to 7 spare swords. Actually, more than that. Just in the ambulance alone, we had 7 spare swords, and I think 3 spare machetes. Because I go through swords a lot more. I prefer to fight outdoors. This is great. This goes right to the railroad, and the railroad goes right into my West Point base. So without really realizing it, we've found an alternative route back to our West Point base. So all I got to do is go back to my ambulance here, get the field kit out, and we'll cut these remaining trees that are in our way. And hey, there's a supply line open, an alternative supply line. Hopefully I won't need it too often, but hey, why not? But yeah, in the trunk of the ambulance here, we've got a duffel bag for blades. Yeah, 7 swords, 3 machetes, and 2 spare hunting knives. We can make hunting knives our best in slot, asterisk. They're the best we can make, let me put it that way. If you're into the short blade thing, which I, very situational, I just use it as a finisher for down zombies. If you're into short blade, you can make some pretty good use of, what are they called? There's a handguard dagger, but you can't put it on your webbing slot, so to me it's not a real knife. And the funny thing is, a machete can actually be used for a lot of crafting recipes in place of a knife. So there's pros and cons to all that. And we actually need to sharpen the sword. Always be diligent with your sharpening activities. So we're going to get out the axe from my field kit here. I'm going to put the rifle away for a moment. I'll just put it in my backpack. I am really edging my storage space in the ambulance. And we're just going to focus on bare minimum access here. I'm not going to try to open the entire road. Just obvious roadblocks here. Like this. This is a... Get rid of one or two of these trees. Oh man, if only we could make katanas. I have never found a katana in build 42. Almost 2,000 hours. And unfortunately, no, I'm not playing multiplayer, so some of my viewers have asked for a community server. I can't rule it out, but that's not on the radar right now. I have you can say that Ark. I played a lot of Ark Survival Evolved back in the day. That was the last time I experienced the joys of multiplayer survival crafting. I'm not particularly eager to re-experience those joys. But look at that, we've now got, and this takes us onto the railroad track of 31 West, which is right next to West Point, which is, yeah, our base in West Point is at the south end, right here. We literally get off the railroad track on a left here, and look at that, we're back at base. I didn't even intend on coming back here, but now that we're here, let's see if there's anything useful I can get done. Got our stash of guns and ammo here. Oh, you know what I could do? And this would be an easy win. We've got a bunch of loose boxes of 762 here. We've also got a bunch of loose boxes of 762 in the ambulance. Let's just pack all that into a carton. "12 boxes of ammo equals 1 carton, and cartons are easier to carry around than 12 boxes. They are actually a smaller encumbrance than the full 12. Usually the rule of thumb is if you, I think a carton of 12 is equal to 10 loose boxes, generally. I don't know if that's true for all calibers. That's what it is for most of the big ones. So if you do want to start, like if you're really tight on storage space and you want to open a carton, take at least 2 boxes of ammo out of it, and then you can put it back in and it'll be somewhat equal. I suppose we could get the, we picked up some cosmetics. Let's put those up. Most of the stuff we put on the walls here are from the military research facility. Trophies, if you will. I'm trying not to put it somewhere where the vines will block it. The vines right now, they're dead, but in summer I actually like the way the vines look. I don't hate them unless they're blocking one of my pretty things. Let's put it up here. I don't have the main generator on the roof because we have closed down the fridge here, but we do still have generators running for the freezers. But those generators are out of range for... They can't power the floor lights. You know, while I'm here, I could probably take a couple of gate bags with me. The problem is I don't have a place to put them. Is there a vehicle I could tow with me right now? Plonky Mobile is a non-factor that has to stay here until we're ready to move the freezers. These two are currently unused. I could tow the fire truck with me. Yeah, I could load up the fire truck and tow it with me. This is one of the good ones. It's got 143 storage space in the trunk. Let's just toss the gate bags into the trunk. Why not? We'll make a big roundabout. That's almost a perfect fit. Okay, I didn't even plan this. Let's just toss all 7 of these gate bags. If anybody's not familiar, what I mean by gate bag is each one of these duffel bags has all of the necessary materials to make one of these gates right here. These double tall wire fence gates here. I love these things a lot because they are. You can replace walls with them, and not only can you see through the walls, you can exit through them. It's big enough to drive through, and whatchamacallit, they still count as making a place indoors, even though it doesn't logically seem like it should. Yeah, we could just make this our designated gate transport vehicle. I'm okay with that. And it's already got some random stuff in the glove. Let's give it some more random stuff. Empty tanks go over there. I suppose we could just toss these a couple of these propane tanks and steel sheets into the passenger seat. Sledgehammer is just a, I want that for moral reasons. Two of these gate bags are incomplete. Oh, one of them's still on the floor. I think we have enough room to complete some of these gate bags. We need to add scrap metal to the last one there. Hey there, how's it going? Yep, surprise stream today. We're doing all right. We had a little interesting mini adventure after we started this morning. I decided to explore a road that I had not explored on Annie, Carolyn Staunton Road. The gas station that we left off at last time, that's the strip club right there. So if you go down Staunton Road here past the drag strip, it takes you to this little T intersection, and then we went down Salt River, and I did not realize that Salt River just takes you straight to the railroad tracks in West Point. So it's literally just an alternative route to 31 West here between our current locations, and I'm totally okay with that. Should have plenty of scrap metal somewhere here. The question is, what did I do with it all? It's probably, yeah, probably back here. We need at least 4, I think. Each bag, each gate bag needs to have 2. So this one gets 2. this one gets to. And that is almost a perfect fit. We're actually short by 0.5. That's a shame. That is a damn shame. I'm actually kind of mad about that, because then we could fit 7 duffel bag gates into the trunk of this truck. I'll just put the leftover scrap metal in the driver's seat, it's fine. We can also bring our spice bag, too. I would like to do that. Okay, we're rather heavily overloaded, but we are set for another supply trip from West Point to our gas station, which is sort of just a staging area. Can put the axe away. Now, I've tried many times recently to tow a D6 forward. It doesn't work. We will have to tow it in reverse. And we will just use 31 West as opposed to the road we just unlocked. The road we just kind of scrapped our way through, that's not a very good road to try to tow on. Remember, we did minimum viability for the for the passage. 31 West, the whatchamacallits, we have a much wider traversal. Alright. Resident Evil. Oh, is that, did one of the new ones come out? I don't play Capcom games anymore. Capcom is, I dislike them tremendously these days, but I have heard that some of the later Resident Evil games were not that bad. I have not played a Resident Evil since and I don't remember which one it was. I played one on the GameCube. Where we could play as, if I remember right, we could play as Jill Valentine or Barry, I don't remember Barry's last name. We could play as one of those two. That's all I remember. It was the one with the weird camera angles. It wasn't that bad. I kind of enjoyed it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to like play through the whole series or anything like that. I don't think, well, Capcom games. It is Capcom, right? Resident Evil is a Am I out of my mind? Am I out of my mind? Is Resident Evil Capcom? I don't know. I do enjoy Dead Rising from Capcom. That I know is Capcom, but yeah, I never even played the third in that franchise. I played 1, and I only played 2 off the record. Dead Rising 1 and Dead Rising 2 off the record. I didn't actually play Dead Rising 2, so maybe not. I have Dead Rising 3 on my Steam account, but I never installed it. Okay, it is Capcom. Gotcha. I did not know for sure. So this, we're just going to call this fire truck the Gate Crasher, because it has 7 duffel bags full of gate building materials in it. Better at the gas station than West Point. I don't know. There's residences here and there's evil here, but I don't know if I'd call it Resident Evil. Oh, right. Okay. So it was a remake. I enjoyed it. It was okay. So I thought certain parts of it were silly, but I mean that's Capcom games. You'll never play a Capcom game without thinking some of it is silly. We should have moved that silly trailer a long time ago. Speaking of silly, let's get these duffel bags put down somewhere. The duffel bag coffee can get just put somewhere. We don't actually have a coffee machine in here yet. That's it's definitely one of the things of all time. If I had a coffee machine, I would put it... There's no easy answer to that. I would probably, like, build a crate and put it here. And the spare machete we found on the survival zombie, we'll just stick it in the trailer here. That's the second spare machete we found, just randomly. Now this is interesting. I didn't even consider this. We made a hoodie out of hide, a hide hoodie, and it is the stats are better than any hoodie, so this is technically best in slot for hooded jackets. But it's also twice as heavy as a normal hoodie. So if I wanted to put that, say, in the field kit of my ambulance, I'd have to move some stuff around. Now, if I straight up try to wear it right now, I think it's still too, as silly as it sounds to say when it's almost freezing outside, I actually think it's still too warm to be wearing this, despite the fact that we now have 100% protection on the upper body. Now, here's a thought. Can I take off my t-shirt layer? No. That cuts down my upper body from 90 to 100%. Oh, great. I got pulled into another meeting that I don't have to be in. God, I love it when that happens. Let's move this trailer out of the way like we should have a while ago so that we can use another parking spot. Let's just put it somewhere like right here, where we can easily drive by and reattach. Your fire truck will make a fine addition to my collection. Oh, and we brought a couple of propane tanks from West Point in the passenger seat of that truck. So let's grab one of them. Now we can get started refilling some of those torches we've used already. Normally I'd prefer to locally source propane, but at this point I'm not going to be using any more propane in West Point. So there's 3 more torches refilled. Let's toss those into the trailer. Our standard kit that we're carrying around is 4 torches. That should be more than enough for removing small obstructions. So we are on the lookout for a coffee. You know what? There's definitely a coffee machine in the strip club. We're going to go visit the strip club and grab the coffee machine. Sentences that Project Zomboid makes you say. I want to say that there's going to be one in the security room, but I don't actually remember off the top of my head. Maybe not. Yeah, I'll turn on the generator. If I turn on the generator, then I'll be able to see through the walls and stuff. If you're powering a place like this, you will, it'll show you where all the lights are running and stuff. We thought about converting this place into a base, and I'm not even entirely opposed to it in the long run. It's just, I went over this before, but the strategic location is just not, it doesn't make it worth, like, a very high amount of effort to convert, right? It looks cool. I like it visually, but in terms of strategic value, on 31 West here, going into the military checkpoint towards Louisville, it's way too far away for that purpose. And I mean, Valley Station, I don't really know. I mean, I know for a fact that this is like the far corner of Valley Station, so Valley Station, we would probably want to actually find a base further in. So yeah, if I ever did turn this place into a base, it would literally just be for fun. There would be no strategic value in it. And I haven't ruled that out, but I'm not going to do it right now, because I am quite interested to see what Valley Station has to offer us. I actually don't see any coffee machines. Or places where we might find one. The kitchen, let's go over there, see if there's one behind a wall or something. No? That's a shame. Oh yeah, KTO, unfortunately. Nope. There, like I said before, there was only 3 spawns. There are only, if we, I'm actually, I got to bring this up because it bears driving home if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about here. There are race cars in Project Zomboid now, but there are so few places where they could possibly spawn that you could get a map where there are literally no race cars ever. And that's, I believe, that's exactly what we have here. So here's the drag strip in Valley Station. If we go to overlays, objects, as you can see, there are a grand total of 3 possible spawn points for a race car on the entire drag strip. Now, if we go back to the Irvington Speedway, there are a lot more than 3. The Irvington Speedway here, which we explored already, there are quite a few chances for them to spawn, and not a single one of them did. So yeah, no, we have not seen a single race car at any of those spawn points. I'm pretty sure that means we're in a universe with no race cars. I don't think. Let's just verify this real quick. I do have the PZ Wiki page for vehicles. I actually have it bookmarked because I used to look at it a lot. Click on race car here. And if we go to, does it show spawn chances? Does it show spawn chances? I don't think this page shows spawn chances. Now, that being said, the map and the wiki link to each other a lot. So if I click on... sometimes if I click on things, it will show me the link. But no, it doesn't look like it does. Damn. See, there's even rarer race cars than the the standard race car. This is race car 58, and this is race car 34. I'm sure that there's some deep lore on these things. Alas, alas and alone, we will not be finding any race cars in this universe. When you say that I can search, does that mean that I can actually, like, literally type? Actually, there is. Hold on. Okay, yes. There is a way. Show all 19 results on map. Okay, okay. Oh, wait. Okay, so I have to have POIs enabled. It doesn't show the results on the map at this zoom. Okay. That's a shame. Now, normally, if you want to see car spawns, you have to zoom in to a certain level. And that actually kind of makes it hard to browse. See, right now, it doesn't show anything. Now, if we zoom out this far, it does. If we zoom a little further in, it does. That's one of the things that actually kind of makes specific cars hard to find, even on the website. Oops. But yeah, as you can see, like, all this, what I was kind of looking for just now is I was kind of looking to see, is there like a 0.001% chance of a race car spawning in on a standard parking spot? You know, kind of like it is for sports cars. I don't think that's the case. I mean, if it was, then that means all we would have to do is go to the mini mall here, and well, we would have about, what is this, like 600 chances, maybe? I don't know. A massive oh, so we can click one by one. Thank you, KTO. You are fantastic. But what I really want to see, though, is, are there anything that are at different coordinates? Because if we look at the coordinates for these three, these are probably these are those are that one, and those are that one. We can see by the similar coordinates. Huh. I don't think there's much else we can do to find it more easily. See, what if we go to a different spot on the map, does it show us the nearest? No, it doesn't show us the nearest. Oh well. That's unfortunate, but I suppose them's the breaks. I mean, race cars are pretty rare in real life if there's not a racing event nearby. The racers who actually own them are not going to just leave them at some random track. But we did not find what we were looking for here. We were looking for a sports car. While I'm here, though, we did make room for laundry infrastructure at our gas station base, so we can grab that as a consolation prize. I'm pretty sure that we could find a coffee machine somewhere nearby. Alright, I can't have a laundry room without a cart. Come on now. What am I doing? Keep hoping to have an epiphany. Be like, oh, there's the coffee machine. But no, somehow, I guess strippers don't need coffee. That sounds silly to me. Strippers, as far as I understand it, might as well just be working class people. Working class people need coffee. They might not seem like standard working class people, but going out there and dancing for many hours a day, that's physical activity. It's a blue collar job, even if you're not wearing much of a collar. Well, depends on the type of collar, I suppose. Well, we're in the market. You know what there should be, and this is just my humble opinion, those really nice homes in the gated community along the Ohio River in Louisville. Some of those should be like you know, like your Jay Leto types, the kinds who or Jay Leno, the kind of guys who collect rare cars because they're stupid rich and they can afford to. Yeah, there should be some race car spawns up there somewhere. Actually, I mentioned Jared Leto. Um, Jared Leno? Fuck, I forget the guy's name. He's the guy that they randomly shot in Dawn of the Dead 2009. And he's one of the few guys who still owns a jet car. Yes, those are a thing. They used to be a thing. A literal fucking car with a jet engine in it. Made bands like back in the 50s, if I remember right. Yeah, Jay Leno. Yeah. Oh yeah, and we need to put the... So what I have right now is I have a combo washer machine and then a washer machine. So we'll put the washer machine down as a designated washer machine, and then we'll just convert the combo to a dryer. Oh, this is out of range of the generator, is it? Possibly. Anyway, that was a successful day. We are ready for bed here. Let's have a quick bite to eat. And put our other roast back in the fridge. And since I have a spare roasting pan, I'm just going to go ahead and put some of this rabbit meat into another roast, because I'm sure that if I don't, it will go stale at some point not too long from now. It's just rabbit meat, but, you know, who knows? Maybe I won't run into any more rabbits on the way to Louisville. Knock on wood. And that experience told me that this duffel bag of spice is too close. Let's move it a little further away. A motorcycle with a helicopter turbine? Oh, Snow Beetle. Another streamer. Shout out. I don't actually look at any other PZ streamers right now. I've been trying to... I'm like the kind of guy who would compare himself too much, and I don't like doing that. But I'm always happy to see somebody stop by. I've seen Luchador stop by a few times, and that's pretty cool. I feel like if I don't compare myself to any other streamers, then if I end up copying them, I can say definitively it's entirely by accident. There are some things in Project Zomboid that everybody's going to do just because it's the logical thing. You could call me a, whatchamacallit. When I was playing Darktide, my buddy Panaka informed me that Void Strike stabs are meta for Psykers, and that actually messed me up a little bit, because I was so sure that I was not chasing the meta. I asked him, wait, Void Strike is meta? And he's like, always has been. Guy fucked me up. Alright, so we've got 2 hours to work with. That's not much in terms of progressing down this road. There's a couple of places we could take a quick look for. You know, I swear we saw a coffee machine in one of those trailer park homes. But I could be misremembering. I'm just going to take a quick peek through this trailer park. Maybe I'll steal one of the beds there, too. And we got snow. Hopefully that doesn't continue until tomorrow. Okay, there was... yeah, if there was a coffee machine in this one, I probably would have picked it up. "32 floors. Is that, I actually thought 17 was the magic number, or is that underground? Floor 29 is as high as the map website goes, but I do remember that the devs added a little bit more than what they actually have in the vanilla maps. Assuming we're talking about the game. Actually, not 100% sure. What? That may have been a rat. But we have no windows here, so we gotta be extra paranoid. There's a mug on the floor here. But, they ain't got nothing to put in the mug. Oh, okay, so you can make it higher even than the, gotcha. This zombie, I did not kill this zombie. We may have, corpse events here, which means they could reanimate. I did make enough noise when clearing the survivor house that we're only gonna see stragglers down here, theoretically. Drunken beetle tower, nice. Very nice. That's gonna take some effort right there. Dear God, if you fell off while trying to build. I accidentally fell off on Annie, and we fell one floor and got a fractured ankle. I don't think I've ever fallen more than one floor. Building a situation where I could fall more than one floor sounds like a nightmare. So, nothing interesting here. This may be a wild goose chase. Oh, I didn't think to check the Zippy market. Let's take a quick peek over here. What the hell kind of a convenience store doesn't have one of them their industrial coffee makers? This place is truly a coffee desert. I'm gonna steal their hot dog machine for that. And their soda machine. Oh, there was a box of nails right here on the floor the whole time. When we arrived here, we did a stupid and didn't bring any nails. And all we had to do was look in here, of course. It's always the place you didn't look. Well, we did not find a coffee machine, but we can come home with a couple of trophies. If you would call this a trophy, I would. Why not? Fell and died twice. Oh man, you've got a tower built on the bones of some of your characters. That is, that's cursed right there. I don't think I've never, as far as I remember, at least not in Build 42, I've never respawned a character in a world after one of my characters have died. I've had a couple of characters die, but no, it feels weird to respawn in a world where one of my characters have died. Also, I kind of use those moments as an excuse to start over, because I do enjoy starting over to a certain extent. Within reason. let's put that counter we picked up over here. At least we have a place to put the coffee machine when we find it. Now, the citrus sign is weird. You can put it in places where it might not seem like you can. For example, it looked like we couldn't put it on this wall, but we can put it now, and if we put the coffee or the hot dog machine after, the hot dog machine is layered in correctly, because of course it is. Silly video game. Let's try putting it on this side, shall we? If I put it there, it would look weird behind the coffee machine, so we'll just put it there for now. I can put the hot dog machines on the laundry machines. Hell yes, absolutely, 100%, absolutely. That's right. We can have hot dogs and do our laundry. We can't put the slurp burp machine here because the citrus sign is blocking it. These citrus signs, man, they are weird. I do not understand them. Anybody who says they do is lying to you or trying to sell you something. Let's put it over here in this corner. It matches the orange of the trimming here, and that's why I tolerate it to the best of my ability. Covered a few steel sheets, local use boxes of nails, local use plastering trowel. We found a pipe wrench. Let's get the... I suppose I'll plumb both of these. I don't know if it'll let me convert the washing machine into... Oh no, it does. There we go. Okay, so this is within range of power. Glorious. I thought it wasn't. It just didn't give us the turn on button because it was not plumbed. Okay, a successful overnight task. Let's get back to sleep. If anybody is not familiar, we have 2 bedtimes, and we're about a half hour past our second one here. I told you, KTO, I'm not opposed to a multiplayer experience. I just, well, I don't know. Maybe you could say that I'm hoping to hold out for 42 stable. But that may be some cope. I'm not actually 100% sure how I feel about it. It's, I mean, just like a community Discord server. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about it. But anyway, we are set for another lovely day here. Let's get out some foodstuffs. I'll have a salad for breakfast. I'll take this 80 roast with me. That'll definitely keep us fed for the day. Alright, I say we go down Carolyn Staunton here and take a turn in the opposite direction from yesterday. Feels good to me. After all, what are we, if not here to explore? Okay, so the wanderers from the drag strip. They could become a problem if they keep moseying in this direction, which I feel like is going to happen if we keep driving back and forth. And it almost seems like an inevitability. Let's get these guys erased. Part of me doesn't feel 100% awake yet. There's more up there, but there always will be. This is a very high population little joint here. I love the fact that we got zombies as if there was a crowd, but no race cars, as if there was something for the crowd to watch. No, we can have a crowd with no races, I suppose. Alright, here we turn north. What does this north road have to offer? Does it give us a name for the road? This is Bear Camp Road. One of those ones I've never taken a look at. Off we go. If anybody joining is not familiar, I've been to Louisville before, and I've been to some areas of Valley Station. But this particular part of Valley Station that we were visiting on a previous character, we have never even gone down this road before. So this is new content. Exploring some new stuff. You've seen one road, you've seen them all, but that's not the point. Oh no, somebody died. Which way, Western man? Well, our general sort of thing that we're moving in this sort of direction of is this annotated map. If nothing else, we'll see a duffel bag there, maybe with a sawn-off shotgun in it. Let's go this way. See, this right here, this is how to use the signboards. Put them somewhere where they won't block the road, please. Is it not? Is it too hard? I'm looking at you guys who did the mall draw redesign. You didn't have to put them so that they blocked the road. This is a pretty gate. What do we have here? We didn't already reach the mall, did we? That looks like it might be the mall or an adjacent commercial area. Star Eplex, that's the movie theater. Yeah, I think we're nearing the mall area. So what do I care about in the mall? Nothing immediately, but I would very much like to parse the parking lot and see what the parking lot has to offer us. So if this is the mall, or, I mean, it doesn't have to be the mall, just a big commercial area. I already see a step van that may or may not pique my interest. Let's do a circle around it first. We'll call it a soft perimeter check. We can make use of these fences to devastating effect if desired, but we would probably do so in a cleanup phase after doing some sort of bombing activity. The days of me using hand weapons to deal with hordes that large, I'm not going to say they're over, but that's a lot of zombies that I can kill a lot faster with a bomb, and we have 3 bombs right now. Allocating at least 1 to this parking lot feels like a worthy endeavor. This is exactly the kind of area where I would get nailed by one of those boulders. So I will not let mundane Matt's hobby distract me here. I will not be collecting any boulders, especially not with my hood. There's a mechanic's truck right there, or a mechanic's van. It will have vehicle parts of some flavor in the trunk. Unlikely to be in sufficient quantity to be super interesting, but I like to collect those. This looks... I think that's a residential construction area over there. Okay, now this is... It looks like we've run out of traversable terrain here. I see a couple of potential paths, but I don't know if I want to... I don't know if I want to commit to this. Let's try... Does this dirt road turn to asphalt here? So if it does, that's probably a better place to go. Yes. Very nice. Oh, this is the burned out neighborhood, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no. Maybe it connects to it. I remember there's like a neighborhood that's like partially burnt out, right next to the exclusion zone, which would mean we would start seeing the fence pretty soon here. A couple of multi-story homes, but no boarded up windows. Okay, lots of Zed. Let's not get hit on the trunk here. Lost enough storage space here. Still no boarded up windows, so nothing to fight for in that neighborhood. No boarded up windows here. Not really anything to fight for here either. I feel like we're pretty close to the exclusion zone fence. Let's take a peek in this direction and see if we can run into the fence. I do still want to go around the mall. I'm not 100% sure if this road connects to that. So we will double back, either at the next intersection or if we see the fence. Is that another under construction home? I think it is. We can't see any further without going down that road. It's fine. Couple of small homes, no boarded windows. I feel like we are a little too far south to start seeing the fence yet. Ooh, that looks like... That's a survivor zombie. We found one, boys. Let us check the perimeter really quick. I think we're clear. Yeah, I think we're clear for some long-range shooting. The snow is going to make our shooting not as good as it could be. But I'm going to deal with that. We're going to focus on plinking the fast chamblers. And try not to shoot the one that is carrying the backpack, because we actually want him to come to us. Hey, look at that. He came to us. Sorry. Perennial problem with me. Alright, show me that corpse. Ooh, colored elbow pads. Yes, please. Alright, let's get out of here. Easy peasy. I would prefer not to leave a billion zombies on this road. Maybe I could... distract them. I have no idea if that's going to work. But if it leaves this road traversable for one more pass, I'm happy with it. Basically, I just tried to see if I could use the sound of the gunshot to get those guys to follow the sound of the gunshot into the forest, as opposed to just moseying into the road and staying there when I leave. Let's take a look at what we got here. It's a big hiking backpack. Boys, we got it! Oh, we got it! We got aiming 5! Oh, thank God! Oh my God. How many hours has it been? Oh, I don't know how many hours it's been, but it's been enough. Looks like that's the only one that we got. That's fine. That is perfectly fine. I lack the verbiage to describe how fine I am with that. At a celebration, I'm just going to take this whole bag back with me, because we need to find somewhere nice and comfortable to sit, because we got some reading to do. We got some reading to do, boys. We found aiming 5. I'm so happy. So all that shit I said about not fighting the mall parking lot zombies with hand weapons, disregard everything I said. Oh shit. Because yeah, we are probably now going to be using that fence a lot more than I would have otherwise done so. Okay, so we do still need to get back to 31 West here. That will entail exploring a little bit. Oh, this is Bear Camp Road, so this is going to loop around, is it? Okay, cool. No, we didn't get the pipe bomb recipe, but I mean, if our journey is anything like Annie's, Annie found the pipe bomb recipe after we got to Louisville, so maybe we will. There is a gas station here. That is good to know. It's actually not looted and trashed. Oh, that's tempting. Oh. Boys, we may have just found a new base. Yeah. A gas station with windows intact. Yeah, we may have just found a new base. Okay. I was on the lookout for another waypoint to Louisville. This could be a waypoint for both Valley Station and Louisville. And it's a gas station, so of course, that is very relevant to my interests. Okay, now this is interesting. There's an out of gas sign in front of the place. Does that mean all the pumps are out? I can't recall if I've ever seen an out of gas sign just right in front of the building before. I mean, I'll take this place on principle, but if there is no gas, then I probably won't make it a base. If nothing else, I would like to see if there's a coffee machine inside. Let's just do sneaky sneak and see. I do gotta be wary. I hate these big above ground tanks actually block your line of sight. That was a hunting knife that I found somewhere else? No, that's mine. So yeah, this is a part of the, this is definitely a part of the mall. I really wish there was a way to see whether there was gas in the pumps without powering them, but I don't think there is. I will not have intact windows besmirched if I don't have to. No coffee machine. Whatever. Maybe sparklers? Maybe? There's a chance. I think our greatest chance of... One of your most reliable chances of a box of sparklers is on the back shelf here. And that's a negative, Ghost Rider. Did find some tortilla chips that are not rotten. Small victories. Yeah, I imagine. I'm not a stranger, because as we get, so I'm not a stranger to setting up in busy gas stations. We have done that before, and I would gladly do it again. We set up a gas station base right next to the other mall, the Grand Ohio Mall, and that was a pretty busy joint. But we kept it suppressed because we were actively in the area for quite a while. The question is there actually gas here? Because if there ain't, well, this place is just a pretty building is all it is. Dental Floss doesn't have an icon yet. And we got the attention of one of them by doing that. Actually, roll over and come up from that. Okay, nobody went up to the door. That's good. We caught him. So yeah, we do have that blue generator at the strip club. We could bring that here and drop it off and see if there's gas in the pumps. I'm not going to make that a high priority thing. Before I do that, I'm going to read the book. Because we got it, and I would very much like to read it. So that when I start shooting zombies again, I'm getting much more experience from it. Well, you see, that was the thing, KTO. There's no broken windows right now. So if we can get some barricades onto them, not even Louisville populations can stop me from protecting my windows once I got barricades on them. Just got to get something to disincentivize the easy kill. Lots of vehicles here that are probably not too hard to access. I'm not going to let myself get too distracted, though. I would like to find my way back to 31 West. Wow, look at all that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. See, the true question about that gas station is, how attractive is it to migrations from these local groups? Once we clear the gas station, are these groups just going to start wandering in the direction of the gas station for no reason? Which tends to happen with some other gas stations. Who knows? And is the answer to that question even something that can be answered without knowing your own spawn map? Because all the spawn maps are random now. This road will definitely connect to what we've already explored. Yeah, there's the Cinemaflex. So we have gone not all the way... Well, actually, we have gone all the way around the mall now. There is no, like, super clear road between where we turned here and went off-road, got to Flower Road here. but it's traversable. Like we can off-road our way through that, so that's good. Yeah, we could continue down Bear. Actually, let's just. What's going on with Bear Camp here? It's like it's like it's not the same road, but it is. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, there's several trunk step vans in here. We've actually already seen a couple of ones that are on the new build trunks, but we did not spring for them because they had very bad engine quality. Something below 50, I will never go through my effort to repair. Especially now that, I mean, you know, it's not like it's a rarity. We will find more. Okay, so this loops north. But of course it has to connect to 31 West. I mean, it would just not, it wouldn't work if it didn't. Which way, Western Man? Oh, this one probably... Okay, so this one will take us back in the direction where we have been. Down here, it will take us to the previous T intersection, I do believe. Yeah. Yeah, if there's a hunting lodge nearby. We don't have anything to put... We don't have any method of storing stuff right now. The ambulance is basically completely full. So we'll have to come back with a trailer of some kind if we find a large place like that. But now that we understand where the road goes there, let's see if the north end here connects to 31 West. I feel like it's gotta. You can't have a mall that big and not connect to the nearest highway. That is a faux pas of commercialism. Oh, this cafe probably has a coffee machine in it. Am I gonna fight for it? Oh, come on. I'm this close, and I can't see the interior. That is... okay. Wait a minute. This guy has a backpack. For a second, I thought this guy had like shin armor on, but it's just his pants. He's just got holes in his pants. Okay. I did a couple of loops to get everybody out of the way, so I can just pop out of the van really quick and see the interior. There's probably some in the kitchen. I'm not fighting for it just yet. There's another coffee machine closer to base. Besides, I have plenty of coffee already made right now. We took care of that before we left West Point. Ooh! Haha! I was just complaining about having nowhere to put storage. This trailer is going to be damaged, but trailers are very easy to repair once you have mechanics level 10 and welding level 10. Repairing a trailer is one of the easiest things you'll do once you have all that. How am I carrying this? It's full of fishing stuff. See if any of these guys had the key to that trunk. He was a fisher. Maybe he's also a hunter. He had a ratchet wrench. Good on him. Alright. Let's get these wrecks out of the way. Let's come home with a trailer. I don't expect it... So when trailers are damaged, they'll drop stuff randomly. So some of the stuff that's in there may just fall all over the road. It's whatever. We'll... I probably have enough room to just take those fishing rods in my hiking backpack here. There we go. This will expand my trailer collection to a grand total of 3. After going many hundreds of hours without one, I am totally happy to have a few extra. Bunch of rabbits running out of the forest. Tells me there's some Zeds in there. Zeds in those trees. Yet another guy. Oh, I know this place. I know this place. Yes, I do. And look at that. That looks like another Survivor Zombie group. Yes, sir, it does. It's very dense. The density is what gives it away. But there's a tree right there. Come on, show me the guy with the backpack. You know what? I don't care. Let's drop this and let's see if we can see. Yeah, we won't be shooting right now. Hey, Richard, how's it going? This is actually our 3rd Survivor Zombie of the stream. Assuming there is one. I'm like 80% sure this is going to be a Survivor Zombie. It's the density of the group that really... But this one tree right here means I can't see like 2/3 of the group. I'm going to try to flank them here. So we're working our way in the direction of the military checkpoint. I do not know if we'll actually start hitting it today. I won't rule it out, but it's not like a hard objective. I'm actually kind of exploring Valley Station a bit here. So I do see one guy with a backpack. I do not know if he's actually the target. He may just be a dude with a... you know what? Let's do our due diligence. Let's find out. We're a bit over-encumbered, so I'm going to have to drop the rifle again. Well, we actually got the attention of that one. Cool. So, a hoodie and a backpack. I feel like we're getting warmer. Yes. Yes, this is Survivor Zombie. The water hydration pack is a little smaller. And no books that we actually needed. That's alright. We got the target. Now, we will be coming back here at some point because this is actually a place that I based in previously and enjoyed it tremendously for its strategic value. We never even used the gas station here, but this time we might. Actually, there might not have been any pressure in the pumps last time. I'm talking about my last character. That was hundreds of hours ago, so... So we will need to clear the rest of that group on principle here. Yeah, it is. I actually kind of regret not putting a generator here last time. We would kind of just use it as a sleeping house. When we started doing the checkpoint ops, we actually built a little, you could call it a blind. We built a hunting blind right next to the checkpoint fence. I don't regret that, but I would have preferred to have a place with power. I know some of these trailer park homes could have coffee machines in them, but I also know it's pretty rare. Okay, so we at least got the group, the Survivor Zombie group. Hello. Don't suppose you could spare a coffee machine for your neighbor? I haven't moved in yet, but soon, TM. I do expect the population here to be above average for a trailer park. Although trailer parks have a tendency to actually be one of those places that has way more zombies than it really should have. Speaking thereof, I think we're far enough away from where I would settle in that we don't have to start a ground war right there. So I did not base in this gas station last time because the gas station was looted and trashed. And I think I took that as a hint as the pumps would be empty. But this time it is not looted and trashed. Neither is the place that, the beer liquor store. I think both of these joints are the kind that have, second floor accommodations. I did find this place interesting to deal with because of the fence. Try to use our footsteps to draw them out. Yeah, no? Going up next to those trees is something I do not want to do. And we just got fatigued. There you go. I had a feeling there was at least one mech, huh? Now there's none back there. Cursed bastards broke one of the windows. That's okay. I'm gonna go for the gas station doesn't actually have commercial windows. Not a survivor vehicle. Yeah, it's this little area behind the building. We had a lot more randomly generated trees on Annie. See, we've reached the point where I'm actually starting to have more fresh memories of my adventure with Annie. You know what? Let's do the thing. We can't do the thing because I don't have my kit. I don't have my satchel with me. It's in the ambulance. I'm gonna drink a cup of coffee because I would like to clear this place as a open staging point. See if this vagrant in front of the gas station had the keys. It says key residence. This actually could count as a residence, believe it or not. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Uh-oh! Should have known that there could be some dudes in here. Why don't you come on outside and not bloody up my new base? Thank you. But yeah, because there is a residence on the second floor, this whole place is a residence, actually. As far as keys are concerned. And curiously, as far as the survivor house mechanic is concerned, this would be a valid... You know, how places are randomly turned into survivor homes. Both of these places are technically valid, and that's because both of them have a... They meet all the criteria. It needs to have a bedroom, a kitchen or living room, and a bathroom. And yeah, that all passes for these joints. But of course, these joints that are, you know, like hybrid condos and commercials, they are rare enough that you don't get very many chances at seeing them turn into survivor homes. No corpses in my base, please. Thank you. There's several of them in here, so we should be on our guard. I peeked in the windows, but there's more. There's laundry infrastructure here already. Neat. Coffee machine. Of course, that belongs to this base, so I can't just take that back to the other gas station. Practically expect to see a couple up here. Expectations subverted. Let's check the closet. Or the water closet. Okay, that's the entire second floor. I wonder. Things I'm thinking about just in the back of my brain. Is there a convenient spot for me to sledgehammer a way through this unit so that I can put a gate in? And it doesn't have to be that unit. I could always go back to this one. I'm gonna have to clear it anyway, so I might as well clear it. Oh, this shit again. I'd never take that bargain of just running past them. I don't want to be like that. Fine, I'll go around you. Booze store here. This is one of the joints where the stairs to the second floor are on the outside. I suppose I could check corpses again for another key. Before I forget, let's rename the most recently acquired residence key. Call it VS Gas, Valley Station Gas Station. Because I think that is how it works. The most recent residence key we picked up got put in the bottom there. Here's another residence key. Let's see if that takes us to the second floor there. Well, if I pick up both of them, then I won't know the difference, so I will put this one on the floor. Oh, I forgot. We can literally just mouse over the key, and it will show us the doors. But we need to see the doors, so let's go upstairs first. Okay, that one is not for this one. Both of these are for this one, okay. The booze flat. The flat above the booze joints, and that's a redundant, we'll drop it. She probably spotted me. Let's kill some other folks on the other side of the fence. We would kill all these guys eventually anyway, because this is right next to 31 West. Jesus. I don't know what it was. I thought I saw one right in front of me. Random panic moment IRL. 31 West in this section is surprisingly clear. I'm okay with that. So yeah, we will bed down here tonight. There's actually enough beds that I want to hazard a guess we will probably find a pillow in one of them. If not, I do remember seeing a pillow in one of the beds in the trailer park homes. I don't like the tight corners in this place. I have always hated those. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Literally perfect. This is the bed I stayed many times in on Annie. It was convenient on many occasions. Yet another redundant residence key. Gun with no ammo in it. Yeah, I do like this place. It is great for strategic value. So let's, these are not as powerful as floodlights, but I actually don't dislike them. The tall lamps here. If I put this in the bedroom here, it would actually be pretty good AoE light for the bedroom, at least. Better than the lamp. We'll need a battery and an electrical part. Let's, scrap this TV, and then we'll go outside and scrap the radio from the van. I don't know, yes, a battery, assuming we don't find one here. Oh, this is the first chance I'll get to test the efficacy of reading glasses. Apparently, if you put reading glasses on, you can read a little faster. I, with the slow reader perk, would probably very much enjoy that. Last but not least, the bathroom. It's one of those. It's got a window to the outside, so if you are trying to defend this location from anything coming up the stairs, be advised. Couple of good performance breaks in this thing. Yeah, get some good parts out of it. All right, there's our battery. We've got a whatchamacallit, we got a light to work with. And knowing me, I left the ambulance running, like I always do. I'm not going to be out of the vehicle for too long, right? That's alright, we'll survive. You know what? We'll go ahead and just leave the trailer here. For now. Until we get fixed up, because it's no good for transporting stuff until we, get the chassis repaired at least. I don't think I'll be using the upper floor long term, but I will go ahead and sort what we picked up from the Survivor's Eds here. Yeah, always good thing to share our knowledge here, because despite having 2,800 hours in this game, there are still plenty of things I have yet to learn. Even if that sounds incredibly silly. That's a game right there that doesn't explain itself very well. Alright, that's all the stuff we picked up sorted through. Let's get our light established here. Glorious. And it is my bedtime, but I don't know if I'll actually... Oh, I will be able to sleep. Okay, good. So we'll go ahead and sleep now that it's 22:30 is precisely our bedtime. And after we wake up, we've got a book to read. A very, very, very important book called Aiming Level 5, which we just located a little bit earlier. Yeah. No, sitting in a comfy chair wasn't even in B41 without mods. Couldn't sit on surfaces. For the sake of it, let's sit in a comfy chair. Because why not? We can actually get the most out of this 80 roast if we wait a little bit to eat till we get the second stage of Hunger Moodle. It is now December 1st, 1994. Oh, I forgot to reload my water bottle. There's some seltzer water over there. Let's grab that. And look at that. So despite drinking the coffee, we are still good to sleep on our normal sleeping times. That makes me quite happy. We won't be... oh, I thought it was foggy for a second, but no. This is just because we're reading the... we're using the reading glasses. We can't see very far with them on. Nothing like getting yourself engrossed in a good book. It's been a little while since I've picked up one of the... I've been reading through Warhammer a lot, the Horus Heresy, and I've been enjoying it, even though I have finally finished the Siege of Terra, and therefore the Horus Heresy is basically over, because now I think things that come out beyond the Horus Heresy is going to be, what was it called? The Great Purge, whatever the hell it was, where Garly Man establishes the chapters and whatnot. The Codex Astartes. I don't know. I want to say it feels faster, but also I'm fast forwarding, so it is actually normal for it to take like an entire day for me to read a level 5 book. That is kind of normal. So there's no surprises here as far as the time we've had to spend so far. If it made it, like, I don't know, 10% faster, I would definitely believe that. So we are out of perishable food at the local area. I suppose I could drink some of this soda. Maybe we'll finish it right before we run out of daylight. Maybe not quite. Yeah, close, but no cigar. And so we got the battery connector light for. This timing could not be more perfect because the Louisville checkpoint is coming up, and we're going to be doing a lot of shooting whether I want to or not. So the fact that we will now be gaining optimal experience for that, we'll be level 10 in a matter of streams from now. I don't know exactly how long, but it won't be that long. I'll leave those reading glasses right there, so I know exactly where to go if we happen to find Longblade 5. I'm not gonna hold my breath for that. So we do have a little bit of time before it's actually bedtime, and because we spent the entire day doing like no physical activity whatsoever, we actually probably won't get tired right away. All right. I did not play Space Marine. A lot of my buddies did, and I think I actually bought it. Yeah, I think I actually bought it because I have no opposition to it. See, there's a lot of games that come out these days that actually just fundamentally oppose certain things about them and will not play them even if they look interesting to me. I don't think Space Marine 2 ever fell into that category. For example, all of my friends played and enjoyed Helldivers 2, and I feel like I am the kind of guy who would actually really enjoy that game. But I will not install and protect Game Guard on my PC. I know not. It's not the. A lot of people are like, oh man, what do you care about? What do you care about if there's spyware on your PC, man? What do you got to hide, huh? Check his hard drive, man. And it's really tiresome. I can't stand the people who just justify handing over complete control over their PC to really sketchy DRM and anti-cheat people. It's not necessarily that I suspect they're going to do something sketchy themselves. It's the fact that they're opening a door on your machine. That's a door that somebody else can walk through someday. But not a lot of people are programmed to think that way, so it is what it is. Cybersecurity is one of those things that's kind of hard for normal people to grasp, so I can't get too mad at them over it. Alright, I don't think we actually sourced any local steel sheets to repair this thing, but that's fine. I know for a fact we will have plenty back at our gas station. Key to it. Not that there was anything we could do with that key. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to set up here. So what that entails is we are going to take this trailer with us. We'll bring it back to our previous gas station base, and we will fix it up. I do hope we'll... I'm just going to avoid any zombies on 31 West for now. I'd prefer to kill them during the day. So unless there's, like, massive walls, which I don't expect, we'll be alright. While we're driving, I will think about what I want to do in terms of sledge work to make that base even more accessible than it already is. Afraid of some little Chinese spyware. To be entirely honest, Chinese spyware is only something you need to worry about if you are anywhere on the CCP's radar. Which, of course, if that means if you're an American citizen, then yes, you are. But whenever you think about people collecting the data, you have to ask yourself what they're going to do with it. And you have to ask yourself not just what they're going to do with it today, but what they're going to do with it 10 years from now. Because anybody who says they delete it is fucking lying to you. Believe me. Believe me. The GDPR is a fucking meme. I'm saying this as somebody who, well, I work in the public sector, but I know that has exposed me to some knowledge about that nobody fucking deletes anything. GDPR compliance is a song and a dance to make the Europeans think they're doing something, to make sure that you know, Silicon Valley can continue extracting money from them. That's all it is. It is not an actual thing that anybody complies by. So it looks like we do have one small roadblock to the north of the... Okay, gotcha. We'll come back, kill them tomorrow. The generator on top of the strip club is probably going to be a generator that we use at the other gas station. How dare you come to my base? How dare? Three of you, really? Is this not still a base of mine? Does it not have one of my generators running at it? Are my perishables not in that fridge? Absolutely unacceptable. They're probably just wanderers. But this is what happens when you take a couple of days off from your bed. I mean, not even a couple... Well, yeah, okay, it was 2 days. We fast-forwarded entirely through a day. Somebody might already be attacking that door. Did not get too distracted, though. So look at this. The bodies from the first purging are still fresh on the floor. And yet we've already got... What are these? Respawns? Migrants? I don't fucking know. Vagrant to the north. Hey, see, that's another interesting thing about China. Something I didn't quite expect from them, you know, just thinking back from what I considered about China a decade ago versus what I think about them now. A decade ago, I was still in my 20s. I didn't fucking know anything, but I still understood some fundamentals. And I never quite expected China to become a... well, okay, so the slimy economists, the business school graduates, use the phrase command economy. Less educated people will just say it's straight up communism. No. China is communist in the name of the party, and that's about it. They have evolved very much past communism in certain respects. In certain respects, they are far more vicious capitalists than the United States, and that's saying something right there. But they're also the champion system. The champion system is not something I ever would have predicted. The Chinese have corporations that they call champions. Some of them y'all probably know very well. One of them is Tencent. Just corporations that get state sponsorship. Not just, you know, if you're a corporation in China, the government says jump, you say how high. But the government still very much plays favorites. And Tencent is one of their favorites. So that doesn't necessarily mean, okay, some people just say, oh, Tencent is just the Communist Party. No, not quite, but um, they're much more aligned than your standard Chinese corp and the CCP. And the interesting thing about the champion system is it makes other corporations that are not actually champions very strongly incentivized to just glaze the CCP at all times. Um, it's I find the whole thing very interesting. It's like you could call it fascist if you want, collusion between the private and public sector, but it's not always collusion to the detriment of the populace. I mean, China is not a very free country. I'm sure even the people who say China #1 would be like, yeah, no, we don't let our people do this, this, and this. You Westerners are degenerate for letting your people do that. But the other side of that is a lot of China's power is actually just going towards expanding their economy in ways that are soft expansion of the economy. As Kraut and T put it, soft power. Something the Soviet Union could only dream of. I think about shit like that all the time. I don't usually get political on stream, but at least I can say that, well, I don't have to worry too much about pissing off most of my audience because YouTube is on the other side of the Chinese firewall. And anybody from China who is capable of watching YouTube content through the firewall is probably not going to be the kind of person to glaze the CCP. Probably. I don't know. Yeah, it's so, because that's an interesting thing, because they, to Westerners like myself who care very deeply about things like, freedom of speech, the ability to criticize your government, living in China sounds like a nightmare. But the people there, if the government keeps them well enough supplied, well in a good enough situation, when they're not welding them into their apartments to prevent the spread of a disease, they could probably just be perfectly happy. And I never considered that when I was in my 20s. I was like, how could these people, they're not actually fucking happy. What do they know? What do they know? No, that's not how the world works. People can tolerate some really weird shit if all their basic needs are met. Like, and I mean truly weird shit, like weirder than anything we'll ever see in China, but yeah. When I look at history and think of certain things that were just perfectly legal and acceptable, do not look up age of consent laws in the Roman Republic. The United States is often compared to the Roman Republic, but there's a fundamental disconnect on the public attitude towards things like that in a way that I would imagine would invite people to never want to compare us again. But from a political standpoint, in terms of, soft imperial power, I suppose you could say we're pretty comparable. All right, so yeah, cost of living. That's where the United States is discovering in real time just how important cost of living is fundamentally for everybody in society. Because once that starts to get fucked with, there's so many second order effects beyond that. Let's just say that the people who are graduates of business school are not always paying attention to. That's probably a pleasant way to phrase it. All right. The question is what to bring from this location forward with me. I'm going to dodge that question momentarily, and we're just going to try to get this trailer fixed up to minimum viability. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I understand completely why a lot of people in China would never, and it's not just that they feel helpless. I'm sure plenty of them would feel helpless if they had to go up against the CCP, but there's plenty of incentive to just let the CCP do whatever they want. If they butter your bread enough, then who cares, right? Who cares? My torches are in the other trailer. Okay, so do I have the sheets? I put them all away. 14 steel sheets just chilling here. Okay. Just need one of them. Here, yeah. Just one. Alright, so now the trailer will no longer drop stuff while I'm trying to transport it. That does not mean that I won't pop a tire randomly. So we are not 100% viable on this other trailer yet, but it'll get from A to B until we can get some new wheels on it. There's actually water sources not far from here, so I will just go ahead and leave these one of these fishing rods here. So I'm not going to use this place as a cache for anything remotely valuable. So that includes even like sentimental value objects. Literally nothing that note will be left here. Maybe this place never needed a coffee machine after all. I'm okay with that. I still like to leave some minimum viable cookware at each of my bases, so the pot and the bowl that can stay. And just a couple of small form food items here. Perfectly fine. So we came home with, as I predicted, we did eventually find enough boxes and nails in the local area to reassemble the carton we cracked open and still have another spare box. So over time, I will eventually get back to being at a surplus of nails at all time. Don't have to worry about that. Literally just all of my base building related stuff that I no longer need here can go straight into this trailer to be brought forward to the next location. Okay, that's not bad. We'll continue sorting after we catch another sleep here. Right, yeah. That's, oh wait, so that, but, we made sure to fix the chassis. I'm pretty sure that if the wheels are not in low condition, that it does not have any impact on the stuff that's in it. Oh, right. But no, so the chassis right here, if we'll go to mechanics, the integrity of the chassis, I'm pretty sure this right here, the trailer, once that's at 100%, we don't have to worry about anything falling out. But because the tires are low, like really low, they could pop just randomly. That would be a not good thing. I'm not going to leave one of my medical beds here. What I'm going to do is go... I do want to still be able to sleep here, if and when I need to, so I'm going to go and steal a bed from... Actually, this is funny. These duffel bag gates, they're very easy to just pull out of the trunk and put back in. So I can just instantly empty the trunk of that truck, go steal a large bed, and bring it right back. Oh, so suspension too. Good to know. Thank you for the heads up on that. We will... Oh, I can't remember if we saw any standard cars over here. Why am I not drinking anything? Did I disable auto drink? I didn't disable auto drink. Oh, I did. Oops. Not sure why that happened. Okay, problem solved. Already got respawns and or migrations at the survivor house here. Hello. What's up? I'm wondering if these guys are migrations from the racetrack, or the drag strip, rather. You know, while I'm here, these floating cabinets, I actually kind of like these. I'm gonna steal, let's steal just a couple of these floaters here. They are cheap, they're lightweight, and they are a little hard to find, but they have the same storage as a regular counter there. You can put them over regular counters, and I find that to be nice and cool. We don't need anything else here. No. May or may not be interested in some furniture from Zippy Mart. Still don't understand what's wrong with these windows here. We cannot illuminate the interior by shining a flashlight through it. Odd. Do I need gaming machines? No. Am I going to steal them because they're right in front of me? Sure. Absolutely. 200%. These shelves have 65 encumbrance available, and they only weigh 5 encumbrance each. It's beautiful. Same bargain as the counters. I do not care about the... Huh. I didn't even realize these are containers. Neat. I'm just so glad that I don't have to use the sledgehammer to get rid of them anymore. That always bothered me about the little newsstands. She picked up the fucking light switch again. Oh, well. I'm only stealing furniture from here because, of the aesthetic. And because it's right in front of me. So I do not think there's any standard cars up here we can steal from. There was one standard car in the, parking lot of the strip club, but we already used it as a throwaway vehicle. We have no way to transport the generator yet, but we'll just drop off what we picked up so far. So this, the bed we picked up is just to replace the bed that we had to break down from this location. I do still want to be able to sleep here. I just don't want my valuable medical beds to remain here indefinitely. If I put it there, I won't be able to pick up the pillow again. Let's at least put the pillow somewhere where I can pick it up afterwards. Now that's interesting. I actually can't sleep on it right now. Okay, if I sit down on it first, then I can sleep on it. Okay. That's interesting, that the option to sleep on it is not available if only the bottom of the bed is accessible. Whatever, I'm not upset about it, as long as I can sleep on it. Make me have, take an extra step, why don't you? We don't have food for the day, let's fix that. When using a generator, does it consume? Yes, absolutely. Okay, so what to look for that? We've got our generator right here. This is why I carry around multiple generators, actually. So if you look at your generator, right-click on it, go to Generator Info. What it shows you is power consumption breakdown. And these units that you see here are liters per hour, liters of gasoline per hour. So it shows that I've got one set of lights running. That's almost negligible, 0.0002 liters per hour. The most substantive thing we're powering is the fridge itself, which is 0.013 liters per hour. And then the generator itself has an ambient cost of 0.002 liters per hour. So then it shows you the total at the bottom. The total goes up, obviously, the more you power. And the more you power, the more liters per hour it consumes, the faster your fuel goes away. So what I do is when I want to power, like, what I'm doing right now is I have, this is back at West Point, I have like 6 freezers filled up with a bunch of perishable goods that I'm very slowly eating through. And I have 2 separate generators powering 3 freezers each. So as opposed to having one generator that would power all 6 freezers, if I had that, one generator powering all 6 freezers would expend its gasoline much faster, and I would have to go back to West Point and repair and refuel it much more often. See, right now, we've only been gone for about 4 or 5 days, I think, total, from West Point, since we last did the refuel. I know for a fact that my 3 freezer per generator consumption easily grants me a week away from base. And that is, of course, until we, I'm probably going to move the generators and freezers to the place that we're moving the stuff here to. So the move we're doing right now is probably going to be a staging point for moving the perishable goods. And I say that because all the stuff that we have harvested that we need to preserve, if we bring that up to the checkpoints, or the base that we're going to use for the checkpoint ops, that will help us tremendously. Oh yeah, definitely be careful with that, especially if you... One of the things I always like to do is set up bases in custom-built places, but this is not such a thing. Whenever you put down a generator, check not only what it's powering, but what you can get rid of. Lights are easy, but these 2 fridges, for example, we only need 1 fridge. So the first thing we did before even putting the generator in is we just picked up these fridges and then just tossed them on the floor over here. Because we just dropped them on the floor, they're not consuming power because they're not placed. They have to actually be placed. So if you turn a place into a base and then go around and right after you power up the generator, check the fuel consumption, count how many things are being powered, like extra fridges and whatnot, and get rid of any redundancies. That is a good standard procedure to follow if you are doing the turn a place into a base sort of thing. So right now we only need 2 duffel bags for gate, because we should only need 2 to build a gate through our destination. We should have no problem finding a mop, bucket, and bleach at our destination. And I've already verified that all of the other stuff here can stay here, except for I have no reason to be leaving all this oregano in time. So I don't even remember exactly where that came from, but I know where it's going. It is part of my harvest, so of course it's coming with me. Sure, no problem. Always happy to put all of this random knowledge to use. Believe you me, is it random? Okay. I think we're set. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take the fire truck with the trailer we just put together. And the way we're gonna play this is we're gonna empty the fire truck at the destination, come back, pick up the rest of the gate bags, as well as a generator. Although, the smarter thing to do would be to empty as much as I can out of my backpack and just take the blue generator with me. The blue generator from the strip club. I can fit that generator in my backpack if I remove everything so that there's less than 6 encumbrance left in it. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Way too much random stuff. Put the, and there's a few things we can sacrifice in here. Alright, fine, I'll leave the... Well, no, let's give up on trying to clear the main backpack enough to carry a blue generator in it. Let's give up on that, and let's just, let's do it the other way around. Yeah, we can do that the other way around. Let's take out a few things from the trunk so that we can fit the, whatchamacallit, the generator in it. We can do that. Yeah, easily. I don't know why I'm not just taking the side entrance. That would be faster. Just leave a, I will leave a garbage bag on the floor to mark where I put this generator, because I did put... Am I going insane, or did I just hear a zombie? It wasn't just me, was it? It sounded like somebody mouth breathing. I don't know. We will be careful on our way down. Being on the roof, that could make it very easy for people nearby to see us that we're up here. But we're very far away. Would they be able to path to us? Probably. Like I said, careful on our way back down. Woman, I hate railings that you can vault over. I don't treat them like normal fences, so I assume that I'm not gonna accidentally try to vault over them just by walking close. Anyway, so what we gotta do here is, first we gotta drop the generator itself. Let's take one of the arcade machines, that's 20. One of the counters, that's 10. So there's 30. Now what we do is we pick the generator back up. This is going to make us limit break our inventory, actually. And then I just put the generator straight into the trunk. And maliciously exploit the fact that my inventory is still limit broken. Yeah, I'm carrying 59 encumbrance of stuff right now. The hard limit is supposed to be 50. YOLO. You're witnessing beyond peak logistics in Project Zomboid. When all containers of your vehicle are filled with loot, and your hands are overfilled with loot, you're not looking at your average logistics anymore, Frieza. I have risen beyond and become the thing you fear. I am the super logistician. Of course, that also means I'm not combat effective right now. Shouldn't be comparing myself to Goku. Imagine Goku being not combat effective. I don't think we had that since the Cell Games arc. Or the Android Saga, rather. So the rest stop right there is going to be a constant annoyance unless we wipe out everybody in it. Because let's just say we kill only the people who come to the road. More people will come to the road. The road is a popular migration destination. Almost as popular as gas stations. So even though there's not really anything to fight for down there... Well, I take that back. There is something to fight for. Clean streets. That, ladies and gentlemen, that is something worth fighting for. Hey, Command, how's it going? We have made some pretty decent progress through Valley Station today on the journey towards Louisville. And we've secured a new field site that is probably going to be a... this is going to be an FOB that we're going to bring the generators up to. All of the generators and the freezers. I do not believe there are any freezers actually here already. So we're going to have to secure some from somewhere. Ah, excellent. So something interesting happened earlier in this stream. Something very, very, very important. We found Aiming Book 5, and we read it. So now whenever we shoot, we're gaining, what's the ratio? We are now gaining an 8 times multiplier for every bullet we shoot. I wish I could have done that months ago. But I'll take what I can get. I was thinking about what to do with this place, but I still haven't really come to a conclusion. But I'm nearing it. I think the beer and liquor entrance right here. Yeah, that makes the most sense to me, because then I can just make a roundabout entrance, I suppose. Yeah. Well, in that case, the other side here. So then I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this stupid broken window and not have another single broken window anywhere here. Yeah. So we'll put the gate right here, these 4 tiles. That'll leave us with a nice door right next to the gate, so we don't always have to hear the sound of a gate opening. Can't do that. Light switch here. Essential switch. I don't see any other... Yeah, this is an essential switch. The floor lights for this room. I don't even need to deploy a generator to tell you that the floor lights for this room are controlled by this switch. So that means, well, we'll just take out all 4 of these then. That's fine. Having a gate flush with the wall, it's not the worst thing in the world. I would prefer to do it differently, but that's fine. Okay, we have our course of action set. Let's get some of this decorative furniture out of our inventory then. Propane for refilling local use torches out in the middle of the parking lot. Why not? We already have a soft destination for some of the goofy stuff that we're carrying around. So for anybody joining, welcome. We're not typically the kind of, I'm not typically the kind of guy who going to be able to stream on Wednesdays. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah. Not typically the kind of guy who can stream on a Wednesday, but I will not be able to stream next Monday, which is I'm supposed to be able to stream Mondays. So we're doing a bit of a cosmic adjustment, I suppose you could say. Starting next week, I will be having to work on site for Mondays, for Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And that means morning streams. Any streams I start in the morning are no longer possible on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. that was why I kind of just led towards, just not doing it on those 3 days. Afternoon streams have not been entirely ruled out. I had a viewer drop by the other day saying they wanted to see some more 7 Days content, and I mentioned 7 Days is a game that I can play on 30% brain power. I do not need to be on top of my game to play that game, which means I could stream it in the afternoon without putting myself at too much of a risk. The pallet. Can't I pick that up? Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go. I do very much enjoy that we can pick up, furniture and just throw it on the floor now. These things, I literally will never use them, so I might as well disassemble them. Each one of them only has 26 storage for a organized person. That's too weak. Worthless for me. Tuesday to Thursday in office, yeah. I got first pick. I was able to pick before other people on my team, which that is a small perk of having to cover weekends, which nobody else would ever touch with a 10-foot pole. But at the end of the day, I just chose the standard middle of the week layout. So why not? I don't even think that there is... So there is... Okay, I talked a bit before about how office culture is dead, and this is one of the reasons it is. The stupid... we don't have enough desks for everybody. So we quite literally can't have everybody pick the same day. I do think the office that they ended up setting us in is not, extremely overpopulated. But we still can't really do everybody in every day. Or everybody in the same days. I need to take my backpack off in order to pick up these fridges. I don't want to have redundancies. So, take that off. We'll take the gun off. Sword. Both of my handguns. And then my water bottle. Then my machete. There we go. Gotta be under 10 encumbrance to pick one of these stupid things up. I do not predict that I'm gonna need any more industrial... In fact, I'm not gonna use any of these. I'm not gonna use any of the industrial fridges. So what I'm gonna do is... I'll put them back here, and then eventually find some crates to put them in. That's funny. It actually put it underground, so I don't even have to look at it. If anybody is curious, I'm using the hotkey to drop whatever is in my secondary hand. Those hotkeys are not bound by default. So if you go into your settings, go to your key bindings, there are hotkeys you could establish to drop whatever is in one of your hands. I'm currently using F15. It's a key that doesn't actually exist on the keyboard, so I never accidentally click it. But it is bound to one of the custom buttons on my mouse. Normally you'd be able to see that with my input overlay in the bottom right, but I still have not updated my PZ overlay because I'm an idiot. So I would prefer to have a separate generator for the pumps if I can pull it off. I don't know if I'll be able to. Let's see what this powers when I turn it on. That's it, just the pumps. Literally nothing else. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Let us have a bite to eat. Should have brought a sledgehammer with us. It may not be the one I want to use. No, it is. Okay, good. Let's get started with the gate openings. It's only sledge 2 at a time. So we will do that in between what we're doing here. These gate bags, all I need to do is leave them right next to the tile where I'll be building the gate. In this case, as you can see, just by picking them up, I can build this. I can already build it. I'm not going to, but that's kind of funny. There's nothing stopping me from just building it right there. But no, I'm going to leave one of the duffels right here, so I don't even have to be carrying it, and then the other one right here. That is the path I'll be following. While I'm waiting for the muscle strain to go away, we will continue hauling in the furniture. I want decorative furniture and functional furniture to not be dumped into the same pile. Okay. It's just this massive pile of furniture. You can't even see me if I crouch down behind the soda machine here. Where did I go? You can't see me. The zombies would have no problem seeing me. I could see that being exploited in a PvP situation. Just a big old sea of furniture on the ground, and a player is crouching through it. So thankfully we did not lose anything while we were driving. That is a good thing. That belongs in one of the gate bags. Just dropping the coffee somewhere where I can conspicuously see it. So all in all, we have a total of 5 red-topped white counters and 2 wall shelves, and then the matching slurp machine. That's more than enough for a great kitchen down here. I am very happy about that. We're just going to call this a bag of decorative stuff. That means I'm going to go upstairs and take some of the decorative stuff out of our temporary storage. Well, quote-unquote decorative stuff. This is just a bag full of stuff that I don't know exactly what to do with. Eventually I will sledgehammer this staircase and build a stairwell indoors so that zombies are incapable of going up the stairs without breaking into my base first. That's kind of a standard procedure I would ever do when starting a base anywhere. If there is a place that zombies can go that they shouldn't, we should fix that in the sooner rather than later. Now with that, we don't have an immediate need to bring the trailer back. The open trunk of this truck should be sufficient for any remaining loose items. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the trailer in like sort of a cornered position here so it would be easy to pick up when driving by. Cans by the pumps. Should not have left that running, there's no need to. don't exactly have a spot for this gun yet. Let's just leave it somewhere nice and conspicuous. Sledgings. We have got the muscle strain gone. Normally, it would make me quite sad to remove windows, but today it is a part of the process. We are now capable of building a gate. All I should have to do is stand right here and click build. Behold, the power of the gate bags. I like it a lot. Now that does leave us in a weird position with some leftover materials, so what I'm going to do is leave those leftover materials over here next to the pile of welding crap, and we'll repurpose that bag or refill it later depending on what is necessary. Fatigue is hit right on time for the day. That's good. So we've got a lot of booze down here. What's booze useful for? You can turn it into a Molotov cocktail as a throwable firebomb, or you can drink it to recover. It will fill your hunger. So if you're really hungry and you don't have any good food, but you got a whole bunch of booze, you can even like cut it with water it down a little bit. That's a bit of a diminishing return. One of the things I like to do is just if I'm hungry and ready to sleep, and it's a secure place to sleep, just have a big old gulper of something and go to sleep. Then you can sleep it off. There's no hangover mechanic in this game, so yeah, I'm happy to exploit that. This thing has no battery of any use in it. We'll need to charge that, but we do not have a charger, as far as I know. Unless I put one... Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? You know, the stuff that I put in here is basically stuff for a base setup. Some of it can stay here conspicuously. So we did have a reason to be running the generator. So then we can put this bad thing down. And get this thing... Just slap it on the charger for a short period of time, enough to get it mobile, get it out of the way, and put it somewhere else until we disassemble it. Once you get into territory like we are now, where basically every vehicle, except for those few rare exceptions, are going to have their batteries dead, having those battery chargers and just a few batteries that are already charged, just a couple spare batteries of each class that are already charged, that is something that I enjoy doing. It has benefited me tremendously once I get into Louisville. So yeah, there's a few parts from this we'll steal later. Let's just slap a 2-liter into it. Alright. And now the remaining random tools that we have. Oh, rain just started falling. Okay. I have no idea how long it will be falling, but that means our priority of what to use the sledgehammer on next has changed. We're going to go upstairs, sledgehammer a hole in the wall, and get some rain barrels established at the correct location. So I've decided that I'll do a kitchen starting right next to the other side gate, so it'll start, this will be the first part of the kitchen. If we do the fridge there, then that would be double tiles, cabinet, double tiles for the fridge. No, let's not do a double fridge, let's do a single fridge. I don't have enough refrigeration to need to do a double fridge, that's fine. So we'll do a single fridge right there, cabinet, stove, and then cabinet with a sink next to the stove right here. So this is our spot. It is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles in from the far back corner. We're going to need a couple more planks. I'm willing to bet we have a tarp somewhere. But, not quite yet. So here's the back corner right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the spot where the sink will be. So we've got 3 tiles behind it, right there, there, and there. So we will put a door right here. Oh, we don't have our nail. I'm sorry, we don't have our hammer. Can't use a sledgehammer to drive nails. Assuming that's all we need a sledge up here for now, I'll take this bet. We will need stairs. I'm not quite ready for that yet. Outdoor stairs are fine for the immediate priorities. Hammer. Hand, please. Let's take this box of garbage bags and let's take a quick parsing over here. See if we can't find one of them there tarps. All these crates. Possible chance at a tarp in one of them. Looks like it's mostly food. It's all food. Okay. Janitor's closets, maybe? I think these shelves have chances. If I don't find a tarp here, I'm just going to violate my convention and not do... I mean, I can't even obey my convention here, because the place where I want to put the rain barrel is not directly over the water source. So if I don't find a tarp in somewhere in one of these, we don't need one. I will absolutely take a bucket, though. And a mop and a bleach. I was talking about that earlier. Okay. Bucket, catch some rain for me. Bleach and mop. Later, when we get a filled bucket. Before I go upstairs and start building, let's do another 2 sledgings. Now the goal is, if it wasn't abundantly clear, the goal is we're going to sledgehammer the rest of those 2 tiles there, and then we're going to use just carpentry to disassemble the fence, and then we're going to cut any trees in our way, and we're going to have a roundabout, so we can access through this road, or have a straight road going the other way. That is that's the plan here. Alright, now we start with floors. We just need 3 going in this direction. So 2 more planks. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't actually understand how the plumbing system works when it comes to which rain barrel it starts taking from next after the one directly above it is empty. Does it go, I think it goes, for some reason I want to say it goes counterclockwise, but I don't know if that's true. I'm going to drop one of these garbage bag boxes on the ground and just extract all of the bags from this one. Operating under that assumption, I'm going to want to fill up this rain barrel right here. First I want to make sure it's actually catching rain. Okay, it is. Whenever it's directly next to a building like this, the amount of rain it catches is a little bit lessened. It's whatever. It's whatever. We'll survive. But what I want to do now is actually empty some local water sources, because we have a lot of them. Just empty those into that barrel, since I think that barrel is going to be our main one. I think we had a gas can outside. We can use that. Two gas cans, perfect. And I'm doing potable water only, so no toilet water yet. We'll use toilet water for mopping later, maybe. Start with the bathroom. Each water fixture, if you're not familiar, gives you 20 liters left before it goes bad. So 2 gas cans, 10 liters each, perfect. Now the sink in here, I'm not going to empty that yet, because we do want to have an active source until we're ready to move and get the other one plumbed. So that sink is fine. I'm not going to worry about the tub. The tub, that's a lot of water. I have to go back and forth several times. I just want to empty a couple of relevant fixtures. Don't think there's... Oh, is there a bathroom down here? Yes, bathroom down here. Technically was my most convenient sink, so it might not have been the bestest idea to empty that one immediately, but whatever. Too late. Alright, that is everything except for the bathtub and the toilets. There should be 40 liters in there. Let's just yeet one of the sinks on this side and call it at that. Got a whole bathroom here. Alright, and with that out of the way, let us finish the rest of the rain barrels now. And you see, now that we've done that, we can put it to bed as to what order they extract from, what order they plumb to each other in. See, if I were to put a sink down right now, it would, there's only one rain barrel for it to attach to. Alright, so we got that out of the way. Now we've got a gate bag right here, so we can do this. Behold, the ability to drive through a base quite easily. I like it a lot. Now what this does, and I've started to notice this, the gate bags, or building a gate, uses up a complete torch. So I'll drop these torches on the ground, refill them later. They use half of a container of welding rods and wire. So all I've got to do is take the 2 containers I've used and add them to each other. Oh, that's not half. It uses like 40% of the wire. Good to know. We are learning things here. So one of the gate bags is empty, but one of them is already on the way to being restocked again. Now, as a overnight task, we'll be able to collect even more planks as we disassemble the fences over there. Oops, come on, pick it up. Could have given me 2 planks, but you had to give me 1 plank and a scrap wood. Can I disassemble these poles? I can, and I probably should, because I think that one is at least in my way. So used to going inside somewhere to go up the stairs. We don't actually have enough, we don't have enough wood to do another. I would disassemble some furniture, but I actually don't dislike the furniture here. So let's just drop the planks off. And we'll saw some logs, it's fine. I just want to get those last two, rain barrels that we're capable of building. And get those built so that we can stop thinking about it for now. Surely some floor logs on the ground out here. 2 of them, perfect. 3, that's 6, so we still just need 1 more plank. If I wasn't carrying so much, I would start cutting through the start cutting through the fence right now, but nah, it's fine. Not there yet. All in good time. Okay, so we know that the rain barrel farthest over has like 40 liters in it. Here's what I'm going to do. I want to be able to identify the different rain barrels. So if I go fill these 2, let's just fill 1. I'm just going to fill 1 from the bathtub. I fill 1 from the bathtub. We put it in. So one of them has, the one in the middle has like something over 10. The one on the far end has something over 40. And then the third one we're going to put in will have basically nothing. That way we can tell them apart. So when we go plumb the sink, we can see which one it chooses to draw from first. And put this to bed for real. And here is the final one. Okay, and that's all we can build for a floor level sink using the interior we already have. And we are long overdue for bedtime, so we're also really hungry. I'm going to eat before we sleep. Did I leave the truck running? No better time to check. Of course I did. I always do. How is that even a question? We'll let the battery charge overnight. Food is in my backpack. First thing I'm going to do tomorrow is put in the indoor staircase. so I don't have to keep going all the way outside. I've been thinking about different places to put it, but I don't have firm grasp yet. Normally we would need the sledgehammer if it was like an exterior roof that we're trying to cut into. And that may be the case later, but for now, all we need is to know where we want it. There should be nothing too bad preventing me from taking out this wall. Just the fact that the floor lights for this back area are on that switch and there's no other switch. So if I want floor lights back here, I need to keep this wall intact. Okay. Well, in that case, perfect spot for the staircase, kind of-ish, right here. Yeah, on the other side of the kitchen. So let's get this pallet out of there. No need for a garbage can right there. We'll need one in the kitchen eventually. So we need one tile to get upstairs. So 1, 2, 3, we'll have to take out this wall right here with the clock. So let's go ahead and get the door out of the way. Actually is past our second bedtime, so let's go ahead and sleep then. I'm not so desperate to get a indoor staircase that I'm not gonna ignore my sleep schedule. It's fine. See, we've had rain all night, and now into the next day. It continues to rain. So all our rain barrels have been capturing, just as intended. So we never put our kit back on, because I still want to be able to move these large store fridge parts. Since I've decided I'm not going to do a double fridge, I would lean towards one of these industrial fridges if they weren't. I suppose they're not the wrong color. It's fine. I can do a black fridge. We'll do a black fridge and a black stove next to each other. Black matches anything if you have enough effort. How did I come to the drive-thru design? Jericho base. Jericho base on our previous character, Annie Mae, when we got to Louisville. I learned the joys of being able to drive straight through a base. I could never go back. Let me scroll back a little ways here. Jericho was basically just it became a prototype for all bases going forward when I learned the value of being able to drive straight through it. Okay, so this was my previous, this was my Riverside base on Annie Mae. As you can see, I didn't have the double gates strategy here. I think back when I built that, I didn't even know that double gates worked to consider a place indoors. That's what we learned here on Nora. But here, this is Jericho base. It's the grocery store in Louisville that if you go to Central Park and then just kind of go left directly of Central Park, you'll kind of find it there. But we had garage doors, so we busted them out. And then we busted out the front doors as well, and we have all of this floor space inside. I have not actually had a drive-through base as big as this one since starting on Nora. Annie's Jericho base is still the biggest drive-through base I've ever had. Which is, I mean, you know, that we didn't build it ourselves, it was already there. But yeah, that is where I got the idea from. It was, I had never done it before then. I'll go ahead and finish the last of our roast. before I go do another run to bring more supplies up here, I would prefer to have the road at minimum drivability here. So let's go get our... We should have an axe somewhere. Or did I not put one in here? Huh, just an axe head. Okay, let's assemble it. Oh no, no, of course I did. I should know better. Let's bring this stuff inside. Axe head for later on. Long done charging this battery. The van, the white van there, is now movable at least. It ain't going too far, just moving it out of the way. In fact, I'll put it behind the parking spot, because it is going to be a donor platform. Leave the key in the glove. Perfect. Okay, let's just get a sink established really quick. And if I am going to do a black fridge, then we're doing fridge, counter, stove, and then counters. But if I'm going to go from black to red and white, then instead of a red and white counter between the fridge and the stove, we could steal a darker counter from somewhere. Can't remember what color counters we got over here. I think it's beige crap on the lower floor. Yeah, all beige crap. We do have a steel. We have a steel. I'm going to steal it. I can actually make these, but that's not the point, is it? Costs me propane. I'd much rather steal it. Speaking of stealing. Oh, this is a different direction rug. Interesting. I don't actually think I have any doors facing that way, so we'll just put these away for now. Oh, right, so if we want to do... I need to do another sledging while I have the strain to spare. I should not need to do sledging to actually put an indoor staircase in, because this is an indoor staircase in a place that has wooden floors. I can just get the floor out of the way and then disassemble it with carpentry. We're also sweating profusely, and I don't think I have any towels nearby. We're going to have to chill on the jacket here. Ew. We are super de-duper sweaty. No wonder we're thirsty. We've been losing all that water. Alright, fridge is almost ready to go in. We need to drop the axe for a moment. There we go. See, just because it's not a perfect match, the stove will find one of the ones that's black and chrome, and then it will be a perfect match. So let's go grab a sink that will fit here. This one is a bathroom sink. Like the oval design is a bathroom sink. I would prefer to do not a bathroom sink. This one's still got a little bit of water in it, but that's okay. In theory, we shouldn't need too much more now that we're about to have our own water. Yeah. French bread came about because I had to, I was up to the F's, but, I'd already used Foxtrot. Actually, no, it wasn't even alphabetical. I just went straight for French bread. That was an odd place. Bakery / restaurant / other French things. Alright, so, which did it... Okay, it took the biggest one. So I don't know if it took the biggest one because it is the biggest one. I don't think it did. I think it goes counterclockwise. So, as far as I understand it now, and I think that it might have always been this way, I don't remember if it was, but if we were able to put a rain barrel directly over the sink, which we cannot, but if we could, it would obviously draw from that first. But once that one is empty or not present, it seems to go counterclockwise. So I was able to tell that because we put a whole bunch of more water in the one that is to the farthest right on top here. So once the one in the middle is not there, it goes doot 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 doot. Okay, that makes sense to me. So basically, the one that I predicted would be the one that needed to be filled the most. And with that, we don't need to worry about moving fridges around anymore. So I can gear back up. We won't be doing any long distance shooting today. Not with this fog. I may go ahead and kill all the zombies that are on the road between this base and the previous one as first order of business. I should empty anything out of my backpack that I do not currently need before we proceed with anything here. Alright, we'll need to secure a stove of some kind, but that is a slightly lower priority thing. Let's get the back door put in now. Okay, I can't, this tree is rendering on this side of the fence, but it's on the other side of the fence. Goofy. spooky, but nobody's there. Rain and fog's on. Hell to the yeah. We may do some long-distance shooting after all. Didn't actually have to remove too much. Excellent. So now, when we arrive, we can bring a yellow generator and the fridge with us. And we are golden from there. What I'm thinking about doing at the moment is taking the, we'll take the ambulance and maybe tow this fire truck after we load it up with some stuff. Do I need more sledging? Not essentially, but let's just go ahead and get rid of a wall here. At least this one I don't want. And there's nothing else that is screaming at me in terms of sledge work. See, it's okay to keep this wall completely intact, because we're going to put the staircase on these 3 tiles here. Uno, dos, tres. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tiles in from the back, and then 1 tile in from the wall. Before I forget about that, 10 and 1. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's actually not bad. That's not bad at all. And then 1. So we do need to move the couch. Worse things have happened. No, not the light switch, please. Caught myself that time. All this furniture is a close match. The red oak and mahogany are 2 different colors, though. I don't like it when the game treats them interchangeably. Although I can't say that it's not realistic. People will sometimes design their or make furniture decisions in real life that absolutely do not match. I mean, you could say that the corner tables matched the dining room table, sure. I'll accept that. It's not like I was the only red oak in here. Okay, so these 3 tiles right here are the ones we're going to cut out for the staircase. So once we pick up the carpet, all we got to do is right-click disassemble. And make sure not to accidentally fall into it, of course. I am perfectly okay with doing wooden stairs in this joint because it will match the floors and walls pretty well. In gas station bases, the floors being tile, I prefer to do metal if I can get away with it. So we got 6 planks right here. All we would need is another few more. 7 more. Staircases are odd number, they need 13. Got all these planks we got just sitting around. We don't need the truck running immediately. Get the log sawed. Hey, not bad. And now I'm actually going to put that couch right back down and prevent myself from accidentally walking down the, I don't actually think it hurts you to just, if I were to just like walk down like this, that doesn't count as a fall. I still don't like doing it though. Maybe someday it will count as a fall. Now all I'm thinking about right now is generator placement. I'm thinking that the generator that'll power most of the base and the appliance wall and the lights we'll put out in the field next to the highway. There's no reason not to do that, because if we put it on this side of the fence, the zombies will be attracted to the noise. They'll go to the generator, but there will be relatively few things attracting them directly to the base on the other side of the fence. Spare garbage can? Yeah. That was my last spare. That's why I opened the whole box. Now, why would I never drink liquor during the day to shut my hunger up? Even though I'm actually really hungry right now, so it would be an easy way to just immediately get rid of the debuff. I'm glad you asked. No, it's the, getting drunk, actually, it doesn't just make it, so that you stumble around and that you do things, what it also does is it, makes you do everything you try to do, makes you do it slower. So it would not just be a combat risk for anybody we may have missed in the local area, but it would also be it just slows down. So it is better to not drink booze. I mean, I would say almost all the time. Instead, I'm just going to drink this ginger ale. Easy fix. I mean, we're about to go back to base, but on the way back to base, I want to be combat effective and capable of killing everybody in the road. Or at least a chunk of them. So we don't actually have a stove that I want right now, I don't think. What was the one on the second floor here? I don't remember. It was a green one. Okay. I don't want to do green. Green, I've done green too many times. Green is... I don't hate it, but it's overrated at this point. I'm kind of procrastinating going back to base because I don't want to... If I can get away with not having to go shoot zombies in the rain, I'd like to. Okay, so we don't have a, both houses here use green. Can't hate green too much. I'm not gonna... I'm gonna go steal from the trailer park. One of them will have what I want. So even though we're lacking a wall right here, we've now got a cabinet, and that's good enough for me. That did use up all but one of our red shelves. Chat is really active today. If you guys see me twitching in this direction randomly, it's because I keep getting fucking Teams notifications, but they're for a meeting group chat. That's just really active. I've never seen a meeting group chat that active. I'm just talking about something that's way above my pay grade, but they invite me anyway. I appreciate the vote of confidence, I suppose, but it's just a distraction. I'm not that kind of guy who does things above his pay grade anymore. I don't recommend being that guy. I've talked about this before, but man, being that guy, doing extra things without getting paid for it, not a good thing to do. Just turns you into that guy who is willing to do things and not get paid for it. That's all it does. Alright, I like this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Okay, we've got a great platform to start putting things away. Because we have so much booze here, and I would like to get it off the floor. We're just going to use the stuff that was already here. Oh, and it has to be up against the wall. Interesting. Okay, well, in that case, let's try it center. We'll have a liquor room here, I suppose. Now, I'm not going to bother organizing the booze, but I'll at least get it off the floor so it doesn't look ugly. I suppose the easiest thing I could do is just wine in one side, other stuff on the other side. We'll just do like wines, clears, and everything else. I only recently learned that that technically counts as wine. I can't remember if vermouth does or not. I don't really care. I'm not in a particularly investigative mood to relearn. See, I learned all this at one point and then I forgot because obscure booze is not something that really interests me, especially when it starts getting expensive. If there's something really good that's not expensive, yeah, let me know. But, you know, booze can get expensive when you start getting into it. I got a buddy who's got it's funny, I can say he's got a problem, but it's not the kind of problem that most people have with alcohol. It's he collects it obsessively. He drinks it, but of course that's not his problem. The problem is he fucking collects it so much. He's the kind of guy who's got like 16 of these shells right here. It's cool, don't get me wrong. It's just, that's a lot of money. Money I'd rather spend somewhere else, personally. If he sold his entire booze collection, you could almost build an entire PC in current prices. I'm sorry to remind everybody of that. I personally don't like thinking about it very much. Alright, that's it. We got our booze in a rudimentary sorting system here. Better than nothing. You can actually put a clock behind a fridge in this game, but you have to put the clock first. And I kind of missed my opportunity to do that, so whatever. Perhaps we'll put the clock over the stove instead. So then we can put this overhead counter. It doesn't match anything here. We're not putting it in here. That's fine. I'm slightly an idiot. Slightly. I've completely missed my opportunity to go fight today. For those of you who are here for the combat, I'm sorry. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I didn't quite expect that we're basically set to just go ahead and get everything cleaned up. I might end up I'm just gonna put that trash can right back where it was. Now that area back there might not be permanent. That's perfect. I like it. We didn't lose too much daylight today because, I mean, the whole day it's been raining rather heavily. That would affect our shooting capabilities, so I am actually kind of okay with just spending today indoors. We have a whatchamacallit, staircase. I don't need that no more. This right here, this is worse to me than normal litter. It's right in front of the trash can. You got so close. You went all the way over there, close to the trash can. Why don't you just go the rest of the way? Fucking absolute mongoloids. At least when there's no trash can, I can kind of understand it. But man, that's just lazy to a worse extent. It'll never not be funny to me that we can stack stuff on top of the extra counters there. Enjoying it while it lasts. Since I don't immediately need the... What the... Y'all saw that, right? That was a 1 second frame drop. Okay. I don't need the generator immediately right here, so we're gonna... I'm gonna use this to pre-position my other generator. So that I can know exactly where I'd like to put it. And maybe in the meantime actually have some power here. So we want the appliance wall, and we want at least half of the base. So let's just count from here, going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's try right there. See if that gets everything I want it to get. See, it's sufficiently far out here that any zombies who get attracted by it will just gather out here in a nice open space where I can see them and kill them, theoretically. It's going to have... I need to get rid of the white fridge and just 2 lights, that's it? Did I not put it close enough? Oh, probably not, I need this. Yeah, okay. So let's try like 2, 3, 4 tiles closer. I might try to do the thing. I'm going to try to do the thing. We're going to do it 3 tiles closer. And see if we can actually get away with maybe getting some free lights. If anybody's not familiar, it's a bit of a weird issue where generators will sometimes power lights that are like 1 or 2 tiles outside of their radius. And in doing so, they won't actually charge power, or they won't charge consumption for it, but they'll still power it. So right now, I'm pretty sure that this exterior light right here should not be powered. And yet it is. Same with this, damn. Okay. I tried. But, I am absolutely going to try to min-max this. Theoretically, this might do the trick. This just means I'll have to drive right past it whenever I go in. But me with a good time. That did the trick. We can already see the floor lights on. And we're probably not even getting billed for it. Same with the open sign. So to confirm that we're not getting billed for it, let's turn off the extraneous lights here. So those two lights, if my calculations are correct, those two lights should be the only lights we're actually getting billed for. Or they should have been. So right now, we should only be billed for 2 fridges. Okay, one set of lights are being billed for. Which one is that, I wonder? I'm going to assume it's the 4 lights here. Yeah, it was the 4 lights. Okay, that's fine. We do have the open sign for free, though. The open sign is not consuming gasoline. So we can literally leave this on and it costs us nothing. Why? I don't know. I'm tempted to just say, fuck you, that's why, because using range has always been a silly thing to me. That bathroom right there is basically not needed. If I cut it out, that doesn't quite give us enough room to have, like, a, I would not be able to have, like, a, parking spot here. The stairwell is, unfortunately, yeah, we would never have a, we wouldn't be able to, like, have enough room in here to park, to have, like, a pull a vehicle all the way over. That's fine, that's fine. But that does mean that I'm a little bit less incentivized to bother getting rid of the bathroom walls. Why not? Why not? I have to sleep anyway. So that should only be 4 lights to basically get the entire building visible. It's cool. I like it. My IRL stream room. So there's microphones, there's a recliner, there's only so much you could do. We could use 3D placement to do some very interesting things with that. You'd probably hit a limit. I mean, okay, here's an interesting question. Is there anything in this game that has a screen, like a TV screen, monitor screen, whatever the hell, that actually qualifies as a object that I can use 3D placement with? Because if there is, then suddenly that gives us a lot of very interesting options. So think about that. In the meantime, I need to... I'm just going to put this mahogany table somewhere. Ideally somewhere where it won't block traffic. It's not a bad spot. But yeah, I need to take off some gear so I can get rid of the white fridge. It is not needed. Okay. So one of the things I'm actually going to do the thing I was talking about before with booze. I am going to drink some booze before going to sleep. That will shut my hunger up completely and get me wasted, but the important part is the hunger. Just putting really unnecessary stuff in. Where? Over here? Yeah. Memorabilia bin, I suppose, to some extent. A lot of this will need to come back downstairs. Small form food can now start getting deposited in the corner. Unique memorabilia bin, we'll use the, let's use this for now. Allegedly, I've never read some of these recipes, but I know how to do everything I would learn. At least I think I do. I'll try that sugar cookie recipe at some point. This is not the final resting place for books and reading material. I'm going to find a better spot for it later. Just centralizing it for now. Okay, it is past my bedtime. Let's have ourselves something nice to drink. I'm feeling, if there was some gin, I would try to live up to my channel name. There is no gin. How about some, you know what? I like the concept of port. Apparently it is a very expensive wine. If you get some good port, it's supposed to be the best stuff. I've never had any IRL. Liquor before beer and you're in the clear. So we'll top that off with a couple of... Okay, that's a bit much. Had enough love. Remember, alcohol dehydrates you. That is why we get hangovers. So it is not bad to also drink some things that actually hydrate you. Soda. There's probably better examples than soda, but that's what was in front of us. Seems like we lost the music. I should not be surprised. It tends to happen earlier, the past couple of streams. I wonder if that's because we've explored so much of the map that now we're starting to get memory leaks or something. I don't know. That's the only difference I can see, because there's been no updates. Nothing has changed since 42.14.1 came out. But whatever. Whenever this happens, we just do this. Got the actual game's music on a playlist. Okay, at this point, I'm not going to keep waiting for the weather. I'm not going to keep... I've run out of extremely useful things to do. Now I need to do more transports to get our materials up here. So we're just going to clear the road with melee. Maybe we'll shoot a little bit, but it'll have to be close range shooting. Able to remind myself that this is the electronics bin by putting the radio on top of it. We should have no need to do any welding on the journey back, because there's no major obstructions in terms of wrecked vehicles. We should be fine. I left the rifle outside. Oh, this is not good. I dropped the rifle for a good reason, but I should never forget about it. I may have dropped it all the way up here. Might as well grab one of the stoves up here while we're at it. Didn't I drop it here? That's not good. Fuck, did I drop it? Wait, these places don't even have stoves? Okay, so this is the really poor trailer park then. I'm sorry for y'all's loss. Okay, well that just means we'll have to heat somebody's stove. feel comfortable with this, not being able to see around that corner. I have a large group. That is a wreck, but it is not, it's not a wreck of vehicles that are salvage, or, I can't weld them apart. We're gonna go ahead and shoot right here. I think we're far enough from base that, drawing more fear isn't the worst thing in the world, as long as we know where they're coming from. See, because it's both night and snowing, that's two factors working against our aiming. I've got to let them get close to get best ROI for bullets. If you've seen one of these trailer parks, you've probably seen them all. Okay, we got another. The people around here really like their green stoves. They really like their green stoves. I have seen, in the past, I have no idea if there's going to be one here, I have seen trailer park homes with good stoves, like really good ones. Like even the industrial ones. Yeah. Speak of the devil. Give me that. I do hear somebody whispering. Doesn't sound like an aggro noise. We're out of here. Got exactly what I wanted. And it's second bedtime, so we can have some booze, hit the sack. No, there has not been chair yet today. No chair today, not yet. In the not too distant future. But nah, we've already been at this for 4 hours. But there have been times where I've sat here for 11 hours and played video games and never even gotten up. That's not healthy. I don't use me as an example of what not to do in that situation. Even if for no reason, just get up and stretch your fucking legs, dude. It's bad for you to sit for... I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh man, you shouldn't sit still for 4 hours. No. But yeah, 12 hours, absolutely. There's no justifying that. But this was the aesthetic I had in mind this whole time, right? Black fridge, steel counter, black and steel oven, and then we can switch to the white and red, and it feels I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it. I haven't decided if I want to do anything with the flooring. I really would like to get rid of this ugly fucking thing right here, but the only thing I can get rid of it with is by, hang on. Wait, is there anything I can get rid of it with? Okay, there we go. It was there even after I got rid of the floor. But then after I got rid of the floor and then rebuilt a new floor, then it's good. Okay. Anyway, let's have we're gonna have some more of that port. Some more of that port. Maybe the rain will be done tomorrow. Rain/snow. Say no to precipitation. Yeah, the all-white counters are pretty cool. And depending on where you're at, they can be very plentiful. Yeah, look at that. No more precipitation for now. Not guaranteed to be done, but let's just say that it's done for the immediate moment. We're going to shut the generator off on our way out. It is not currently preserving anything. It's basically just giving us light. In fact, we're going to go ahead and move it back to where it was, because this was mostly just a measurement placeholder. So let's place the garbage bag where it was, so we know where to put the yellow. And I do not need the axe. I'm going to leave it right here for further wood cutting operations in the immediate area. Use a sapling to kind of guide myself in the correct direction here, so that I know where to make my turn. I know that if I see a sapling in the middle of the road, that's my turn. I'll augment that a little bit. Perfect. Now, what happened with the snow is that we went from rain to snow, and then we had water on the floor. That is a checkmate. That means this water will be on the floor forever, unless we close and reopen the game. So I am, probably before I depart, yeah, I'm just going to get rid of it. Yeah, before we depart, I will go ahead and reopen the game. That'll also give the music a kick. So we can see if the game wants to play the music again. For anybody joining, we've already resorted to using our own playlist because we decided to die early today. That reminds me. Empty our backpack. Now in this run, we're going to empty the perishables in the fridge at the other gas station base. Just bring them on up here. Now that we have a place where all we've got to do is throw down a good generator and get it fired up. But yeah, we're going to do that after we reopen the game here. We'll get the water off of the floor. If I was in a different scenario, I would be able to benefit from the water by filling buckets with it, but no, it's a lot of work for not a lot of gain. Especially now we've got 70 liters in the main. So let's see how long the music lasts this time, shall we? It starts playing the same track we were just listening to. Oh, wait. Damn it. I don't understand VLC sometimes. It listens to my keybinds when it wants to, and then it stops, and then it starts, and then... whatever. Off we go. We're a little hungry. We didn't have any snack food with us. And this is not one of my better equipped vehicles. So there are some dudes to the north there, and would you look at that? Would you look at that? It seems like they're wandering in the general direction of the road for no apparent reason. Almost as if that's what they're programmed to do. And of course, disappear into the fucking trees. Oh, look at that crosshair. Oh, look at that crosshair. Today is a great day for shooting, boys. Look how tight that crosshair is. An ammo check. We've got 27 rounds. No loose boxes at the moment. It may behoove us to just wait for them to mosey on up so that we can let them flip over. Save the rifle for something more target dense. That's right, I'm still here. That's not a survivor zombie, is it? Looks like a normal dude. She's got a backpack. Another Farmer John there. Recent convert. No damage to them whatsoever. R.I.P. Adelaide Colby. Alright, slow folks, you're gonna make me guy with a backpack here. Backpack with toys in it. Cool. She had a satchel. Probably just a book satchel, if anything. Comic satchel, I'll take it. Thank you. Our current sword is about half capacity. We'll absolutely switch to a new one after any sort of larger ops against the, there's further ahead, there's larger hordes in the road. Now, with this group wiped out, am I actually able to freely access the food store here? It's going to be full of complete rotted crap. Stuff should basically be dust right now. But maybe a few things that are not perished. Fuck up out of there, dude. What you going in there for? Come on. I hate the fucking awning. There's at least two of them in there. I don't know where the other one went. This one spawned in with the place, so she could be a trap. I don't know. I lost eyes on the other guy. There's more than one of them in there, but whatever. We will need this freezer at some point. That is necessary for the when we want to move the produce up. We're not at that point yet, but we will be at some point. scraping stuff off the ground and eating it. That's what we do here. Alright, so I don't even care so much about this freezer that I even want to take it like farther than the road. I'm just going to drop it on the side of the road. Then I will, every time I drive past, I'll see it. And we'll pick it up when it becomes convenient to do so. Alright, so we secured short-term food, and speaking of food, I don't really need to be carrying around all of this heavy food. We'll just leave it next to the freezer. This is just a waste of space. Of course, you gotta be slow. Don't want corpses in my road, pal. You know what? The far left lane, take it. Far enough. Just use these other corpses as a indicator. Alright, out of here. There's a lot more zombies to kill on this road. We want to have it clean for logistics. We want to avoid making too much noise here because that road to the north, they will be attracted to that road and go there if they're closer. So where did I go, guys? Where did I go? Can you see me? I can't see me. Would I be able to see it if there was a zombie here? No. Nobody would be. It's fucking game design, man. There's certain things about this isometric bullshit that I just find really hard to stomach. And these always in front of you signs are one of them. At least give us the tree occlusion system. The tree occlusion system, well, it's, you know, it's not perfect, but at least it turns things transparent so we can see outlines. That's all I need. I'm not asking for much. Anything that has the property always on top, like these street lights. If we right click on it, it says flags, always draw. Anything with that flag should also be subject to the tree occlusion system, in my humble opinion. I am no game design noob. I do believe we're coming up on the... Yeah, we're coming up on... Okay, here we go. We're coming up on the rest stop here. Which means... Well, we don't have the capacity to do a bombing right now. I would kind of prefer to do a bombing on these guys, if at all humanly possible. Because there's going to be a lot of them. And we can't just kill the ones that are in our way. Alternatively, there are other things I could do than a pipe bombing. Could do a fighting position. But we don't need that much of a fighting position. When we've got this entire concrete barrier right here, we would just have to find a way to exploit it appropriately. For now, I'd like to try to gather them into a large group so that I can know where they're at and deal with them accordingly afterwards. Because remember, now that we've read Aiming 5, we're getting a hell of a lot more experience per gunshot. I can't even rule out that if we start going nuts, that we might not get Aiming level 9 during this session. I'm not going to say we will, but I'm not going to rule it out. But because we have all this room here, it feels wrong not to use it. using the concrete barricade as a fighting position, well, twofold. Regardless of which side we try to do it from, we're going to have problems. Because the concrete barricade, if we use it, if we try to draw, I mean, all the targets are going to be on this side, but if we try to draw them all to the other side, they're going to distribute a little too much. They also might break it. I'll be real with you guys, I don't actually know exactly what I'm going to proceed with. Oh, look at this. We do have a way around the concrete barrier right here. That opens up some options. That opens up a number of options. Yeah, it does. We could probably fence fuck a large number of these guys. What is my M9? We've got 3 full magazines and a full magazine M9. And then we've got at least, yeah, we've got 158 shots of revolver. Handle this with hand weapons? Fuck yeah, we can. I don't care if my sword is at half integrity. We got this. We don't need a bomb. You know, I have a fundamental question right now. Are barricades and zombies flipping over them, is that powerful enough to overcome the aiming debuffs we get for doing drive-by shootings, shooting out the window? There is no better time to find out than right now. Might be. I can't rule it out. Now, it would be kind of hard to do drive-by shootings reliably like this, because this is the kind of situation where you really want your fucking window up. You really want, because I mean, you're a sitting target if you have your window down, or no window at all. Gotcha, bitch. Fences are powerful things. Fences are powerful things I'd like to use more of. So here's what we're going to do. There's enough of them that if they start flipping over these barricades en masse, there's going to be some barricades that just break. So let's use the barricades that are in front of the tree wall here. I don't care if a few break right here, because I'll never use them if they're this close to a tree wall. Fuck will I ever touch those? That's just asking to get bitten from behind. And we're going to continue making sure that they use that side as much as we can. We're just going to lure them straight into this guy's front yard. He didn't want that. He shouldn't have let his house get looted and trashed. I mean, hell, we gotta... If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have a clear 6 right here. You know what? Come on over this fence here for me. Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm talking about. One on the north. No more FFFUUUU. Fucked around. I prefer not to find out. Remember, your movement gets locked while you're reloading in a vehicle like this. Okay, so what that has accomplished is that the large majority of at least the fast ones, from the main horde are now on this side of the barricade. So what do I do next? Off goes the light bar. And look at this, we got a clean street to start killing them on. That's right, calling y'all bitches out. Let's go. Let's do this. This is going to be untenable quickly. Even with the power of fences. Yeah, we'll pull the M9 when the faster ones get to us. Control. Maintain control. 9 mil. And falling back. Hands are shaking. Hands still shaking. Good thing is we can use the rifle with a clean conscience here because there's a lot of these guys are all fast shampers. And we don't have to say that we're done with the fence yet because all we gotta do is this. Yeah, I'm maliciously abusing the absolute fuck out of this. They want to give us zombies having only one position in which they are extremely vulnerable to gunfire. I'm gonna fucking use it. I'm gonna fucking use it, boy. Look at that, they're all on this side again. It's almost as if we've got a very valuable strategic resource here. Now, that being said, did I reload the 9? I didn't, I'm an idiot. Not a good situation. The way they're distributing behind me. Had to hit escape there because the stupid, you have to cancel the reload if you need to control your vehicle. I've literally rammed things before because, reloading prevents you from controlling the vehicle. Nothing else does, only reloading. I can sharpen my sword while driving, but I can't reload. I can't push some bullets into a magazine. Oh, that's it. Reloading our bandolier. We're opening 2 boxes of 357. We've only got 5 shots of the rifle left. I'm taking the rifle off my back. Would you get off my back? You are not my father. Now you see, we've killed quite a few of the fast shamblers. A lot of who's left are slow. And we can control the situation against slows so much better than fasts. Oops. Hold them up. Alright, 9mm is empty, reloading. We've got 1 magazine in the gun and 2 spare, or 1 spare left. And there's a few fast ones left, but that was a lot of them right there. Actually, reload that revolver. There we go. What? Just because they're slow shamblers does not mean they're not a threat. We will need to reposition often if we're going to be doing foot mobile combat. This many of them, I can handle, sort of, after it. Remember, the slow ones, we control their speed. The sword is almost done now. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. 1 miss swing is all it takes. What is this slowed down to? Half. It should still be effective. Okay, we don't have a clear 6 up here, so let's clear our 6. I actually get a little bit annoyed at how quickly the music fades. Stop fading, goddammit. Thank you. Yes, did I just go aggro the zombies just so that the music would keep you after me? Yeah, I did. No hesitation. Hurt a little bit. Fucking hands are still shaking. Why I missed one of those swings. I can blame the auto attack too. I swung at a ground target when I really didn't want to. But that's a skill issue. I can turn that off. But I'm so used to operating with it on that. Okay, the sword is down to like 1/3. I'm dropping it. We're done with it. Machete time. Don't feel like having to deal with you. Who needs bombs? Am I right? Machete could use a sharpen. Alright, let's sharpen my machete. We can let the music fade now. Okay. Yeah, we're doing good. A couple of tense moments there. Largely in control. Largely. Alright, so this sword is a decoration now. A couple of dudes magnetize themselves on the truck, as they're known to do. Always leave it running in combat situations like this. Intentionally. We are a bit hungry. Now we can finally take a peek at the rest station. There may be a snack or two left. Now remember, whenever a place is looted and trashed, loot that could appear anywhere in it will appear basically all over the floor. So even places where you normally wouldn't look for loot, like a bathroom, you could find, for example, soda spawns here, so we could find soda on the floor in any number of places. We can also forage. Yeah, alright. Never had much prospect here. Will always take steel sheets. Like, literally always, if I can manage. Tarp. For later. It's a surprise tool that'll help us later. I mean, I do have some foodstuffs that I picked up from across the street, but I was going to see what I could get away with locally. Candy it is. Alright, fatigue is going to hit us any moment now. We actually don't have any, we do not have any coffee on us at the moment. Let's see if this thing's got okay tires. If it does, we'll take the, not really. Maybe I'll steal the sus. That's an okay sus right there. Yeah, we got two 70 plus performance sus. Then, I mean, the tires, there's one okay-ish tire. We'll look for another. So with that, we should have at least a corridor here, a major corridor clear. There is still going to be another huge group. I was not expecting to be able to clear the entire highway in one day, even if we did a bombing here. The amount of time that it takes to get zombies gathered together to do a good detonation is honestly, if I can just go weapons free and have a strategic use, tactically useful thing like the barricade there, it's almost just as fast in terms of, you know, total time expenditure. You know, Dr. Brand said we got to think of time as a resource, just like fuel and air. But yeah, I do expect, or was it? Well, let's just see. Let's see. Get into the wrong neighborhood, son. Yeah, okay, here we are. I was expecting another group of some kind, and we found it. This one has been scattered. I don't think that the raincoat guy there is a survivor zombie, but we'll check him. We'll check him after a moment here. My corpse discipline is kind of lacking, and that's okay. I don't have a lot of time before the fatigue hits. Got a guy with a gun over there. What's up, fam? Right there is 5 shells of shotgun. Officer Caps. Officer Caps who? Sure he caps somebody. Derek Caps. No, you left right after asking, so I don't know how you're expecting to get an answer. But now the whatchamacallit, I have not actually departed yet. So no chair yet. I know it's an exciting thing. The officer's 9mm that we just picked up was actually 90% condition. That's not bad. It's actually equal to my current one. Assuming I didn't take any condition loss from all that fighting. Nah, we're good. I do need to reload it, though. We do actually have 1 reload for the 9mm left, thanks to Officer Caps there. Officer Caps will help us cap some more people. This doesn't really give it any extreme value, but I inherited this chair from my granddad. He had a bad hip for most of his life, but when he started getting older, like much older in his 80s, started needing better things to sit on. So we, the whole family chipped in and bought him this recliner. And when he passed, this is back in like 2011 when he passed. It just kind of, I took over on it. Yeah, I would not be surprised about that. Funny thing is, my granddad was never a guy who expressed many of his opinions to us, but I always like to imagine he actually had some pretty strong opinions. He was the kind of guy who was like no politics at the dinner table, at least while he was still like, you know, conversational. He had dementia in his last decade or so, as I got to know him as I grew up, there was less and less of him to know, which is a sad thing, but that's how life goes. This chair is definitely not the only thing I have to remember him by. I have much better things than this chair to remember him by. He was a what's his official title? He was in the Army. I think he was an engineer. He was in Field Artillery Battalion, 3C. Or no, sorry, not 3C. That was 751st Field Artillery Battalion. 3C was my other granddad. My other granddad was a Marine Raider. That's alright. That was still literally more than a decade ago. He's in a much better place than he would not be a very big fan of the world as it is today. He's in a hell of a better way than I don't know how many of my viewers were around in the late 2010s, but things were better then. Things were a lot better then. There was a lot. Shitification wasn't a word yet. You can put it that way. Literally did not exist as a word. I'm sure it was like, you know, maybe in some obscure internet lingo, but it didn't come anywhere near close to public adoption. So this group almost looks like it could have been a survivor group, but the only backpack we saw, we already peeled it off, and there was nothing in it. So that guy's name is Merlin. Merlin Childers. Okay, yeah. All right, we got Merlin's ID card, but he wasn't wearing his hat. Bastard. I often chuckle at the prevalence of memes and how they can do very strange things. And how the strangest of things can end up being way more viral than you ever expected them to be. I think I've told this story once before, but I was I'm an old friend. I'm an old friend. I used to spend a lot of time posting on a certain place where people like to share images, an image board, if you will. The although I didn't actually do a lot of contributions myself. In fact, the number of times that I was OP, it's probably I could count on a single digit on my hand. But one time I did actually I was a little bit drunk within a year of when my fiance left. So I was just kind of, I just felt like writing something really stupid. So I wrote this copy pasta, or not even a copy pasta, it's just a bit of a bait and switch story. This is a little bait and switch green text story. And I didn't even stick around in the thread to see if anybody liked it. I literally just posted it, and I'm gonna be real with you guys, I bumped it once. I did one self bump. And then I was like, nah, alright, bedtime. And it was not until like literally weeks later that I fucking saw it on Reddit. I was like, wait a minute, what? And it's still there to this day. If you go to Reddit and do a search for Anon deals with his roommate. Actually, you can just straight up type that in Google. Anon deals with his roommate. I'm pretty sure the top result will be my my green text. And it was just this really stupid bait and switch story that I wrote. And apparently the internet fucking loved it. Technically speaking, that is, as somebody who's written over 2 million words across his lifetime, that is the one thing I've published that people have just enjoyed and just spread all over the place organically. I have no idea if anything else I write will ever attain that level of interest. And I would find it truly hilarious if that was the only thing I ever wrote that actually just spread all over the place. I would just find it funny. I wouldn't even be mad about it. Was that it? No, there's a few more duffel bags, weren't there? We had 2 with us, and there's 5 there. Right, we only had 7. Okay. I still don't have anything else to put in this roast. I'm just going to top it off with some rabbit meat and get it cooking, because it is actually a bit old now. It's several days old. Even though we've kept it fridged, it's not going to last long once we take it out of the fridge. 3rd helping of rabbit it is. We'll go ahead and stay here tonight. Perhaps as an overnight task, we'll get a shipment packed up, and tomorrow morning we'll commute back to our new base. Oh, everything can be taken out of context. The whole point was to take the entire thing out of context. It's supposed to make OP sound like a really racist guy. I'm supposed to sound really racist at first, and then you realize what I'm actually talking about, and you're like, oh, well, that's not technically racist, is it? But yeah, I won't spoil it if you're interested. It is, it's fun. It's a bait. If you've read one bait and switch, then you know what's coming. But I always wondered, because obviously I posted it anonymously. I am not a trip friend. I do not trip out 99.9% of the time. I do have a trip code, but I've literally never used it other than to test it. But the point being is I was wondering, would there even be a way that I could prove that it was me who made that? And yes, but no. Internet people will know that just because you have files of a certain timestamp, that doesn't prove anything necessarily. I literally know how to edit file timestamps, so that literally wouldn't mean anything to me if somebody's trying to use that for evidence for me. But I do actually have the Photoshop source of that, the image that I posted, the one with Woody with the flames over his face. I have the source file for the Photoshop file for that. I found it a couple of years ago. It would not be very hard to recreate that, though. So does that really prove anything? I don't know. I don't really care. It's one of those things where if somebody doesn't believe that it was actually you, then whatever. I don't fucking care. I'm sure there are other people out there who would love to take credit for cool things. I never would have imagined that somebody would just go on the internet and copy something that I wrote and make it look like it's something that's theirs, until I saw people just copy my Steam reviews for other games. They just fucking copy my Steam reviews and just post it themselves. And I was just like, really? Is that what we're doing now? Or he was probably just an awards harvester. is probably all he was. But I did find that quite funny. Thought I missed some spices, but there's nothing left here. So that ended up being a 90 roast. Gonna go ahead and put that back in the fridge because it will not last long in its current form. Can I show all the bases by the map? Sure. I mean, yeah, that's, I don't have too much else to do at the moment. So, my main base, Riverside, is north of the gas station. And, I have a small little outpost in, this was kind of actually the first place I settled down into. It's a ranch outside of Riverside with a lot of cows and sheep in it. So you could say that's technically my first base. Technically my second base would be the Riverside gas station, because I actually stayed there for quite a bit before I started breaking ground and building the full Riverside base in the river here. A whole bunch of sleeping places in Riverside. I don't really count those as bases, though. That's just anything with an S and a blue circle means that it meets the bare minimum standards for me to go sleep there. We've got a little workshop outpost in the Electromax workshop, Brandenburg. We can start there. We've got, we never even marked this, but we set up a base in the mansion up here. I'll just give it a little red B with a circle, because it is technically secure, but I didn't put too much effort into like securing the lower floor. There's not that many spawns there. If I were to go there right now, I just kill everybody around it and we're good. But made a nice little base right there. That was for assaulting the shopping center. And when I say base, that's really just a glorified fixed up house. That's nothing. Another glorified fixed up house. Because Brandenburg, we would stay in different places based on what we were working on. Ekron, I only ever had one real base here, and that was this house right here. Served as our ingress for the assault on the, whatchamacallit, the school, or the community college. Irvington, we'll get to that later. Made a little base here for the assaulting the Guns Unlimited store. And then, of course, Echo Creek, the gas station there, lovely place. I put a fair bit of effort into that one. Irvington, going in this direction, Irvington, the Mashden Fatco. I set a base there. Its strategic value is a little bit lessened. It's not exactly central to Irvington, but there's a lot of easy stuff there you can build with, so that's cool. I never really set up anywhere else in Irvington. That's just a very small sleeping house we actually set up within the first week when we did our map exploration. We have Rosewood. Rosewood, we'll actually be going back to this someday. We have a few things we got to pick up there. That's just the Rosewood gas station. We've got a, this is March Ridge. We were here more recently. We've got a custom base we built next to the fence, next to our custom entrance. And then we built a full-on base here. I actually got to give this one a B, because we did put some solid effort into it. I mean, it was the point I didn't really need to mark it, though. But it is even bigger of a base than the other one. This is just the gas station plus Gigamart. And before all of that, really, we did do Muldraw. Muldraw is our second biggest base to Riverside. We've got Mashden Fatco here with actually got a forge, furnace kiln, all the works, as it were, all of the works. And on the other side of Muldraw, we have a minor outpost in the gas station, but it is actually well enough guarded that I could put a B on it. I'm kind of trying to do these in chronological order, but Muldraw would have happened long before Irvington and whatnot, so it is chronological, but it's not. We do have a small base here outside of the military research facility. We fell back there many times in order to get that set up. During our initial travels, we did set up in the gas station at at Phallus Lake. Didn't have to do much fixing up, though. It was already pretty good. And then one of our most recent bases before this one is the, we actually still have some freezers running here. This is the base at West Point in the south end at the, it's unlabeled. There is no label for it. It's just a metalworking warehouse. It is not a whatchamacallit. It is not a certified Electromax joint. But anyway, we're about an hour out from our bedtime. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give our girl a quick break here. Chair is about to come along. I'm sure everybody's excited about that. But yeah, I have to step away briefly. My fucking... Northern Virginia is such a weird place. The temperature has gotten warm enough again that I have to switch back to air conditioning instead of heat. I do not need smart home features in most of my stuff, but the simple ability for AC and heat to automatically switch just to maintain a single temperature, that doesn't feel like too much to ask, and yet I can't. Alright, anyway, I will be right back. One momento. Ah, yes. Yeah, no problem. I'll get a screenshot compilation at some point, maybe post it on Imgur as like a little bit of a photo album for our bases. All right, I am back. Oh yeah, 5 Fahrenheit, that's not enough for me. That is not enough for me. If I want a I mean, honestly, 3 degrees. If I go so right now it's 73 degrees Fahrenheit in my apartment. At that point, I'm sweating. I usually prefer below 70 at all times. Usually in the mornings, it's not as bad because the apartment has a bit of a draft, and if the thermostat thinks it's something, the rest of the apartment is usually a few degrees actually cooler. So the opposite effect kicks in when the sun is out and it's sunny. We got high ceilings, and the heat retention is pretty high on the ceilings. So, all right, we're a little bit past our bedtime here. That's okay. Let's hit the sack. Right. Now you see that tells me that the I hate to be the conspiracy guy, right? But ever since I learned that the power company has rebates for just letting them use one of those smart thermostats that just reaches in there and shuts off your fucking AC when peak load happens. Fuck you. Fuck you. Build out better infrastructure so that peak load is not a problem. Don't reach in there and shut my shit off just because you can't handle it. It's a fucking skill issue. Get another fucking nuclear plant built. Don't wait for Jeff Bezos to come in here and start... Anyway, I'm sorry. Whenever I start getting angry about local issues, I might not stop. I mean, so Dominion Energy has got 3 nuclear power plants right now in this area on the Northern Virginia power grid. It's one of the reasons that data centers are just all over the fucking place in Northern Virginia. It's also one of the reasons that my electricity is literally some of the cheapest on the planet. My electrical prices, okay, so a couple of years ago, my electrical prices were the cheapest on the planet. With the data center expansions for the recent AI craze, I suspect that's not going to last long. Now, not even Data Center City can handle that. And that's one of the reasons Amazon literally came in and said to Dominion Energy, we'll help you build another power plant. Just give us favorable ratings for some of our data centers here, because Amazon's US East is almost within walking distance of where I live. If I ever really wanted to just sell my soul and put my skills to the highest bidder in the local area, yeah, sure, I could go be one of those Amazon drones. I really don't want to resort to that if I don't have to. I despise Amazon on many levels. But I mean, if it got to the point, like, let's just say I was in the family way, right? Like, just say I got married and suddenly a kid came along earlier than expected and I needed money, I would do it. I'd fucking do it. I would suck it up and do it. I would apply for Amazon and make copious. I'd hype myself up a little bit. It's not hard to hype myself up. Not hard at all to hype myself up on a resume. In truth, my day job is really just helping Grandpa figure out his iPhone. But if I wanted to make it sound a lot cooler, it'd be really fucking easy too. It was one of the ways they baited me in. So I mentioned before, I work for federal law enforcement as a public contractor, and one of the stories that I was told is that, oh man, we helped this guy do this while he was in the middle of a high-speed chase, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then I sat down for my first day, and I was like, oh, so you guys answer emails all day? Yeah, we take phone calls too. We answer emails. So even though that scenario is actually a plausible thing, the number of times that actually happens is not that fun. They're just going to wait until after the chase to call us. We're not that kind of people. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, if you want to hype up my line of work, you can fucking hype it up. It's great. I can make my resume look like a really fucking really interesting thing. And is anybody ever going to actually follow up on whether claims made on a resume are true? Beyond actually just one of the things that I think they do is they'll call people that you put down as previous employers and just be like, hey, this guy actually worked here at this point? And they'll be like, yeah, and they'll be like, okay, cool, he's got an employment history. I don't know of too many employers that go beyond that. Are you sure you want to eat this? Is there not? Is there really not? Oh, so then Steel, we did that. We actually did that. I am so sorry that you lost that. If you ever do that again, if you realize that, so if you eat a couple of raw eggs in this game, you'll die from it, because especially if you have a weak stomach. I did that once on, it was a long time. This was before I started live streaming, but I actually did that once, and I saw that my health was going down for no reason. I did the same thing that I did when I had the fire problem. What I did is I just paused the game, shut it off, I turned on debug mode, and I went in and turned on God mode, because that's fucking stupid. There is nobody on this planet who is so sensitive that a few raw eggs would kill them. No, that's fucking bullshit, and the developers of this game should know better. But they don't actually, like, put a specific, or like, they have a system, and it, I guess you could say it works, but the system does not check for logical things like that. It just says, okay, we should add this much sickness for eating this much nutrition of something that is uncooked. And it's just full cloth across the board. I don't even know if there's random number generation involved. There should be. It's perfectly possible that you eat something raw, and there's actually, like, nothing, there's no E. coli in it, there's no serious gut-wrenching bacteria in it. It's not a risk. It's not a risk that anybody should take. I don't recommend raw meat, but I mean, and our bodies actually don't process raw meat very well. We get something out of it, but nowhere near as much as cooked meat. But it is theoretically possible. It's just not, you're not playing the odds if you do that. I don't recommend it. That's fine. We hold on to this stuff. We were gonna stage for a trip, but we don't have... There's not that much here to stage. It's all already in vehicles. Like, we're gonna empty the fridge, but that needs to stay in the fridge until we're ready to go. And a lot of this stuff is just local use. It can stay here. In fact, certain things I'll take forward with me. Oh, that's interesting. That's some pretty ethical, I mean, if only all gas could work that way. If only that, gas is an interesting concept right now because of the Iran situation. With the Strait of Hormuz closed, that affects so much shipping. I don't know why I keep looking through these counters. There's really nothing to worry about here. Tomorrow morning we empty the fridge, we take the generator, and then we reposition the blue generator so that can reach the interior here. And then we're good to go. Yeah, we can go to bed. Oh, lemongrass. That's right. I almost... Lemongrass reduces food poisoning. Oh, we finally ran out of our battery on the flashlight. That's good. I'm waiting to replace that for a minute. It's got a spare battery just chilling. I have an entire box. Oh, there's this one in my backpack. Alright, battery replaced. So, what I'm going to do is just load up a generator straight into the trunk of the fire truck. And we are going to tow the fire truck with the ambulance. And that will get quite a bit of stuff moved forward with us. We will need to come back and pick up those 3 generators. But that shouldn't be too difficult. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the stuff out of the freezer first. Because I don't even know if this is always a thing. But sometimes stuff in a freezer will instantly unfreeze if power is cut. I've seen that happen before and I can't reproduce it. But that is a thing that does happen. Fridge stuff goes straight into the backpack. And yeah, I don't really care about most of the rest of what's left here. This should come with me, yeah. do is this garbage bag full of freezer stuff. Just toss it straight onto the seat, because that is a full seat's worth. And then we do some towing with the ambulance. Next time I'm back here, I'll reposition the blue generator. Alright. I wish I could tow this forward, but I'm not. Now, we're not anywhere near the stage where we actually need it yet. We may, before we probably have enough shotgun on us right now to handle the military checkpoints, but then we will be empty, I think. If that. I'm not... The military checkpoint, the amount is going to be variable. There could be more zombies than last time, or the similar amount. I believe the average is about 1,700, if I'm not mistaken. That is the average outdoor spawn for that map cell. Which, yeah, that basically includes the checkpoint and slightly nearby areas. I think the checkpoint technically constitutes more than one map cell, especially as you progress through it, but yeah. The surrounding map cells around the military checkpoint I don't think are that bad, unless you're going straight into the city, because then the hospital's right there. Lemongrass is one of those things where you don't often find it unless you grow some, and if you grow some, you'll never run out. Lemongrass, if you grow some, it's one of those crops that can be harvested many times, and the regrowth period is not that bad. You do not get that much experience for harvesting it, though, so if you want to use that as a way to grind experience, it won't work that well. I actually thought she was a firefighter for a second. Nah. Thought the polka dot undies were just a bunch of blood on a reflector. So something I can do that I'm thinking about now is we could weld up some barred windows using those picnic tables right there. I can't remember if there are any burned wrecks coming up here between where we're at and where we're going. Could be one or two. At this current juncture, welding rods are the linchpin material that we may have enough of. I'm not actually 100% sure. I mean, if I stop allocating all of my welding rods towards putting together gate bags, then it wouldn't be as big of a problem. I like doing that, though. It's very useful to me. We have 5 gate bags currently, so we can make 5 more gates. That being an odd number is a bit weird. I didn't even remark on this when it happened, but the current sword that I'm using, I didn't even take it out of the ambulance. I took it out of the trailer. The ambulance still has 7 more swords in it. So we are armed to the teeth for melee if we need to fall back to it. But I would definitely prefer to use guns in most scenarios whenever we're clearing bigger groups. But yeah, I predict that once we get started on the checkpoint, we'll get so many multi-kills with the shotgun that we should just blow through level 9 aiming. So the stuff that was in the freezer did thaw. That's okay. Kind of rare that we'd be able to actually make it not, but Get back in there, get back freezing. If I had not gotten out to attack anybody and just blitzed it, we might have made it without it ever thawing. We'll refuel and repair it once the stuff that is perishable is back in the frozen state. You know, before I sharpen that blade, let us get ahead of that and just do a let's do a sharpening stone. It's been way too long since I've just had a sharpening stone just ready to go. Sharpening stone is not too hard if you have the necessary tools, which we might not. Tools required include a club hammer, and a mason's chisel, which we don't have. That's in the other truck. Okay. So, I don't know why I parked the fire truck, because we are going to want to use the fire truck now that it's been emptied again. Is the ambulance that we are leaving here. But I also want to empty my backpack and get some perishable food out. We could use 2 spare magazines of M9, and I can now put away the leftover bullets that we came across here. Three empty mags getting put away. 2 full mags coming out. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, I enjoy this. I enjoy this chair very much. Enjoy it very much. Soda goes next to the soda machine. Oh, right, these are the shelves that don't show anything on them. So there is stuff on these shelves, but it doesn't look like there is. Only the red shelves do that. The other, the beige shelves do not do that. Let's put this mortar and pestle in my first aid kit. It's useful. And this MSR 788 into the vehicular device. I mean, we might actually pull it back out. I mean, we actually can't fit it in here, so yeah, no, we'll hold on to it. For a big one. These salads are not going to last too much longer. They have been chilling for quite a bit. I never took them out of the fridge, but I made them like almost a week ago now, and that is enough time for, even if they've been refrigerated, for salads to start going. So we've got about 33 shots to work with here. Hello. Power just flickered. It was a very brief flicker. But my UPS had to click on. That's a noise that I'm conditioned to. That's a noise that I'm highly conditioned to dislike. Hopefully that's not a. Hopefully it's not a sign of anything. I would like to establish a book box, proper book box. All of these books are memes except for what we just picked up, and I don't think I need napping 5. Let me double check that. Yeah, it's only napping 2 that we need. The weird, and that's actually the one that's preventing us from leveling it any further. And I find that to be very funny. So all these books are really just memes, just so that I can... I mean, I picked them up because I had the capability of doing so, but I don't actually need any of them. It was mostly just because I wanted to have a library in one of my bases. This one we could do any worse because we've got a bookshelf. What did I just pick up? Oh, the carpet. Did I? No, seriously, what the fuck did I just pick up? Oh, the bookshelf. I couldn't pick it up. There we go. Doop. I actually don't know where I'm going to put the bookshelf. The bookshelves actually, it might not look like it, they actually block a lot of stuff. So I'm just going to, we'll come back to that later. Just put the bookshelf over here. Just don't look too hard at this whole side of the base. I'm not done with it yet. I've barely gotten started with it. Okay. Yeah, we're looking good. We are taking the truck back now. We are going to use the truck to pick up the generators. And when we drive back, we're going to take with us the... There's another trailer. We can take the trailer. The trailer is not full. TBA. TBA, what we'll take back with us. Oh, yeah, I do definitely have enough munitions. Okay, so I have a... let's do the quick math. 25 shells, shotgun shells per box. We have 7 plus 12 boxes. That is 18. Yeah, that's 18. No, 7 plus 12, that's 19. So 25 shells times 19 boxes. We have 475 shotgun shells accessible to us right now. Remember that we can kill as many as 5 zombies with a single shot. We won't always kill that many, but we can kill anywhere between 2 and 5 zombies. 2 is usually what I try to go for before I even loose a shell. So let's just say that we have an average of 2 zombies per shell, possibly more. If we average at least 2 per shell, we're almost up to 1,000 zombies with just the shotgun. And I never just use one caliber. I'm always switching between them. We've got enough. We've got 50 times 15, whatever the fuck that is, shots of 9mm. We've got enough munitions to clear the checkpoint, definitely. It's just a question of how balanced will I be after the checkpoint. And will I want to go back all the way back to Rosewood where my ammo van still is. That is one of the few vehicles that I did not actually get to bring all the way forward from Rosewood. But yeah, that is our current situation with ammo. And thankfully the road is nice and open. Don't have to stop, don't have to pass go, don't have to collect $200. At this point it is a lot faster to just load up a vehicle with a trailer and drive that way than it is to try to tow another vehicle. But we also don't have very many throwaway vehicles. So the other fire truck here, I believe it's one of the good ones. So I don't think I can get away with leaving it here. No, this is one of the good ones. I need this. It won't stay with us forever. I will probably end up leaving it at Jericho when we establish it. But this trunk is almost full. It's like just slightly short of being full. We have room in the trunk of this one for all 3 of those generators right there, and that's what we're going to do now. Oh yeah, absolutely. Before we go nuts with that, we'll check a before and after. I have decided I won't, especially now that I have the aiming level 5 book. I have decided I will definitely not be using any bombs for the checkpoint itself. Even though that would probably be a very, very good use of a bomb, I would very much like to get to aiming level 10 as soon as possible. So we will be expending lots of ammunition. If there are still tons of zombies to clear at the checkpoint and I've already gotten aiming level 10, which I'm not sure if that'll actually happen, it might be a little ways into Louisville before we get 10. For reference, we did have aiming level 5, the book, on Annie Mae, and we had read it right around the time we started getting in, so we're actually right on track in terms of stat completion. We're right there with Annie. I don't know why I keep looking in here. I have already separated the wheat from the chaff for this place. This place is good to go. That is just toilet water. I literally don't need it. So this trip, now that we have the generators loaded up, this trip is going to be, we're taking the, we're taking fire trucks with each other. And then we will have to come back one more time to pick up the last trailer. Now I am going to put this generator, I'll try to put it like right here-ish. I would like it to reach, I'd like it to reach the fridge and the indoor lights. And I remember that being a problem last time. One of the issues we're running into is the gas pumps on the other side there are the only ones with fuel. Oh no, what the hell? Am I insane? I thought the pumps on this side had no fuel. All four of them do. Okay. Cool. This generator is now powering lights, fridge, and all 8 pumps. All 8 pumps have fuel here. I don't know why I put the... Oh, I put the generator over there because I wanted a separate circuit for the pumps. I no longer want a separate circuit for the pumps. So all is right with the world now. Of course, all that fucking perishable food that we have back at base, and I didn't bring any of it. That's okay, I suppose. Does this one need a top up of gas? No, it's good. All of my vehicles are good. This one has just got metalworking stuff in it. It quite literally is optional. I want both of these bags, though. And I think I can fit them both in this one. Because this one had a generator. Now it doesn't. Perfect fit. We can also fit some stuff on the seat. Should have shut that off already. There we go. I wonder, can a fire truck tow another fire truck? I don't know why I feel compelled to try. Let's just see what happens. I feel like it shouldn't... If the ambulance can't do it, I feel like the fire truck shouldn't be able to do it. And yet, for some reason, I feel compelled to try. We'll see what happens. I am most likely going to just be wasting my time. Yeah, let's just see what happens. It's already hooked up, right? Yeah. No, we're not going to make it out a second. Right? Yeah, no, we're not going to make it out. That's fine. I know I could probably do some finagling with the tires. That's okay. We literally don't have our jack right now. We have a pump, but no jack. That is the penalty that I have to take for carrying around the rifle. This could be going twice as fast. That's okay. We, having a dearth of throwaway vehicles is affecting us there, too. If I could just take a throwaway vehicle, I probably would. I have already done the math on traversals like this. Generally speaking, if you can take a throwaway vehicle and just do 2 trips, it is actually faster on the whole. That's alright. I'm not that mad about it. Sometimes a throwaway vehicle is not always available. Now, it has been a while since we've checked our generators back at West Point. I do predict they're definitely way below the halfway point right now. I think they should still be good. I'm just doing some very basic mental math, though. You know, I was lamenting not having a spare jack. Look at that. Spare jack and a tire iron. Look at that. Actually, it's not a tire iron. It's a lug wrench. I prefer tire irons because you can actually hit people with them. And store them on your back. Oh yeah, absolutely. So pipes. Not only do we have all the ones we need in our gate, we have enough pipes right now. The only thing that I'm too worried about pipes for is gates. And we have 5 fully assembled gate bags. The next place that I want to build a gate in after this current location, I kind of want to go straight for Jericho. I really do. I don't know if we'll make it. I don't know if we'll make it that far. I may feel obligated to set up in the workshop. That'll depend on if the workshop is looted and trashed or not. If the workshop, so there's a big workshop, kind of like Electromax / MassGen Fatco kind of loot table. I don't think it's labeled, so I don't know what company it is, but it is. There's one just before the checkpoint, and that would be a convenient place, but I would only put the effort into that if it was not looted and trashed. And last time we went by it, it was looted and trashed, and it's basically a 50-50 shot. I mean, I think that is the final chance, I believe. It is a 50-50 chance for everything that spawns in. I think there's a few exceptions for the looted and trashed system. It won't show up on certain POIs, but most of the important ones it can show up on. So the crack pipe, I actually don't have one. Fuck am I gonna put in it? I can't grow tobacco in this game. Jin's not going to do another, no more tobacco rants. No. I've said my piece on it. I will start submitting bug reports for this game again as soon as tobacco is fixed. When tobacco is fixed, I will go out of my way to start doing bug reports again. Until then, my bug report from May 2024 continues to be, actually no, it was 2025. Right? Yeah, 2025. Until that bug report is redressed. Why would I put in another one? Chance they just don't fucking look at it. I think what hits me the hardest is I've literally told them what to fix, like what fucking line of code. They have to add an 8, and it's line 730 something in the vegetables conf file. I don't remember the exact path. I wrote it down somewhere. But yeah, one number added to one file. I want to believe that they haven't fixed it yet because it is part of just a big old revamp that they're trying to do, and they're just going to wait till that revamp is done before they try to fix anything with it. I would understand completely if that was the case. It would still be nice if they acknowledged my bug report. You know, just been like, hey, yeah, we got this. It's on the radar. We'll get to it. It takes well, it would take Sully 2 seconds to type that, but I'm on Sully's shit list. Sully has already deleted a couple of my posts for being too mean. I'm not that mad about it. I'm just, well, I'm a little salty. When I put effort into posting something in Janny deletes it for me. Hey, as somebody who owns a pipe in real life, doesn't matter what kind of a pipe it is, you can smoke things of all types in it. Can confirm. I only, of course, smoke quality rum-cured tobacco. It is very good stuff. Not very addicting either. I don't know if you guys have noticed, I have a bit of an addictive personality. I don't know if you've noticed 2,800 hours in this video game. But no, you would think that I would be like vulnerable to substance addiction, but I guess one thing going in my favor there is I've never actually smoked an actual cigarette, literally never. Okay, I do not recall having ever smoked. There is a small possibility that I've been at been at a party where so much alcohol was involved that I literally don't remember, but that's neither here nor there. I've never, as far as I know, literally never smoked a cigarette. And those cigarettes are the things that are literally like designed to be addictive. It's far more than just tobacco in those things. Far more than just tobacco. And so just taking an actual pipe, shoving some tobacco in it that they've cured in my case, that they've cured in rum, but you know, regular old tobacco, nowhere near as addicting. Now the addiction part that can really reinforce it is if you do it as a stress response. Anything you do as a stress response can become very addicting, even if it's not something that is inherently, you know, like physiologically addicting. I have certain things that I do as stress responses that are just, I mean, I'm fucking around with AI. When I get stressed, I'll literally just like burn a couple of hours, almost as much as I would in a video game like this. Just burn a couple of hours fucking around with an LLM or one of the. I'm currently fucking around with Quen Image Edit, and it's a couple of its checkpoints, train checkpoints. QIE Remix, that's a pretty good one. And every once in a while, I'll come up with something neat with QIE Remix, and I'll try to bring it to life with Wen 22, Wen 2.2 rather. It's a lot of fun, but it is very addictive, and I do it as a stress response. Like when I started getting a little bit stressed about having to work in the office again, and I ended up staying up really fucking late just screwing around with AI. And I don't know if you could call that like proper addiction, right? It's just something I do when, you just monitor be self-aware about what you do as a stress response, and you're probably helping yourself a lot by doing that. Self-awareness goes a long way. But yeah, my dad always warned me that, and I've seen it firsthand. Some of my family members on my dad's side, they've got problems. They've definitely got problems with various things, and it's not all substances. It's not all, you know. There's one gentleman, he's an alcoholic, but that's, you know, that happens, right? It happens to people if they if problems come along. But there's also other people on my dad's side of the family who have very bad addictions that have nothing to do with physiological addictive substances. And the funniest part about that is they're the people who would criticize me for playing video games all day. Like, okay, I'm not gonna say nothing. No, I actually genuinely respect my cousins, even though some of them have got much bigger problems than I genuinely respect them. They're good people at heart, as are a lot of addicts. Not all addicts are people who just, like, you know, when you think of drug addicts or just, you know, addicts as bad things, you think of the kind of people that do bad things because very often it's just decent people who have very bad very bad habits. Let's put it that way, bad habits. Very bad habits. Put this there to remind myself that it's here. We will probably use it when the time comes to move up towards the checkpoint. All the spare furniture that we left on the ground, for the most part, can fit in these shelves. We are gonna miss one of these large store fridge parts, and that's okay. Yeah, there is absolutely, dopamine is physiological, and don't get me started on dopamine addictions, man. I've got one. You guys have probably got. Hey, look at that! There's a bottle of gin right there. I was looking for one earlier, but I didn't actually look on these shelves. Let's get the rest of the booze off of here, and we actually can categorize it. Whiskey is my go-to if we're talking real life alcohol usage. There's a negative stigma attached to Fireball whiskey, but I love it. It tastes good. No, it's not made of antifreeze. I'm sure there's some chemicals in it that are not good for me. I'm 100% sure of that. And it's not just the alcohol. There's other things in it that are probably not good for me. And that's what it is. Moderation. Moderation is the most important thing. I barely drink it straight anymore. I usually mix it with Lately, I've been on a craze with Bailey's Irish cream, because it's not just regular cream anymore. They've got chocolate, they've got seasonal flavors, they've got caramel. Really, really delicious stuff. I don't know if I'll be able to get rid of the last rail anymore, but that's whatever. Look at that, we got a double sledgehammer. Hang on. Oh, I can't hold one in one hand. I wish I could just have a sledgehammer in both hands, but you literally can't carry a sledgehammer in one hand. It's not even one of those things where it's like, you know, effectiveness reduced when swung with one hand. You just literally can't do it. I can put a fridge in my hand, but not a sledgehammer. Those are just little ways of marking the inlet, since I don't have a... Actually, I should have my scythe now. I should. Leave that somewhere where it's easier to see, so I know where it is. One of the things I'm supposed to do this evening is pre-sight where the generator should go. I don't need to pre-sight anything. I've got the generators I need. Just take two of them out at some point here. Even if it's looted and trashed when we get to the warehouse, we will probably have no trouble finding another large hook there. What am I doing talking about not having a throwaway vehicle? I do have a throwaway vehicle. I literally charged a battery for it. It's over there. What I would want to do is drive it back, peel the parts off of it that I may want, and then leave it there, and then use the van to tow the last trailer back. So we can do a throwaway drive. Excellent. Barb. Yeah. I was gonna assemble a grindstone, which I should now be able to do. I have my club hammer and mason's chisel. I spy with my little eye a couple of large stones. I cannot hand carry a large stone while I get in a vehicle. Like a generator, you'll be forced to drop it. So, speaking of generators, we'll just take the 3 premium techs out of here, drop them on the floor. The stones that we're about to go pick up quite literally weigh as much as a generator, so. And even though normally fridges, something that weighs as much as a fridge, you would have to clear some stuff out of your inventory to pick them up. We can't pick up one of these large stones directly. So all we got to do is right click on it to pick it up, quote unquote pick it up. It gets it out of the floor, then it puts it on the ground, and then we just dump it straight into the trunk. So we don't have to bother trying to pick it up. Much, much, much easier than trying to, especially if you carry around a big kit like I do. So I'm getting 3. I probably only need 2. I mean, hell, I might only need 1. We're only doing a grindstone. And this is one of my favorite things of having a base that I can drive into. I need a crafting surface, so I just drive straight into the fucking base. And I don't even have to pull the rocks out of the trunk. I can use the rocks right here. Let's make a stone wheel. Stone wheel is used for a grindstone. We'll put the grindstone next to the door here, perhaps. And that's all we need, 4 planks, 4 nails. I'll put my mason's hammer and chisel somewhere conspicuous, like right next to the sledgehammers. We get big hammer and we get small hammer. Let's do some more wheels. Yeah, let's do some more wheels. Let's do a, yeah, I don't know why I put those down. I want to get those rocks out of the way so I can use the truck for something else. So if I make another stone wheel, and then make a, 2 small stone wheels, that leaves us with lots of options. Gotta put them somewhere I can see them. I am liable to forget these exist. What could I do with these? Make a pottery wheel. I could make a spinning wheel. Make another grindstone just so that I have more than one. All kinds of things. So this fire truck is now more or less a looting vehicle. If we do see some loot we want to go get in a larger amount, we'll take the fire truck out and it's got an empty trunk. And there is no need logistically to fill it back up right now. Now I can put this one there. We'll need a few planks, a few nails. Got a couple logs here. I put them in the front. So I could build another grindstone right now if I wanted to. The cool thing about grindstones, they're very easy to move around. And let's say I found an animal worthy of butchering. I predict that we will have no trouble finding more large hooks at the upcoming warehouse. So I have no problem expending one preemptively here. Last thing I would like to do today is make a downstairs bedroom of some sort. Or at least get started with. I mean, we have a bed. Use the medical bed temporarily until we get the proper bedroom established down here. Yeah, that's true. I almost ran straight outside and down this. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. This is just temporary. Maybe I should actually bar these windows up before sleeping downstairs. I don't know what came over me. I really should not be sleeping downstairs behind unbarred windows. I got a little, you could say I got a little confident here. If I just board them up with planks, then I will never unboard them up. You know what I can do? You know exactly what I'm going to do? I know exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to get these things out of the way real quick. And then we're just going to use the fire truck to block the windows. I have no problem doing this. What's that? You don't have barricades for your windows? Sure you do. Your nearest vehicle is a barricade. How can they break my windows now, huh? How can they break my windows now? They can't even get to them. They'll have to come over here and start slapping the door. Great, I love it. Alright, bedtime. A new wood saw. Mine's down to half integrity. I don't think that actually affects anything, but I don't like having things at half integrity if I don't need to. So I'm pretty sure everything in the freezer is already done refreezing. Let's actually use that grindstone we just put together. That's a good question. It's more convenient. I don't like having to go upstairs for something essential like sleeping. It is safer, but as one of my characters says in one of my books that may someday be published, there are more important things in life than being safe. Sometimes. Look at all that. More booze. I should have checked all these boxes. I probably just saw that there was something that was not immediately useful and just let my eyes get glaze over. But in terms of total booze, we're actually basically going to fill up everything here. My attempt at a sorting system is definitely not going to last. Not when everything weighs 2.0 encumbrance. You can't get away with that. I don't think I'm ever going to move these shelves. Even if I end up redoing the walls down here, these shelves are probably permanent. But the boxes... See, if I did instead of booze shelves like this, if I just did like actual shelves and put booze in there, we would never run out of room. Well, I could say a few things about Arg Arg Martin, but I won't because I can't really talk. I have opinions. He has made some excuses that I think are I disagree with. I do disagree with. I think I do agree that on the I think it's not inaccurate to say that he kind of made a mistake by letting HBO finish the series for him and give it an ending that was not the ending for the book. Um, he let them go too crazy with it. He shouldn't have done that. But what is he going to do about that? He signed away the rights. Maybe he shouldn't have done that. It's too late now, isn't it? Fucking HBO owns them, or whoever owns HBO owns them. I don't think HBO is its own entity anymore. I could be wrong. But yeah, that is one mistake I'm never going to make. I don't care how high the price is. We will not be selling out. I have plans, even if I am assassinated. I have contingencies already in place. My last will and testament, I'm not gonna say anything about who and what it goes to, because of course that should not be public knowledge. But no, I mean, even though nothing I've written is published, I have contingencies to make sure that even if if I die under mysterious circumstances, I have a dead man's protocol, which will ensure that it costs me nothing to say that the entirety of my estate will be liquidated and go towards funding legal proceedings against anybody who tries to use the IP after I'm dead. So that is, I mean, obviously, that's not going to stop anybody who really wants me dead from doing it, but it's a measure. Anybody who wants my IP, they don't even get to have it over my cold dead body. Not even. That is how... Now, that being said, there are certain entities to which I am perfectly happy signing away very limited contracts with. One of which would be if certain anime production studios, they were interested in an adaptation. Absolutely fucking yes. And the reason for that is Hollywood will never touch Hollywood would never touch any of my IPs with ever. Literally ever. I don't even care if Hollywood just actually becomes good again. Never. I've seen how far they can fall, and never again. So they've ruined their chances forever. But I have seen manga production studio, or the fidelity with which a manga is adapted into an anime, and it is so. They have such a good track record of adaptation. There's a word that people don't often use: adaptation fidelity. How loyal you are to the source material that you're given. And very often it gets even fucking better. I'm one of those guys who read both the manga and enjoyed the anime for Attack on Titan. And season 3, if you've watched it, season 3 played out a little differently at first. But what's his face? Isayama? Isayama? Yeah, Isayama-san. If I'm not mistaken, I've some of the Japanese names. There's too many similar sounding syllables. But what he did was he actually used the adaptation as an opportunity to sit on the board, the production board, and actually make a few things better for the season 3 arc. Season 3 was still not the best arc of Attack on Titan. Anybody who watched it would probably agree with that. Season 3 was a bit of a low point for the series, but it was necessary. It was important. Can't have Paradito without what happened in season 3. But yeah, no, what that is an anime production board that allowed the original mangaka on board to help improve the source material for the adaptation. That's how fucking good they are, and that is why, absolutely, if I ever got approached, and I'm not even talking about like direct to anime, right? If somebody wanted to just do a manga series out of my after I publish my book, they wanted to adapt it into a manga, absolutely, 100%. There are a lot of manga artists that I would just be like, yep, sure, no problem. Let's talk contracts. There's one of our bookshelves. It's an easy dub. Now, that being said, I don't know if that statement, everything I just said about really good adaptation fidelity, I don't know if that's going to be true forever. In fact, I don't even know if it's true anymore. One Punch Man. If anybody's into manga and anime, I have read the manga for One Punch Man, and I have seen season 1 and 2. I won't subject myself to what just no. After what I've seen, fuck no. I'll just keep reading the manga. It's fine. It is absolutely not the case that just because it is manga to anime adaptation that it's going to be good or even like serviceable. Sometimes it just fucks up. But what that means, though, is that means you got studios that do good shit and studios that don't do good shit. Right off the top of my head, Madhouse, Zero G, Production IG, hell, even Mappa. A lot of people had problems with the way Mappa adapted season 4 of Attack on Titan. A lot of people said, like, oh man, you changed the style, you made Mikasa ugly, you did this, you did that. Dude, just go look at the fucking manga. Mappa didn't do that. Yams did. He's the one who made Mikasa ugly. They made her as ugly as the fucking mangaka did. Don't. Yeah, I can understand complaining about making Mikasa ugly. One of her first appearances in season 4 was that up chin look with the pursed lips, and it was fucking ugly. Yes, it was fucking ugly. But you can't blame the studio for that. They just did what Yams did. That's all they did. Get fucking mad at that. That's a good thing. They should do what Yams did. Warts and all, especially with the ending. Don't get me started on I'm not going to talk about the Attack on Titan ending. I'm not going to talk about it. Eren did nothing wrong. I don't know. I don't unironically believe that, but no, yeah. That's another case of they changed it. They changed it. They didn't take. They did not take the line out. They didn't take 10 years at least out. No, we still got our. It was. I got mad when I saw the subs. The subs changed it to at least 10 years, not 10 years at least. I got really mad when I saw that. I was like, God damn it! You had one job. And no, that's okay. I don't expect official subtitle generators to be advised on all the nuanced memes in the fandom. But that scene right there, the 10 years at least scene, that the fucking when Eren and Armin are having their little talk. I won't spoil it. It's a fantastic series. Watch it. Watch all of it. It's great. But no, that final conversation, Yams changed a few things, and it happened with his blessing. Eren is just a fucking idiot. That's okay. Yeah, John was right all along. Suicidal dumbass. The remaining stuff in these bags. What am I doing? We've got a shelves right here. And this is all we got to do. Now, unfortunately, it's snowing. That's going to make our shooting a little bit... It's fine. That's fine. We'll continue to proceed at some point here. I will not let the snow slow me down. I will not let the slow slow me down. Now, this bag does get split. Because some of this stuff needs to RTB. Probably not Napping 5. Cheapskate John magazines, those are decorations. Look at all these magazines I've found that are not the ones I actually want. Okay, so this garbage bag is actually full of stuff that needs to go all the way back to Riverside. I will leave it in a very conspicuous place, like right here. Because it has aiming 5, even though I've already read it. It needs to go into my grand library. I believe we confirmed it was all food over here. I would like to extract that anyway. This place we will probably use... I'll probably use the interior of it for... something, maybe. TBA. It's all small, all large form food over here. Cans, sacks of stuff. Okay, there's the small form. Rotten oats. Let's start on that. Yeah, definitely let me know in chat if I start talking about anime too much, because I actually, I can start, if I go nuts with the yap, I won't shut up. A lot of opinions on anime, and I have nowhere really to post them. Sure, I could go on Reddit I actually do every once in a while. I haven't been doing it lately, but I have been, back when the three-run manga was still publishing. I think that's still on indefinite hiatus, but back when it publishes, and when it starts publishing again, assuming the author finds their life again, instead of just constantly being unhealthy. That's probably something that I would actually follow every single chapter released, just because I love it that much. Great manga. The show's pretty good too. I have not... Season 1 is great. I've only seen 5 episodes of Season 2. I think there's been another one out, but... How handling needs like food in this state. So there's two aspects to that. We got perishables and non-perishables. In terms of non-perishables, we just got more food than we're going to need for a very long time. I mean, these kidney beans, lentils, macaroni, pasta, split peas, white peas, all of this just from looting the gas station right there. This right here, this is like 3 months of food right here, just in my backpack. So food has never been a problem in this game. If you know where to look, you know where to stockpile things, food will never be a problem for you. But that is what I like to do for food, is just categorize it based on cans or large form food or small form food. So like this bouillon cube weighs 0.1, it goes in here with the small form. Right alongside the things like bags of chips, candies, toppings, condiments, that kind of stuff. That's small form food. That goes into the corner bin. We don't even have a home for large form food yet. Usually I would like to separate it. Let's put large form in the corner. See, whenever I do large form food, I like to have, like, stuff that I have copies of elsewhere. And then, like the macaroni and pasta. We'll put the macaroni and pasta up here so that we actually see it when we're preparing recipes. And we'll actually use that when it's time to gain weight again. Because, remember, you've got 2 factors when it comes to food. You've got stuff that shuts the hunger up. Like right now, I'm hungry. And I'm going to eat something... No, I'm not. Not right now. This is a really big roast. I'm not going to eat any of that right now. But I'm going to wait till I get hungrier before I eat that. But that's okay. When I eat this roast, I will not be gaining any weight from it. In fact, I am in a weight loss state right now. Oh, holy shit. Holy shit. I should have started putting on weight a long time ago. I'm currently down to 70 kilo. That's actually really bad. I need to put on weight. So, all that large form food I was just talking about, we're going to fire up something nice to eat. And we're going to use like 1 bit of each of those foodstuffs. I'm going to need a pot, because a lot of that large form food I can't actually put in something like a roast pan. So we're going to go... my ambulance, I always carry a pot around as part of my standard kit. That pot will go back into the ambulance when I'm done, because we must have a pot with us at all times. It is the most versatile cooking utensil. We're going to make ourselves a soup. We're going to use a charge of macaroni and pasta. And what I'm going to make here is something that I like to call a calorie bomb. We're also going to add just 1 of each of these beans. So we've got a macaroni, pasta, and now 4 bean soup. So black beans, kidney beans, lentils, white beans, and we'll use a little bit of each of these seasonings. And that is going to be a really chunky soup in terms of calories. If we look at these individual bags of stuff, you can see that there's tons of calories, carbs, proteins, but there's almost no fat. When it comes to putting on weight rapidly, you can do it 2 ways. Lots of fats or lots of carbs. And when I'm talking about putting on weight rapidly, I mean the double chevrons here. Oh, yeah, very nice. Yeah, fish has lots of, in chat there, Richard talked about fish. Fish, hopefully you're not trying to manage proteins, because fish will always nuke your proteins into orbit. But that's okay. Sometimes, very rarely, can you afford to care about proteins. But now, on top of all those calories we just put in there, we're going to have even more. We're going to put a stick of butter, and we're going to put a little bit of margarine, and we're going to put a little bit of olive oil. Those are all things that are just calorie bombs. Like, this soup is going to come out so fucking calorie dense that it would literally be a waste. Like, we're looking at probably probably more than 4,000 calories in this soup. Eating half of this soup would probably put me to calorie cap. Calorie cap is 3,700. Floor is negative 2,200. So because I've been in a weight loss cycle, and I'm like, my weight has been plummeting. I am a string bean right now. Our girl needs to put on some meat. Because she is down to 70 kilos, she's been at the calorie floor forever now. So the calorie floor, she's at negative 2,200, which means we could eat as many as plus, okay, hang on, 3,700 plus 2,200. So we could eat as much as 5,900 calories. So theoretically, I could eat this entire soup, and that would probably take me straight from the calorie floor, probably close to the calorie cap. It may also have enough carbs in it to put me to rapid weight gain. I don't think that's going to be the case. But yeah, we eat this entire soup, we will go straight into weight gain of some kind. Now, if I was relatively sure that I wasn't at the calorie floor, then I would go ahead and split the soup probably into 4 bowls instead of 2. But no, I'm okay with just eating it straight up, because I know for sure that I'm probably right at the calorie floor. So we're just going to fast forward through this cooking operation here. And this massive soup weighs 10 encumbrance. Yeah, that is, yeah. We are putting on some weight, boys. Okay, so we are not in rapid weight gain, and unfortunately, I literally can't tell what my calories are. So what I am going to go ahead and do is, I'm going to make another one of those, and then we're going to split it into bowls. And then when we split it into bowls, I can actually put the pot back. So, and this time I'm going to use a little bit of my fresh ingredients. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'll use a mix. Fresh ingredients and fattening stock ingredients. So we'll use, we'll do a rabbit and potato charge here, because rabbit and potato are things that I have lots of. Now, the rabbit and potato, I talked before about the separation between perishables and non-perishables. I have basically no perishable food that will get me a lot of calories. Fish is one thing that'll do that. So if I went fishing, sure. But no, that is not really an option right now. It is literally snowing outside. We're in the dead of winter. I don't think fishing is a very reliable thing. So we're just going to do macaroni and pasta. You know what? You can put peanut butter in soups. Peanut butter is a lot of calories, and we're leaning towards carbs, so that works. So also the fattening agents. Now, one problem that I don't know if this is just a UI problem or this is an actual problem, but what's going to happen is after we cook this, it is going to not show any of the, it's not going to show any of the additions. So the herbs we just put in there, the margarine, the butter, the olive oil, it's not going to show those on the bowls, but I think they're still going to be there. So that, we fast forward and we get 100. So what I do when I split food into bowls is, we've got a 100 soup now. So what I'm going to do is call this 50. That's all I'm going to call it, 50. And that's it. And the reason I do that is because I want to name food items after how much hunger they reduce. And you cannot change the name of bowl food So when I create this 50 and I divide it into 2 bowls because its original hunger reduction is 100, we get 2 bowls of 50, and each of them reduce 50 hunger. Each of these bowls weigh 4.0 encumbrance, so basically we've got 2 days worth of food that should have an absolute ton of calories each, theoretically. So that's what we're going to try to do with that. I'm going to hold on to the rest of this bowl of 50 here, and put the pot away back where it's supposed to be. And that should, hopefully, keep us in weight gain. I don't predict we'll have any trouble with that. The pot goes in the glove compartment. Now, we were not supposed to take the ambulance today. We are actually taking the, whatchamacallit, we are taking this van as a throwaway vehicle. And we're doing that because this van, we're just going to take it back to the previous gas station, leave it there, and then grab a couple parts off of it. And then back at the gas station, we've got a van and a trailer that we can drive back with. So I don't predict this thing has very good brakes. Thankfully, we're on a highway with lots of braking room. We didn't actually put much gas in this thing, so we've got to keep in mind that we're operating on 2 liters, and that's it. So we shouldn't need more than that, because we're literally driving to a gas station. Let's just say that I ran out of gas for no reason right now. If that happened, I would just walk to the gas station. It's fine. Our destination is not that far away. I can actually sprint pretty fast, but I'd prefer not to. We're actually trying not to burn calories right now. Now that we're trying to put on weight, not lose it. So we actually should be sitting more often and loafing around. But with with all of that heavy form food that we lucked into finding, I don't suspect that it'll be too hard to keep our weight up, even if we do heavy combat the whole time. Yeah, even if we do heavy combat, we shouldn't have too many weight problems, because we will just we'll just keep eating the heavy form food, and that will keep our calories just nuked into orbit. So we probably expended less than a liter, and that's great. This fan is mostly welding materials now, and spare engine parts and whatnot, so that's great. We do have a little bit of room in it, so I would like to take there's a couple of parts on this van. We are going to scrap this van. This van is done, and there were a couple of parts on it that I was like, oh cool, I'll take that. Oh, we've even got steel rods and stuff on the floor here. I shouldn't forget about that. Put the key away in the glove. And I don't have my kit. I can't take the tires off. Fuck. I don't think there's anything else on it. There's the seat. I guess the seat's not bad. And the glass work, some of the glass work is good. I'm not even missing out on any tires, but I do kind of want these performance suspensions and brakes. But I can't have them. I don't have a jack here. I'm jackless right now. I'll take the glass work, I'll take the seat, I'll call it a dub. I'll call it a half dub. And the funniest part about all this is I did actually find more, I did actually find another jack and tire iron recently. And then I immediately put it in one of the fire trucks. You know, the fire trucks that we're not currently using. So each of these steel rods, 3 at a time equals 1 window. So if I find one more steel rod, then that's 3 windows. We will put those in the van along with the other welding stuff. We've got 24 spare iron pipes in here. That's great. So we have enough steel rods to do 3 windows, and then if I wanted to do metal stairs, I would need 1 more, so it's 4 rods at a time. That's okay. I'm also going to pick up some steel bars. Steel bars are more useful on making forging weapons at the blacksmith with, but that's okay. If we need more steel bars, there's always more steel bars to be found. I've even identified certain types of fences that give you a pretty good shot at more steel bars. I'm just loading up because there's no reason not to. Worst case scenario, we just leave some of this at a gas station base. Perhaps a more prominent one than this one. Now, after I finish this operation, we're going to need to go back again. We're going to need, we need to go back to West Point and pick up the perishable food. And that's okay. We actually probably should have done that already. The best part about this particular area that I'm in right now, if I find myself in need of more welding materials that I can just get from burned wrecks, I've got burned wrecks in both directions, going towards West Point or going towards Louisville from here. So there is no point in stockpiling metalworking stuff here because there are going to be burned wrecks everywhere. On my way back, what I'm going to do is steal the... there's a taxi at the food mart that we stopped by. I'm gonna steal that I'm gonna steal the taxi's battery because we will not have any way to run it unless we charge. We don't have any spare batteries for standard right now, so I'm gonna charge up the battery for that thing, and we'll use that as our throwaway vehicle to get back to West Point. Because once we get back to West Point, we have a perfect step van with a perfect trailer waiting for us there to load up all the perishable food. Speaking of things waiting for us, we actually need to grab the stuff that I left on the floor over here. Right here. Some of it is just silly decoration stuff. Some of it is not. So, this is interesting. I need to move 10 encumber inside of the trunk here, or out of the trailer, and then I can fit the, freezer, just lift it right off the ground and into the trunk. Ready for some bananas and rice, minus the bananas. We got rice, boys, we got rice. That is one of every small form or large form food we got here. Now I take the battery out of the taxi because the battery is dead here. We'll bring it back to our forward base, we'll charge it, and when it's done charging, come back here. Possibly I'm just on foot. I might just run here on foot because I don't have any vehicles that I'm willing to throw away at our destination, so. Alright. There's not like there's any threats on the road. We have eliminated them all. Oh, whoops. I forgot that rest stop applies to this too. Sweet. And once again, I did the thing. We can fit... Technically, we can fit a vehicle with a trailer in here, but it's too... we can't close the gate if we do, so... I don't think there's... I need to do something with that freezer. And I need to... Okay, yeah, I have to do that. So let's just drop it. I can't. I can't just drop it. Unless I drop everything. Annoying. Whatever. I'll take the, anything in the trunk. Food stuff, slid on the floor. And everything else can just go outside. It's mostly weather. Like the snow's starting to pile up. Don't know if that'll last. All the temperature has to do is get 2 degrees warmer, and then the snow will turn straight to rain and wash away all the snow. We're going to move this car battery charger somewhere where I can't hear it because the noise is really annoying, but also somewhere within range of the generator. Now we are waiting for that to charge, and we've got our throwaway vehicle to go back to West Point, pick up our perishables. In order to get our perishables here, we need a place to put them once they're here. I'm thinking about just doing outdoor, freezer generator spots here. For that, we'll just need to test and make sure that doesn't have gas. That one doesn't have gas. Are these all fresh? These are all fresh. I've never used any of these generators before. These were all collected in Muldrow, and they just slowly made their way this way. But that means we're filling up some cans of gas here. Wrong one. So all 3 of these gas cans we can just stick right in those generators. Probably should have done that a while ago. Now I'm only going to use 2 of these. because we have no need for more than 2 right now. We've got our main generator powering 1 fridge. We're going to turn that into 1 fridge and 1 freezer, theoretically, yeah. Yeah, 1 fridge and 1 double freezer. Or no, 1 fridge, 1 freezer, that's it. We only need a single freezer. There will not be any single freezers in the area, I don't think. Or at least nowhere that I could reliably think we would find one. One of the most common places to find a single freezer, a white freezer, is the basement of a standard residential house. But there are the nearest houses with basements is getting close to the mall down there. I'm willing to bet that the mall itself actually probably has a few appliance stores, but no. I'm not sure if we're close enough to catch anything with this generator. Let's just turn around and see what happens. It's catching 1 light. I think it's just this exterior light, and that's perfectly fine. Now that actually makes me curious. I need to put something in this corner where the bed is. Because, yeah, let's just put one of the fridges right there in that corner where the bed is. Because right now, I would like to see if the bed... These are indoors. Why are they covered in snow? What's going on there, game? It's kind of funny. I suppose I can put the medical bed parts next to the sledgehammers. The most important thing about the medical bed is I don't forget it's there. Yeah, let's just take one of these fridges. I've been needing to unequip stuff so that I can move big stuff, so let's go ahead and do that now. It's already evening anyway. Even if I drop all my weapons, I still have my knife. And my, most importantly, my hands. So the goal now is to put down one of these fridges and see if it gets powered. Of course it will get powered. The question is, which device will power it? Is that too close to the one up there? Well, the only way to find out is to check this generator, make sure it is catching the fridge. Let's turn this generator off, and then let's see if that fridge is still getting powered. The only way to tell for sure at this angle is to put something in it. So let's put our bowl of 50. Okay, the fridge at this particular juncture is not getting powered, which means that this generator out here can power a freezer in this corner. So if I get this fridge out of the way, we'll put the double freezer there. And we'll already be prepped. We'll already be 1/3 of the way prepped to receive the perishables. The freezer I'm thinking of is in the trailer. So something I didn't even factor into my equation before. Some folks were asking if I had enough ammo for the checkpoint. I'm pretty sure in just the ambulance itself we do. But let's say I ran out of ambulance. Let's say I ran out of ammo in the ambulance. What would I do then? There's another carton of 12 gauge in the trailer right there. I actually literally forgot that I had stacked that because I ended up using a lot less than I predicted, which is perfectly okay by me. So if push comes to shove, we do still have a large store fridge in these crates here that we can deploy. If we drop down to just one single freezer and 2 double freezers, which is what I want to do right now. If we do that, we may lose some space. That is okay. So there's one of our freezers already placed. Let's grab another generator and do that again. This one is most likely just going to be an outdoor. Yeah, we're just going to put this one out next to somewhere where it won't catch any of the other appliances that I don't want to power. This is not a bad spot out here, this big open space. Yeah. Now, that being said, the generator attracts zombies. Let's just say that zombies don't spot me and go straight for the generator. It does make sense to not put the freezer right next to the generator, because the freezer will block the zombie's path, and then they'll start slapping it. And yet, to be entirely honest, if zombies are this far away and they start slapping something, I might not hear it or even see it. So if I put the generator here, maybe I put the freezer over here, where zombies are, well, they're more likely to be drawn to this generator instead of going through anything I put here. But if I do that, then I got to worry about that generator right there catching it whenever I turn it on and doing dumb things with that. So what I'm going to do is try a spot like right here, and then make sure that the blue generator doesn't power it. Okay, it's catching the freezer from there. Now we just want to make sure that the blue generator does not catch the freezer from where it is. It does not. Perfect. Okay. So we've got everything placed to receive the frozen goods. We will bring another popsicle freezer with us, as well as one chest freezer, one single chest freezer. Now we're going to do that operation tomorrow because I still need to let the that battery finish charging so that I can get all the way back without a battery dying on me. Is it worth? Absolutely. Absolutely. Not even a question. Not even a question, because what can you make at level 9 blacksmithing? You can make swords and machetes. If you're from build 41, you'll remember that katanas were amazing in build 41. The stats for the katana in terms of damage are the same as the stat for a sword. Swords that we can actually make. We can turn a steel bar into a sword. The difference being katanas are still better in terms of they last much longer. So katanas are still really, really good because you can use one and just keep using it for like a really, really long time. These swords, this right here, this is a standard sword, blacksmithing level 9. The recipe to make a sword, sometimes, I think that was actually a problem for Annie. But yeah, also I think machetes were around in build 41. I think that's a thing. I literally don't remember. I never got to Longblade in build 41. But if you've ever used a machete in build 41, just imagine a machete, but longer range. Think about a zombie apocalypse. The most important thing is never getting touched by a zombie. Then think you've got a sword that has got double the reach of a machete. So you can prevent zombies from getting closer to you by having a longer range melee weapon. It's amazing. This thing, as long as this sword is in good condition, I can still one-shot zombies despite being at stage 1 fatigue right now like I am. So I cannot express how important that is. It is very worth it. I am a sword glazer here. We glaze Longblade very hard here. I mean, it's just that good. It is. I mean, the devs have literally outright stated that they intend for Longblade to be best in slot for melee. Like, they literally use those words, if I'm not mistaken. So I have no qualms whatsoever, making sure that I always level blacksmithing in mid-game, like shortly after early game. Early game, I'll collect materials for leveling blacksmithing, so that by the time mid-game rolls around and all the other ticking clocks are out of my head, we can get started with getting all the stuff done, collecting those books. Absolutely, it's great stuff. I love it. Could not endorse harder. In fact, if we look at my kill count here, 17,574 zombies killed. Survived for 1 year, 5 months. Coming up on that 1 year, 6 month anniversary. Favorite weapon, sword. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. The most zombies we have killed with hand weapons have been with swords. It's just that good. I think we're about ready to settle in for the night. I'm actually probably going to put my jacket on. I got cold last night. We should have the dub rods. Yeah, we do. We got the dub rods right here. So our shortage of welding rods, that problem, that was preventing me from having lots and lots of barricaded windows and whatnot at the previous location. That is no longer a factor. We can barricade as many windows as we want now. Well, within reason. There's only 3 windows here. We're going to barricade all 3 of them. We don't have to have the ghetto blockade here. And we'll have to close the gate to get it out of there. Now, one place we've driven past several times is a construction yard that is full of useful stuff. Useful stuff of a variety of natures. And what we can use from there, planks, not really, but steel sheets. Steel sheets, absolutely, we'll collect more. Your steel sheet will make a fine addition to my collection. And also, I believe there's construction lights there, and I do want some more construction lights. Absolutely. Did I shut this generator off? Yes, I did. I am good. So we've got 12 steel rods here. We only need 9. And we've already got the welding rods. Now we just need a welding mask from my backpack. Oh, you need to put it on, just need it in our hands. We just like to hold the mask up while we weld, because that's a good idea. Metal bar barricade with steel rods. Should have done this a long time ago, but better late than never. So that used up 1 stash of rods, and now here is a partially used stash. Yeah, 10 years later, that's going to be an interesting one. You can build an advanced furnace and forge all the way up using just man-in-the-woods stuff. In fact, let's take a look at my... I feel like linking... Richard, you've probably seen this a billion times, but I do want to link this in chat if anybody has not seen it. I'm linking in chat a blacksmithing flowchart. This blacksmithing flowchart is actually put together specifically for people who are trying to level blacksmithing with no skills. And it also includes branches for doing things just with man-in-the-woods materials. Now, I think one of the things that I didn't quite catch in this is iron tongs. The whole point of this flowchart is to make your advanced forge and your advanced furnace without any intermediary things to construct. If you do not have iron tongs, you have no choice. You must construct a simple forge and then a primitive forge. You have to do the full, every type of forge. Because that's the only way to get iron tongs if you are going from the ground up, from nothing. Now, that being said, I don't know how the 10 years later mod works. You may still reliably be able to source some tongs from just going house to house and checking any house with a chimney. You may find some tongs in some people's chimneys. But I have no idea how the 10 years later mod works. Maybe that kind of stuff will be long gone. For example, I just literally have a pair of metal tongs on the floor right here. We ran into that problem on Annie, so I've got spare tongs all over the place now. I am overcompensating for the lack of tongs because I got really angry at not having them when I needed them. For the rest of the evening tonight, let's put away this stuff. It's an easy thing. Some heavy form food. Rice. So now that we've started using stuff, now that we've started using the heavy form stuff, I do prefer to separate the ones I've started using from the ones I've not used. So all the stuff I've started using, let's put in the corner. So everything in my hands right now, that's all stuff I've started using. So now anything I put in the other corner is stuff I've not started using yet. That is a good separation right there. If I just put it all in one container, the game will accidentally have you start using multiple things, and I can't stand that. I need weights of things to be standardized as much as possible, so that I can estimate how much storage space it's going to cost to move things around. It's a personal problem. You guys don't have to play like that. In fact, if you can avoid it, you're probably going to have more fun. But that's what we do here. We go nuts with logistics. We don't have a toilet yet, nor a salon, but when we do, we've got the amenities for it. Imagine if this game really was the best Sims 1 mod on the planet, and you actually did have to deal with all of the management, the character management of the Sims. Oh boy. We would have to actually find toilets everywhere we went. Or do the clan folk thing and suffer the outdoors, with emphasis on suffer. If Clan Folk is a much more niche title. It is imagine RimWorld, but a little bit more chill. Like if RimWorld and The Sims had a bastard child together, that's Clan Folk right there. And then the setting is the Scottish Highlands in the 1800s. It's a pretty chill game. I like it. If you enjoy the combat, or the sorry, there's no combat in it. If you enjoy the logistical flow of the RimWorld style of game, it's probably up your alley, probably, but there's certain lacking things. Because there's no combat, the dev of Clan Folk is also not going to add things like recruit, so you can't directly control your characters. You can get close if you really micromanage your priorities, but imagine playing RimWorld without direct control and without, without combat too. So that's your trade-off right there. But anyway, we are done moving around fridges for the moment, so I can put this stuff back on. I predict it's going to still be snowing tomorrow, but let's go on a vote of confidence and hold on to our rifle anyway. Actually, I've been hurting without my kit. We're going to use my kit instead of the rifle. I don't have the, if anybody's curious, when I got here on Annie, I was already strength level 10, and I would have, if I was strength level 10, I would have the ability to carry around both my kit and a back weapon. I've been dragging my feet on leveling strength. It's a very tedious thing to do. You can't blame me too much. I mean, you can, but I won't agree with you. In any case, what that means is I have to put this rifle away and stop doing long-range shooting. Depending on the weather, we might not have a choice in that regard. I'm not going to be shooting long range in the snow. It just doesn't work. Your chance to hit is nerfed into the ground. Alright, rifle put away. At this point, we're probably more likely to use the shotgun than the rifle. And even when we did that engagement at the rest stop, there were plenty of moments where I thought, man, if I had a shotgun right now, I would have shot the shotgun more often than the rifle. I can put it that way. Okay, kit reestablished. Except we need more coffee. The problem with that is we don't have our spice bag, do we? I should have put it in one of the vehicles. Question is which? Not this one. Not the passenger seat. Not this one. No, it's seats. Not this one. We do have coffee, but it's plain, it's unspiced. I need spice. If I'm going to carry around coffee, it's going to be good coffee. It's going to be damn good coffee. It's going to take up space in my field kit. Absolutely it is. So, my duffel bags are unaccounted for. That's not good. That's not good. I should have those accounted for at all times. It's really important shit. Where there's a possibility I would have put them. I don't know. It's already past my bedtime, so I do need to hit the sack. There's no reason I would have brought them upstairs. And we have emptied pretty much everything up here, as we should have. I'm a little bit sus right now about that. I mean, we'll find it. It'll turn up. And I'm not talking about the duffel bags out here. Right now, the military duffel bags are all being used for gate bags. So those are gate bags. They need to be reassembled. I keep thinking I'm just going to, like, look in one of these trunks and it's going to be there, but it's not. Curse it all. We already emptied this trailer. This trailer is definitely empty. I disagree strongly. I do think the current gun system is great. I don't like the weather system, if that's what you were referring to. The weather system is really stupid. It has a massively oversized impact on our ability to aim. And I suppose the one thing about the Build 41 aiming system that I liked better was that it was never up to question which zombie you were targeting. The zombie that you were targeting was highlighted. That said, if we're talking about... I suppose I can understand the fact that... See, for example, right now, if there was a zombie on the other side of this window, I would have no idea if I was aiming at it right because my crosshair turns red anytime I'm targeting at a window. Let's just say there was a zombie on the other side of the ambulance here. If I tried to aim like this, my crosshair turns red, but that's because it's being intercepted by the vehicle. Shit like that would the Build 41 aiming system would have done better at. I don't think it was possible to even target glasswork in Build 41, correct me if I'm wrong. But, yeah, no, the ability to accidentally shoot your own stuff in Build 42 is just as annoying as the weather debuffs. But in terms of targeting individual zombies, I like the new system very, 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 very much. It's the stuff that has nothing to do with zombies that I have problems with. Let's finish looting the other plane. This will be a nice, easy overnight task. And now that I have my... Well, I don't even need it, but now that I have my, my kit... Butchering 5! Holy shit! Just here on a random shelf in a random gas station. Butchering 5. That is actually a book that we kind of need. I mean, you know, we're butchering level 9. Or we're, like, really close to butchering level 9, and we got there just by grinding. So need is a very strong word, but I'll take it. I will take it, and I will like it. I'm just going to hoover up everything here. There's not enough here to be worried about specifics. I'm going to be real with you guys. I actually like the... I like the flooring here so much, there's a small part of me that wants to steal it. I don't think I will. That's a lot of work, but I'm also not going to rule it out. But yeah, I only have some very specific targeted criticisms about the new aiming system. If the devs were able to work those out, I would strongly believe that the new aiming system would be better in every way than the old one. I don't know if they're going to do anything about the fact that we can accidentally target our own stuff. That's probably a feature, not a bug. Knowing the devs of this game, they want you to fuck up like that. Look at that, we got a spare coffee machine. That's good. We're going to carry that forward with us. Two washing machines and one dryer. Now, the only reason I picked up literally everything is because I have a destination for literally everything. Up to and including the garbage. I went through the effort of designating places for stuff. Therefore, I will use those designations. So milk powder and a feeding bottle. The feeding bottle is, it looks like a baby bottle, but it's actually probably for feeding baby animals. I'll just leave that there. It's fine. I don't think I'll be raising any baby animals anytime soon, but would you look at that? I have the capability of doing so. We'll just put it on top of the fridge. I don't really have a good categorization for this. Gardening and unused tools could go over here. This bottle of dye is RTB. Butchering 5. We'll call this RTB. I mean, I kind of should read it, but yeah, we'll call it RTB. Tools that are more likely to be used and materials go in here. We get not 1 toothpaste, but 3. We get extra toothpaste here. We will have very clean teeth. little bit past our bedtime, but that's okay. Deploying this will help me remember that I have a spare coffee machine. If I don't see it, I will probably forget about it. Some rotten crap picked up in the hoovering. Buttons are a bit of an obscure use item. They are useful, but they're useful for armor crafting. I don't expect we'll be doing any armor crafting here, because all the armor that I would ever wear, we already have. But I'll hold on to it, it's useful. Sweet. We did actually get cold enough the other night for a hoodie, and yet for some reason we don't need it this time. Oh, you know what? The booze did that. The booze, we got drunk before we went to sleep the other night, and I think that actually made us colder. I remember looking at the code to see all the various things that drinking does to you in this game, and that's one of them. Drinking will reduce your body heat generation a little bit. I don't know how realistic that is, because sometimes people feel warmer after drinking. But I think that's just vasodilation, and I think it does go away. It's a temporary buff. So here is our battery for the taxi that we're going to take back. We're going to take all the way back to West Point. Before I do that, I would like to establish some generator refueling capabilities. So that's going to be 3 cans of gas, 1 for each generator. And we don't have a lot of spare electrical parts right now. So, disassembly time. So we fill all 3 cans of this gas, leave one next to the other 2 generators, and I hate fog. I actually despise fog. That's okay. We won't let it stop us. It's stage 3 encumbrance. We don't have a weapon on our back. Man, that is painful to look at. That's just the problem of having a, the can of gas in our backpack, but still. So the 2 freezers that we're going to bring with us from West Point, one has a very specific destination. That's the one we pre-sighted last night. The other has a, we can just put the white one anywhere within range of this generator here. So that includes anywhere we can fit a white freezer. In fact, I'm probably going to move this trash can, and we'll put it in the back corner here. Perfect. Okay. We'll need food, and then we're set to go. And when I say go, I mean on foot. We are gonna run down to the. You know what? We're actually gonna walk. We're gonna walk. Because I don't mind fast forwarding a little bit if we're gonna walk. So the reason we're walking is because, well, I'm an idiot for one. I'm an actual literal idiot because we're gonna take a taxi, but we don't have any gas to put in it. So I'm an idiot. We need to put gas in the taxi. But the reason we're walking is we need to not burn too many calories. So we're just going to put enough gas in the taxi to get to the gas station. And then we will give it a half tank or something. But another problem is the water loss. We'll sweat a lot if we don't walk. This also just helps us pass the time. I hate fog so much. No shooty gas. And hard to drive gas. You know, those hard to swallow pills. Yeah, this fog just comes straight out of a canister called hard to drive gas. And we don't even need to hotwire it. We've got ourselves a key on the floor right here. I'm gonna fire up our music playlist. I should have done that. Everybody still there? Everybody's still there. I did not lose internet. I lost power for about 2 seconds there. I think we're still good. Just watching the stream for jumps there. Yeah, no, we did not lose. Okay, good. I have a battery backup for if I lose power. It will last approximately 5 minutes at the current workload that we're doing, so yeah. Got to be careful with that. Anyway. Most excellent. Alright, where's our, Oh, I put the fucking battery in the vehicle. There we go. I like how she didn't even try to put the key in the ignition, because there's no battery in the vehicle. She didn't even try. Yeah, my backup, my uninterruptible power supply is built. That's quite literally what it's built for. It is not built to keep me going after a few, like, you know, more than 5 minutes. I can't keep going more than 5 minutes without power. But yeah, hopefully I won't ever need to. In a perfect world. I talked some mad shit about data centers earlier. I'm not done yet. No, I'm done. But the data centers in this area are taxing the power grid. Even if Bezos is going to help Dominion build another nuclear generator on the local grid, until then, the local grid is going to continue suffering more and more. We probably don't need too much gas, but I'll give it a little bit. One of many reasons I always leave my gas station bases fully equipped, even though it might seem like I'm done with them. That's half a tank, that should be more than enough. Had it not been for the fact that I recently actually emptied multiple pumps at Rosewood gas station, I would be a little bit more cavalier about just filling things up. But no, we emptied several pumps there. Combat music is going to trigger if I get into an engagement there, which I'm going to. We're going to kill these guys because I need a drivable road. Now the music being dead is a problem that will seem like it fixes itself when the combat music triggers, but then it'll just go away again. And that actually gets really annoying after a while. This is probably where the ones that were at the gas station bothering us. It's probably where they came from. I see somebody all the way up there. I'm not gonna go chase him down right now. I ain't got no rifle. Even if I did, I couldn't shoot it. Get out of here. I'm gonna laugh if all of the choke points that had zombies are just refilled again. That's would not. I wish I could say that would surprise me. It wouldn't. I've been playing this game long enough. The dream of having a clean highway is a very temporary dream. I don't remember if I extracted everything of value from the American Tire here. I'm just going to take a quick peek, because we do still have a trailer that needs new sus and wheels. Look at that. 100% condition, regular standard. I don't care about that right now. Ow. Ow. I don't care about that right now, but I kind of want to take it. Give me another standard. So I didn't actually take hardly anything from this place. I saw that it was looted and trashed and kind of just kept moving. I know I cleared the zombies from it. But my due diligence was definitely not done. Oh, there's even floodlights. I do not care about regular sports. So what we were after is if we could find some standard standard tires or suspensions, but I don't think we're going to find very much in the suspension department. More likely on the shelves, if anywhere. But even then, these shelves are mostly tools. I'm gonna put that sports car tire in my backpack. Add it to the other one we found recently. And we got here regular standard. Okay, perfect. So we've got two perfect condition regular tires to replace the ones on the trailer. Now we just need suspensions. There will be a billion suspensions when we get to our destination. Our destination is right around the corner here. It is West Point Base, And we've got a bunch of standard vehicles there. We'll take what we need from those. Oh, fuck off. Turn back on. I really love the fact that we, the engine cut out randomly, and we took the key out of the ignition. That's a nice touch. I get it, it's a throwaway vehicle. It's not that throwaway. For this trip, we will not have the capacity to take the spare generators from this base, and that's okay. We've got many spare yellows right now. Still running. I was worried there for a microsecond, but we're good. I may need this for a throwaway car or a throwaway trip sometime in the future. Who knows? Needless to say, throwaway trips are not to be trifled with. I'll leave the key on the driver's seat. So how close did we cut it? Okay, this one didn't get any consumption. The fuel is 92, condition 93. That generator did not take any fuel consumption while we were away, which means this one up here. How bad is this one, I wonder? Still running, so that's good. 37%. So that's not the closest I've cut it, so that's good. So anyway, these are the freezers that I was talking about before. Full of produce. If anybody watching was not here earlier, we've got literal tons of stuff that we harvested. Not a lot of it is going to, unfortunately, a fair bit of this is pumpkins and watermelons. But those are both useful things. This is another gate bag. I don't think we're going to have room for it. This is just small form food, but I would like to take it. Decisions. Weapons bags. I have not gotten to the, having not actually gotten to the checkpoint yet, I hadn't been thinking much about weapons or ammo. We aren't going to have room for hardly anything, especially if I want to take these tires. If I want to take these tires, my hand carry is going to be one military backpack with these two, and then we'll have 5 encumbrance left. Oh shit. Hang on. OBS crashed my recording, my offline recording. What's going on there? Did I lose? Oh, my second PC. My second PC where the footage was being written. Does that mean I corrupted everything? Yeah, okay. Okay. So my second PC, when we had that power outage, my second PC crashed. Which means this, whatchamacallit, this video right here, of probably, I don't know, the first 6 or so hours of this run, probably 7 hours, we're 7 hours, 43 minutes right now. The offline footage is dead. I just started re-recording it, that's fine. We're just gonna have to say that this particular one, I'm gonna have to download it from YouTube. I hate doing that. It literally takes all day. But I can't do anything with this. It is corrupted now. OBS does not like writing to MP4. They literally give you a warning if you write to MP4. Kiss your ass goodbye if you lose power or whatever the fuck. Whatever. I'm not too mad about it. If anybody's not familiar with my recording policy, at least Zomboid, because Zomboid is important to me. I'm not that fussed over things like Terra Invicta, but other games that I play, I don't always record offline footage. Zomboid to me is a very fun journey that I like to document all the crazy shit that happens. So I do actually, I do record all of my footage for these live streams locally, in addition to streaming them to YouTube. And I don't trust YouTube to actually preserve things. So I will always do that. So that, well, what all that means is I'll have to download a whole bunch of footage later. And the funniest part about that is I can't even tell you how I do that. It is against YouTube terms of service to talk about stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that my own stuff I can just download through the console. I'm talking about downloading other people's stuff. Hang on. Does it show you if you go to your live tab? Yes, I can download my own. Okay. You can't do that for other people's stuff by design. It's the stuff that's the programs that let you do that to other people's stuff. That's what YouTube doesn't want me talking about, or anybody talking about. They hit Rossman for that. He made a very lovely app that I literally can't say the name out loud. If I do, they're little chat bots that scrape the transcripts. Will probably go through here, and that'll affect my monetization. It's also tiresome. If y'all ever wonder why I don't want to be a full-time YouTuber, that is one of a great many reasons right there. It may still be a little too early to take a barbell and dumbbell with me. What am I talking about too early? No, we're doing that. I need to get to strength level 10. I should have before I ever went in the direction of Louisville. Anyway, I've been yapping a lot. Let's go ahead and get prepped to move out. So this Plonky Mobile here is my only perfect step van with the correct trunk size. We've got other step vans elsewhere on the map, but none of them have the trunk size they're supposed to. Alright, so that freezer we can dump straight into the trunk. The other one we'll have to hand carry. There's no easy way there. Am I doing turning the engine on? This is a time-sensitive operation. Right, so whenever, the order of operations is always to put the frozen stuff into the trunk before turning the generator off, because I have seen weird, dumb stuff with, turning the generators off and instantly having things go unfrozen. So I don't fuck with that anymore. We leave the generators running until everything is extracted. $10 encumbrance worth of potatoes there. Seriously? I'm at 26 right now. God bless it all. Literally can't pick up a full garbage bag if I have my backpack full and I'm carrying around the field kit. That won't change even if I get to max level strength. That won't change. That is just my, that's just the hard limit right there. It's causing that. This full bag of potatoes into the passenger seat. One of the freezers was not, or it was close to being full, but it's not. Oops, damn it, that goes in there, not on the floor. Just throw your watermelons on the floor. Throw it on the ground. 200 out of 208. Not bad. Those are rookie numbers. We can pump those numbers up. We should have no need for military radios at the immediate moment, because the whatchamacallits, sorry, I'm executing a script here. We've got a limited amount of time to do all this before the perishable stuff starts thawing. And we need to take one of the chest freezers too. So we will still be cutting it close to the wire. I'm gonna take that chest freezer as a last pickup. Shit, I was supposed to steal some suspensions. Do we actually have any here? Regular. Performance times 2. Let's just yeet these really quick. Rear left, rear right. No, that's front. We are going to lose a little bit of perishable lifetime because I didn't do this first. I should have done this first. We're on the clock here. Perfect fit to carry 2 performance suspensions and 2 tires. It is literally a perfect fit for a military backpack. That leaves us with the main backpack, barbell and dumbbell, of course. I do want to get this the weight training problem fixed. Another gate bag would be great. We can fit it. Perfect. We need to pick that up last. We have room for 10 more encumbrance. That's a propane tank right there. Hell yeah. So all 3 of our handbags are completely full. The trailer is not. And the best part about this is we don't have to fill the trailer. Or rather, we don't have to allocate space for the perishable, or for the sorry, my brain just died. For the chest freezer, we don't have to allocate space for that. I am absolutely going to maliciously abuse that. Don't care. So instead of hand carrying that stuff, we're gonna hand carry some of this stuff. Actually, steel sheets should not be a problem at this point. Say that, and then I'm gonna run out of them. But no, we're gonna take some cartons of shotgun with us. Seems like I'm absolutely maxing myself out. Absolutely, 100%. Okay, we're out of here. I don't want to have to come back to West Point again for a long time because I've got no vehicles here waiting for me anymore. Everything here is now a throwaway vehicle. And this is why we keep our roads as clear as we can, because now we are as combat ineffective as we could be. If we tried to get out, we would have to drop everything. I like to imagine I'm driving with like 50 pounds of crap on my lap while I'm in the driver's seat. Now, the chances of us taking an injury while driving, I do believe, so generally speaking, anything that causes injuries are more likely to happen if you're over encumbered. So the fact that we've got all this crap in the driver's seat, if we were to take a collision, we would probably take way more damage from it than we normally would. So I actually have even more incentive than normal to drive as carefully as possible. I'm also in a rush. Those goals are very incompatible. Seven hours already. It did not feel like 7 hours. Time flies when you're having fun. Bastards. 3 of them in the fucking road. It's alright. See, I could not even roll down the window and pull out a gun. I am just that overloaded. I'm so overloaded that I cannot pull something out of my holster. Next rest stop after this one. There's a part of me that wants to just go pick up that sign so I don't... I'm not going to do it now, but later maybe I might pick up that rest stop sign, just get rid of it. Because I'm actually looking for a rest stop sign. Our destination also has a rest stop sign. This here joint with the gas station in the inn. Okay, so nothing I'm carrying in my hands is time sensitive. I'm going to toss it on the ground. I was supposed to bring both of the chest freezers, not just, too late. It's too late. Oh no, wait, we've dropped down. We've dropped down. Just 2 chest freezers each. Yeah, okay. We can handle this. I have to believe we can handle this. I must believe. This one is going to have the... Wait a minute. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh fuck. I fucked everything up. I fucked everything up. I fucked it. I was supposed to pick up the goddamn... Okay. I forgot to do everything I was supposed to... Anyway. We don't have enough freezers. We don't have enough freezers. I literally forgot the popsicle freezer I was supposed to bring. Yeah, I'm that big of a fucking idiot. Okay, you know what? We're doing, we're improvising here. We actually do have a lot of freezers. It's just going to be extremely inefficient. But we can get everything we need to freeze frozen if we just deploy all these fridges that we actually have here. What is weighing me down? Here we are. Yeah, so we're actually gonna use these industrial fridges. Wasn't expecting it. And each of them has 26, so technically speaking, that's enough for... Damn it. Didn't even need to equip it. Take it off. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Fresh fruit and watermelon bag. Out of 39 can fit one watermelon in there. Everything else is in increments of 13s. Okay. We can work with that. Yeah, we can work with that. So 13, sorry, that was like 12.7 plus 11.38. These two should fit in another fridge freezer here. Close. That's the fridge. We need the freezer. There we go. Freezer, refreezing. And I need to deploy one more of those fridges. I need to deploy that in a different spot. We need to load balance this if we can, which of course we can. So we'll put the other fridge over here. Imagine getting panicked over a bunch of fucking fruit. It's something I would do, absolutely. If I just gave up on the watermelons, we probably would not be... We would definitely no longer need a dedicated step van for transporting frozen stuff. Oh, I can't even fit... Okay. So everything over here is completely full now. So we do have some watermelons that did not make it into a freezer. What a shame. We actually probably have another fridge still. We have many fridges still, actually. We never even deployed the double fridge. But like I said, this is all this is emergency improvisation here. We'll just put these watermelons straight into the fridge for now. If I had to let something go, it's going to be a watermelon as opposed to anything else. They're really heavy. I like them, but they're really heavy. Okay. In the immediate moment, we don't need to pick anything else up. I did turn the fucking generator on, right? Yes. Okay, now the load for this one is 0.36. That's actually not bad. I think like 0.32 is usually what I do. But the load balancing is not even right now. This one is pretty light. This one's 31. Yeah, this one's 31, so we're actually pretty close. So 31, 36. This one is going to be below 30. This one's half. So we failed at load balancing, but that's okay. It is what it is. We were supposed to put the white freezer on this circuit, but we needed to get things into a freezer, so that's fine. We'll just put the white freezer over here. We were supposed to put it right here. I just, in my panic, I forgot that. It's whatever. We'll move it after everything refreezes. Okay. we can gear back up for now. It will take more than an overnight sleep to, more than one overnight sleep to get everything refrozen. So we are now jacked to the teeth on ammunition. We have 2 spare cartons of shotgun in addition to what's already in the trailer. I'm just going to put all this in the trailer if we can fit it, because the trailer is, this is basically just what we tow with us when we start getting closer to the checkpoint. And I think we've got room. It's going to be close. In fact, it's going to be so close I have to take 0.4 out of here. Yeah, let's take this random box of ammo out. There should only be cartons back here. So now I can fit these 2 cartons of 12 gauge, and look at that. We'll do something with those steel bars later. The crucible and steel sheets, split purpose. The crucible is a tool for a little bit later. That goes in here. The steel sheets are same with the large crucible with iron. We don't have room for that. Can I put that? No room on the seat. No, there's never a chance. I cannot put the full ceramic crucible in here. That's fine. We will put it on the floor next to the other spare tools right here. This large ceramic crucible with iron will be repurposed into a anvil later on when we decide. I think the next the next forge I'm going to build, we're going to go all the way to Jericho. I don't see any point in not going all the way to Jericho. That does leave us with no room anywhere for these revolvers. Oh, it's fine. We can put them in here. All that driving around, and I still have not relocated my spice bags. That's kind of cursed. Not gonna lie. Where in the absolute fuck all did I put those? That is driving me nuts. It's one of those things that's important enough. I never should have left it anywhere but somewhere essential. And yet I didn't. So the only upgrade that I know of that is good on a Magnum is a 2x scope. And I think that's all we need. A Magnum with a 2x scope is actually not that bad as a medium range weapon. It's kind of like a rifle without a scope. As silly as that may sound to a gun enthusiast. But in terms of video game stats, effective ranges and whatnot, this Magnum is now not too bad of a thing. We may actually use it a little bit at the checkpoint. It shoots that really hard, or that really annoying to source 44 mag, which is bulky ammo, super bulky. Wait, what? What? Hang on a second. Hold the phone. Yeah, we should have been able to pack a box right there. I don't know what's going on. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. We've almost found enough 38 special to pack another box, but we're not actively using that right now. That's another one, that's just another thing that I do not have the ability to carry around right now. I would over-encumber myself and constantly be getting winded in combat if I tried to equip a ankle holster weapon right now. Sad as that truly is. I'm gonna eat the rest of this whole 50. Our girl has earned a nice feast. So we actually, in terms of the meta here, we don't have a lot of viewers right now. There's a part of me that wants to save the military checkpoint for a Friday stream. But actually Friday streams, in terms of numbers, aren't that... I'm definitely not gonna wait until Saturday. I may probe the outer limits. I think today what I would like to do is I would like to try to get to the warehouse, and then we'll probe the outer limits of the checkpoint, see what it looks like up there. Still in weight gain, and we have finally eaten through that soup. So tomorrow we can make another big mega soup calorie bomb thing that will put us into rapid weight gain through carbs, most likely. At least I want to say it will. Not 100% on that. I'm going to use the big hiking backpack as my vehicle engine parts bag. Got a ton of engine parts back here. And I do like having this stuff in a bag, even though the glitch is no longer a thing. The devs called it an exploit. Used to be that you could repair vehicles without using up very much parts. That's been patched. Okay, bedtime. Perfect breakdown as things were. But yeah, we'll take a look at the checkpoints, I suppose. I may establish a fighting position and kill everybody after a certain point, like in the opening area of it. We'll get some of those burned wrecks out of the way and build something there. Spilled some water on my mouse pad. That's never a good thing. It's the worst spot to spill it too. Damn. I kind of love, I love the tooltip description that we're working with here. The tooltip description for a metal fence provides limited protection from the horde. We don't use fences for protection here. We use fences offensively. Fences are for offensive operations, as it were. Yes, I play with Restless Sleeper. My full character build is linked in the description. It's actually a character sheet from one of my previous characters, Annie Mae, but we're playing the exact same build here. And yes, we use Restless Sleeper with Wakeful. That combo basically just means learn to have 2 bedtimes. That's kind of how I've learned to manage that. And it feels, if you just consider yourself having 2 bedtimes, you can get a pretty solid circadian rhythm going. Ours are 2200 hours and then 4 a.m. That's currently what we're doing, and it feels pretty good. At that rate, we don't get tired the next day until about 1800 hours, which is, you know, at least in winter, that's when we start losing daylight anyway, so it's fine. We also augment the process with tons of coffee, or at least that's what we would do if we had coffee. We don't have coffee because I'm an idiot and I forgot my duffel bag full of coffee at one of the previous places. It's probably the other base. I need to go pick all that up. Weapons on the floor right here. Yeah, I do highly recommend to take Restless Sleeper with Wakeful. If you try to play Restless Sleeper without Wakeful, fatigue is going to just constantly be nagging you. Wakeful reduces the thresholds at which fatigue pops up. So fatigue is a stat that slowly increases over time, and when you get to so let's just, when you start the game at the very beginning, you're 0 fatigue. As a Restless Sleeper, that's one of the only times you'll ever be at 0 fatigue. When a Restless Sleeper goes to sleep, you stop losing fatigue at any sort of reasonable rate once you get down to like 20. The threshold to be able to sleep at all is 30 fatigue. So if you are below 30 fatigue, when you right-click on a bed, it will say, not tired enough to sleep. So you can actually tell when you're 30 fatigue or below if you just right-click on a bed and it... see, right now, it'll let us sleep because we haven't slept a second time as a Restless Sleeper. And that's normal. But let's just say that it was like 10 a.m. and I right-clicked on a bed and it gave me the option to sleep. That would be an interesting thing to me, and I might actually consider sleeping early because that would just basically mean that I was going to get tired early that day. Because I should not be over 30 fatigue at 10 a.m. So just dumb little specifics that are floating through my head, but you don't need to know any of those thresholds to just effectively work with Restless Sleeper. You can make it work if you just consider just have 2 bedtimes and take Wakeful, and it won't be that bad. We always carry around coffee with us. So if we are trying to do something specific and fatigue just pops up on us, maybe sometimes early in the afternoon, or maybe we just want to have a long evening, we can just straight up drink a coffee that we're always carrying around. It takes a little while to build up a surplus of coffee to the point where it's good to just always be carrying one around. I do recommend doing that as a long-term goal. Now, I don't have those duffel bags full of coffee that I'm supposed to have with me, but that's okay. We actually do have some loose coffee right here. This particular container is what I'm supposed to be using, and therefore we will use that container. Well, actually, there's no reason to. If I just wanted a blank cup of coffee, I've got 3 of them. Literally have 3 of them in the trailer. So I guess I'll hold on to one of those that I'm always carrying around too. That's one of my policies, is always carry around 2 cups of coffee. Fun fact about coffee: it actually equals a quote-unquote successful night's sleep for a Restless Sleeper with Wakeful. So as a Restless Sleeper with the Wakeful trait, the amount of fatigue that I get rid of by going to sleep once is about equal to drinking a cup of coffee. So if I'm getting pretty tired and I drink 2 cups of coffee, that almost equals a full night's sleep. But then that's just going to fuck up my sleep schedule the next day, so I don't do that very often. We have 1 torch that needs to be refilled. And a whole bunch of propane tanks here. Thought I had a propane tank that was like... Ah, here it is. This one. This propane tank is now empty, and we could not refill that torch all the way. It's fine. We will get rid of this tank. I'll tell you what, let's put empty propane tanks on top of the dumpster. Yeah. Except we can't. Fuck. How about right there, then? So we got another propane tank right here. This is now the one we are using until it's empty. Something that I always try to spread the word about. Propane tanks are highly inefficient ways of transporting propane compared to torches. A propane tank will fill, let's just say you've got a full propane tank and 7 empty propane torches. You can fill all 7 of those torches all the way up to empty that propane tank. But what does that mean? 7 welding torches completely full of propane. That's 7 encumbrance, because it's 1 encumbrance each. Versus a propane tank with 7 full refills weighs 10 encumbrance. And then the dry weight of a propane tank is 5 encumbrance. So you really are just wasting space. If you've got empty torches and full propane tanks, I recommend filling the torches and then just getting rid of as many tanks as you can, because carrying around all the tanks is comparatively a waste of space. But that's just some dumb, silly shit that you learn as you try to optimize how much you can carry at once. Not usually going to be a problem if you're still in the early game and you're not, well, you're not like constantly filling up all of your containers as you transport things. It is our second bedtime. Let us sleep. Now, one of the things that will piss you off a lot as a restless sleeper is let's just say I randomly woke up right now with a heartbeat and whatnot. That'd be a nightmare. Nightmares suck. I hate them. And the worst part about nightmares as a restless sleeper is you can't go back to sleep. You have to go fuck around. What a nightmare basically means is go fuck around for a couple of hours and then try to sleep again. It's stupid. Nightmares basically just mean, oh no, now you have to waste time. I don't like it. I really don't. But that's supposed to be the nag of the negative trait. And I suppose I can deal with that. So we're going to carry around with us our sledgehammer. That goes in the ambulance. Why do I feel like I hear an engine running? I'm going to leave one of these. I have such a bad habit of leaving engines running. It could literally be any one of these. Or it could just be my imagination. Yeah, this game is great. It wasn't not until about 400 hours that I started getting to the point where Now, that being said, I'm a slow learner. It might seem like I'm pretty decent at this game right now, but that's because I've been at it for 2,800 hours. I'm actually a really slow learner. It was not until like 400 hours in that I actually felt like I was doing really good. Until then, there was just constantly a constant stream of learning new crap and trying to figure out what is important to remember versus what is just, oh, yeah, that's a fun thing. We didn't actually bring any heavy duty with us. That's fine. This is going to be our unofficial storage unit for vehicle parts now. Barbell and dumbbell, we could hold on to that. We honestly could. If I wanted to get rid of this fog, we could just spend some time working out. I hate workouts, though. That's one of the reasons I haven't built strength yet. I fucking hate workouts so much. The muscle strain timer is one of the dumbest mechanics in this game. Oh, what's that? You wanted to do a workout? Well, guess what? The muscle strain doesn't appear now. You've got to wait anywhere between 8 and 12 hours, and then the muscle strain will appear. Because the devs want you to work out and then go into combat, and then be like, oh no, muscle strain out of nowhere. Maybe I shouldn't have worked out so hard. Except it happens no matter how little you work out when you're in the early phases of it. after a certain threshold of regularity, it won't be as much of a problem. But even until then, it's just I hate the system. I hate the system so much. As somebody who has actually worked out in real life, not recently. I'm a bit of a doughboy right now, but I have done lots of workouts in real life. I have experienced what it feels like to work out after. I mean, actually, just recently, I had my car towed, and that sucked. And I don't have a lot of friends that I want to rely on in the local area. So I just decided to walk to the facility where they towed my vehicle to. That was just a random 8-mile walk out of nowhere. You guys watch me play this game for 12 hours a day. I don't have a lot of physical activity right now. So just a random 8-mile walk out of nowhere. Even the guy at the towing facility was like, dude, why the fuck would you do that, man? No, but I did. And it worked out well, but I did feel a bit of that muscle strain thing. Like I could say that, yeah, what I felt for the next 2 days was just a bit of a weakness in the legs. It was not something that would have made me, let's just say that what I felt in my legs happened to my arms. That is not something that would cut the amount of force I can produce when swinging a weapon. It would not fucking cut it in half. And yet that's what this game does. This game treats it as though muscle strain. Well, actually, red muscle strain cuts your damage down to 1/3 of what it should be. Yellow muscle strain cuts it in half, I believe. Don't quote me on the specific numbers, but the general effect that I'm describing, your damage just gets cut to a ridiculously low proportion. I mean, everybody fucking hates muscle strain. There is nobody who really likes muscle strain. The people who tolerate it are the people who are like, actually, it's realistic, but they still don't like it. I mean, nobody fucking likes it. Just, realistic shit that you gotta deal with. Now, and the thing that I hate most about it is muscle strain is supposed to be something, or at least everywhere else that I encounter it, and I described it this way before, muscle strain is supposed to be a punishment for doing something while being low-level skill with it. That doesn't apply at all to workouts. It shouldn't, at least. Workouts, if I'm strength level 9 right now, that should put me in, like, the top percentile. Our girl right here should be fucking jacked. She should not be getting muscle strain to that effect just by doing some workouts. And yet, because this game's systems are, the devs would rather work on something else than improving something like that. So that's what we're stuck with right now. But anyway, that's just a very long-winded way of explaining why I would very much like to do workouts right now, but it would literally defeat the purpose of passing time to get rid of this fog. If I did workouts for a couple of hours right now, I could get rid of the fog, but then a couple of hours after the fog goes away, surprise, muscle strain, you only do 1/3 of the melee damage you're supposed to do. It's so fucking stupid. And it's why I have not gotten strength level 10 yet, even though I should have a long time ago. Now, on the flip side, there's no timers anymore. We don't have to worry about getting back to base to check the generators. The generators are all here now. So if I wanted to just get my strength leveled up to 10 before we engage the checkpoint, why not? It's a bunch of fast forwarding. It's a bunch of fast forwarding. Now, that being said, one of the things I like to do when I get hit with the muscle strain is just go straight to sleep. It messes with my sleep schedule a little bit, but in order to do that, we need painkillers, and we actually don't have a fortune of... Oh! Dude, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. I am an actual literal fucking idiot. I put the duffel bags that I've been complaining about not having, they were on the floor right here. They were on the floor right here. They were layered behind the stupid, they were layered behind these shelves so I couldn't see them. But they were here all along. We've got our, the spice bag right here. And we've got the coffee bag right here. So, quite literally, I'm just a doofus, as always. Let it never be assumed that I am not a doofus. No matter how good I may seem at this game, I am a doofus forever. So we recently lucked into finding some cocoa powder. Cocoa powder is something we can add to our coffees. Now, I think that makes it heavier. Yeah, I think that actually changes the weight. In which case, I do not want to do that. So what I'm adding now is herbs: chamomile, rose petals, lavender petals, marigold, mint. This is actually the last of my mint. This right here, this is the last mint that I grew myself. If we want any more mint now, we'll have to go forage for it. But yeah, this now brings our coffees are basically equal now. So we have 2 super coffees in the satchel. I'm supposed to have 3 garbage bags in the satchel as well. That is how I've chosen the breakdown. There we go. And if I wanted to make more coffee, there wouldn't be nothing stopping me. We've got a mug, and we're supposed to use up one of these coffees right now. Yeah, no, okay, so I've not confirmed that, but the difference between the cocoa and the all the herbs we just put in there is herbs are classified as seasonings. And I don't know if these drinks follow all the same rules as other evolved recipes. If they do, then yes. Adding cocoa powder is a primary ingredient as opposed to a topping. The difference being, you can tell the difference just by looking at the whether it reduces hunger or not. So these tea bags and coffee, they all reduce hunger. So if I added those, they would increase the weight. A cup of coffee without anything added to it other than toppings is 1.1 encumbrance. And I have specifically budgeted for that in my military satchel loadout here. The satchel has 2 spare backpacks for the handbags, 2 coffees, entrenching tool, welder's mask, welder's torch, claw hammer, jack and tire iron. Some of those tools are highly situational. The claw hammer, I always need a claw hammer with me everywhere, so if I were to get rid of this satchel, the claw hammer would be one guaranteed thing that would always stick with me. I would go foraging for, because we can add things to coffees like berries and mushrooms. So I could forage for berries or mushrooms right now and just toss those right in the coffee. But we have 2 things working against us with foraging right now. The fog reduces our radius by 75. I actually don't know what the combination is here. Fog would reduce it by a certain amount, but then the snow on the ground. Until the snow on the ground goes away, our foraging capacity is also reduced by that. So there's 2 factors working against us for foraging. I don't really want to bother doing it right now. But anyway, we've actually got a couple of other coffees in the trailer right here. I'm just going to spruce them up. We've also got steel bars in this trailer. They shouldn't be here. Let's take them all out. Steel bars generally can go in the welding vehicle here. I'll put them on the passenger seat. Got a pretty good number for them. So now I just want to add stuff to this coffee so that it matches the other coffees there. Herbs and sugar in them. We don't have that much herbs and sugar left. Well, we don't have much, like rose petals and lavender petals, for example. We'll run out of those relatively soon. So that is something I may actually plant after we get to Louisville. When spring rolls around and we're in Louisville, we've got operations running at Jericho. We'll probably plant some flowers and harvest them and use them to make my coffee happier. Why not? More powerful coffee is a good thing. Now, one of the reasons that I want coffee that reduces a bunch of unhappiness is because let's just consider a scenario where I would want to drink a coffee. It's usually going to be late in the day, and I'm probably going to be doing something that requires me to not, or like it's going to be like we're into the day, and I may have been doing something all day, like looting zombie corpses, or maybe wearing armor, stuff that would pile up on the stress and discomfort, maybe affect my happiness. So the situation where I would pull out a coffee to drink one is often going to be, there's going to be overlap with situations where I would want a quick pick-me-up. I know some people just straight up ignore their character's moodles, like if they're depressed or stressed or whatever. Don't do that. Don't do that. Depression is a very important... If you get just a little sad, the speed with which you switch weapons and transfer items gets cut in half. So even the first stage of depression, where it just says a little sad, and you get that stupid fucking blue face. I can't stand looking at that fucking blue face. I hate that moodle so goddamn... Sorry. I get a little bit... Bro gets a little fucking heated when I talk about those moodles, like those ones. But what that moodle represents is a loss of dexterity. And at least for my combat style, I'm sure with other people, maybe you play differently. With my combat style, switching between weapons is one of my most important things that I could ever do. So yeah, even just stage one sadness is actually really important. Oh yeah, no, that's that right there. Keep dying after a couple months, little panicky moments. Yep, that is, that takes a long time to overcome all of those. If there's one piece of advice I could give that would maybe help, I don't know, is try to control your engagements by forcing all fights to happen outside. You got a car, you can do that. Make as much noise as possible, bring the zombies outside, and fight them out there where you can see them. If they are not within attack distance, then you're far less likely, or at least I'm far less likely. I don't know how everybody else is going to react to that, but you're in much better control over the engagement, where you can see your target, know how fast it's moving, that kind of stuff. I would prefer to fight 100 zombies outside than 5 zombies inside. That's kind of like a ratio that I feel. I mean, if there's 5 zombies inside, I'm not going to go inside. I'm just going to fuck around outside until they come outside. That's just kind of my approach. There's certain specific things with vehicles you got to be aware of. Where did I go? Where did my character go? Where did my character go? We can't see her. We can't see her, and that's because she's standing behind a step van. Did you know that zombies like to walk up to your driver's side door? Did you know that if I stand in front of my driver's side door, you literally can't fucking see me? Did you know that if a zombie was standing in front of my driver's side door right now, the only indication that I would possibly have is if I turned around like this and then turned right back? My character does get panicked if she sees a zombie up close, like right away. So, even though my character should be able to see it, so I should, but I can't, there are a few indicators that I can use to determine whether there's a zombie in the blind spot right here in the step van. You have the similar problem with ambulances, not quite as bad. The driver's side door, you can generally see a little bit of something. But the trunk, like right here, the top of my witch hat is a little tall. Those zombies, you're not going to see them if they're flush with the vehicle. But yeah, dumb shit like that. Not knowing when there's a zombie there is your worst enemy, one of them. But yeah, if you're, another thing that I've noticed a lot of people struggle with in this game is just knowing when to turn 360 degrees and walk away. Remember, in default settings, which means no sprinters, because remember, this game is not balanced for sprinters, I don't recommend them. I don't care how fun you find them, you're probably going to get a little bit miserable here and there, so unless you're looking to be miserable, this game is not balanced for sprinters. But yeah, if you just turn 360 degrees and walk away, you will eventually outwalk any zombie in this game. Doubly so if you use line of sight. Let's just say there's about 50 zombies over here coming at me from this direction from further down the road. If I run around this tree, that instantly breaks their line of sight. They can't see me anymore. When a zombie can't see you anymore, their how to best describe this. Zombies have a tendency to lose interest if they do not have eye contact with the player. That is a randomized thing. You've heard me, if you guys see me play in combat, I'll sometimes refer to zombies as a low attention span one. The high attention span ones I rarely point out because they're obvious. Some zombies will just continue walking in this direction even if they can't see me. But if I wanted to split a group up, the low attention spans would break off pretty quickly as soon as I got their line of sight. So that's just one of many tactics you can use to split a group apart. And the nearest tree is nearby. Now, that being said, trees are more often your enemies than your allies. From standing where I'm at right now, there's enough trees around me that I could be surrounded by zombies, and I wouldn't know. Like, there could be... I could have 100 zombies around me right now, and thanks to these fucking trees, I wouldn't know. So trees are your enemies just as much as... I like to treat trees as, like, corners of buildings. Look at every tree as a corner, and you'll be a little bit less disappointed. Oh, right, melee highlight. That's not on by default, so I don't roll with that. In terms of default settings, the few things that we change are just zoom levels. We do enable the zoom levels, because my 4090 can handle it for the most part. The only time I really can't handle it is when we get to the high density POIs. Louisville, we'll probably have to tone it down in Louisville. It's alright. If it seems like I've been kind of just chilling here, yeah, I hate fog. I hate fog so much. I'm talking about line of sight and stuff like that. And I should mention, this is one of our worst blockages of line of sight in the game right here. This shit, this no-see gas that's surrounding us. That should never be... You should never see fog like this in 35-degree weather, unless you are, like, at a peak of a mountain. The only time I've ever seen fog in weather like this has been, like, an early morning in Snowshoe. I've seen a little bit of fog, very briefly, early morning in Snowshoe. Snowshoe, West Virginia. It's a great ski resort. I love the place. Yeah, if you live within, like, 6 hours of West Virginia in the United States, and you're interested in winter sports, put Snowshoe, West Virginia, on your bucket list, because that is such a great place. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I don't remember if I still have the photos I took. Hang on. It is some of the most beautiful sights I've ever seen here. Oh yeah, that was my group chat right there. And if I... There... There they are. Yeah, there they are. Smaller photos, though. Oh, that is beautiful. Yeah, I'll just save that over here. One of several photos. But just the beautiful colors that you get at dawn, it's kind of unique. You're only going to see this at certain elevations, with certain amounts of... I know I have something better than that, though. Come on now. It's that really low resolution photo. I'll find something some other time and show it. I love that resort. It is. I would go there yearly. I would have gone there this year, but I'm trying really hard to save money this year. So no winter sports this year. It's not a rich man's habit, but it is definitely, if you're trying to save money, it's definitely on the chopping block. So it's 1,330 hours and we still have pea soup fog. We've got all day fog, and I fucking hate that. I fucking hate that. Let's get some workouts started. Let's get some workouts started. If I'm gonna do workouts, I need to drop all of my bags, and I mean all of them. And if I'm going to drop my bags, then in order to prevent my my hot bars from getting messed up, I have to drop my holsters as well. That's vanilla game problems right there. But now we have nothing attached to us. First time in a long time for that. Do we have a water source nearby? Nearby is a strong word. If I'm going to be taking a break from combat operations, I would actually like to just go take a bath. Yeah, I'd like to go take a bath. Let's just go down the road and take a quick bath here. I actually didn't get my weapons out, so I'll just take the axe. If we go down this road, there is a river with infinite water. So when it comes to building strength experience, we are currently at 88,749 out of 150,000. So all this time we've spent on this character, doing a bunch of stuff like carrying a backpack that always keeps us overloaded, that builds strength very, very, very slowly over time. But 150,000 to get to level 10 minus 88,749. That means we need to gain 61,251 strength experience. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think we can actually get 10,000 a day at strength because we have the strong trait. We gain a lot of bonuses to our strength experience. Now, that being said, we're nuked to orbit on proteins, and we never will not be. We've just been eating too much rabbit meat. As silly as that might sound, we've literally been eating so much rabbit meat that we will never not be over the protein limit. I don't know how to explain this very well because there's nowhere you can go to see them. But if you look at foods in this game, you'll notice that anything with a label on it has proteins. If you're a nutritionist, you take the nutritionist perk, you can see how much protein is in a meal. Your character can have anywhere between negative 500 proteins and positive 500 proteins. If you are between 50 and 300 proteins, you are gaining 1.25 times the amount of strength experience that you should be gaining. So if we wanted... It's these fucking things, guys. I'm sorry to do this if anybody's an animal lover. I don't know why they're not running very fast, but that's their problem, not mine. These things, every single one of them that I hit, is minus 2 or 3% integrity to my windshield. And therefore, we have no shortage of rabbit meat around here. We never have, we never will. It's very rare that you're able to genocide an entire family of rabbits like that, because normally the fucking things move too fast. Yeah, because about 180 is pretty good, because then you don't have to worry about constant intake. Usually what I would do is eat a lot of protein to get myself up to like 300, and then just stop eating protein. But I don't fuck with that anymore. I don't bother. I literally don't care anymore because I don't have a stat bar mod, and I don't feel like going to download a stat bar mod right now. So we're just gonna fucking deal with it. We're just gonna fucking deal with it. That's fine. Because you see, here's the thing: if we have too many proteins right now, there is nothing we can do about it. Physical activity doesn't drain it faster. We just literally have to stop eating things that give us proteins. And with my current weight gain strategy, that is literally impossible. My weight gain strategy relies on those heavy form foods that we found: the pasta, the macaroni, the high carb stuff, the beans, all this stuff in here. This is my weight gain strategy right now. And all this stuff, look at how much proteins are in it. 272 proteins per bag. Now we're only adding one touch of a bag to each thing we eat, but no, it's untenable. We will never be able to have managed proteins in the current phase. That's fine. We'll just deal with it. So after going and cleaning myself up, we got dirty again, kind of, from all the fucking rabbits. I'm not gonna think about it too hard. Anyway. Let's get something to drink. Now, if we work out now, we will get hit with muscle strain 12 hours from now. 12 hours from now will be tomorrow morning. Now, that being said, my workout strategy has me doing many workouts at once, which will probably leave me with, it will put me on my ass with muscle strain all day tomorrow. Which, that is what it is. It literally is what it is. We're just going to deal with it. Yeah, I hate the protein system in this game so much. Oh no, rabbits and deer absolutely respawn. No questions about it. They absolutely respawn. I don't know the rates, but the rabbits will just appear in the fucking road. Those things that those rabbits we just genocided, those were not there before. So they just fucking appeared in the road. And, yeah, that's a thing. Alright, exercise menu is open. We're going to start with barbell curls, and we're going to do each exercise for 20 minutes. 20 minutes is enough to... Oh, and the best part about this, the absolute best part about this, is that every time we finish a workout, we've got a butchering book that we can start reading. Butchering 5 is in the backpack here. It's a good thing I still have the calculator open, because now I know how much experience we were at there. So all we got to do is read until we are rested. I'll be real with you guys, there's a part of me that wants to just drink coffee right now. I'm not gonna. Well, actually, sure, why not? I have literal tons of coffee. I just don't want to waste one of my really good coffees. So I need another mug. I probably don't actually have another mug. Oh, my luck. Oh, yeah, of course I have. Yeah, past me got ahead of this. Past me got ahead of this. We have lots of mugs, as we damn well should. Mugs are really easy to transport, so... Now, the reason we're going to be up all night is because I actually do think you may get reduced strength experience for working out when you're tired. I don't know that for 100% sure, but I do vividly remember monitoring my strength experience gains while I was running around with a heavy backpack. This is back a long time ago. And I noticed significantly reduced gains when I was tired. Here we go. Exercise. So now we've got a dumbbell. There are 2 exercises we can do with this. One is dumbbell presses, where we lift them up like this. You know, I actually probably should get that in my regimen IRL. Right now with dumbbells, dumbbells are my favorite. Dumbbells are my favorite. I do 3 different things with them. I do double curls. I can't show you because my fucking over-the-shoulder camera froze again. I hate it when this happens. Graphene OS is so annoying sometimes. It's probably been frozen for about 3 hours now, because I've got a notification here from 3 hours ago. App restart required. Fuck you, dude. The worst part is, I want Graphene OS to automatically restart for updates, but I don't want it to do it while I'm actively fucking using the phone. It should not be that hard of a bargain. Just fucking do it at 3 a.m. But yeah, we're not using OBS for the cameras. We're being cringed for using FF Play. Like some kind of boomer. But yeah, anyway. Whatchamacallit. Curls are where you just lift it, you know, let it go all the way down, lift it all the way up. I do wings. I literally can't show you, but wings is where you bring your arm all the way up like that, both sides at the same time, double wings. And then I do double kickbacks. There's literally no way I can show you this while I'm sitting down. Double kickbacks are where you have to like bend your torso over at like a 90-degree angle. So you're also getting a little bit of stretching done. But then you have to, resting position is the dumbbell like parallel with your leg, and then bring it all the way back so that it is perpendicular with your leg. So just bend your torso over 90-degree angle, and then resting position is parallel with your leg, then perpendicular with your leg. It actually builds a lot of the back muscles that get ignored from curls. So wings, curls, and kickbacks. Those were the arm exercises that I would always do, and it fucking worked. Like I have been so fucking doughy for like a really long time, and yet you can still see definition that I never had in my 20s. Like you can visibly see some definition on my muscles. None of that was there in my 20s. I was a fucking doughboy through most of my 20s, and yet just spending a couple of months doing that kind of a regimen. I did low weight, high rep regimens. And I feel like that was a very good success. Low weight, high reps, so I did 100 of each. That was my target. I definitely didn't have the stamina for 100 of each at the beginning, but it worked. Like at the beginning, it really worked. I started seeing some really noticeable gains. So much so that when I when I stopped doing it, I was like, well, you know, I wanted my muscles to be pretty, and now they're pretty. But that's not... Oh, it was frozen the last time I got up. That's funny. That's funny. We had homies in the chat asking to see the chair, and they saw the chair, but they didn't get both angles. What a shame. Nobody tell Arsonist. That guy's a strange one. All right. We are continuing to read butchering here between each exercise. So what we've done is we've done 3 different exercises now. Barbell curls, dumbbell presses, bicep curls. There are 2 other exercises that build strength. So we're not done yet. But by doing this back to back to back, we're basically guaranteeing that we're going to be on our ass all day tomorrow. So knowing my luck, tomorrow we'll have great weather. Yeah, tomorrow instead of fog, we're just going to have a great weather all day. That's just my luck. I'll never get past that. We are still gaining weight, so I don't have to worry too much about what I eat here. We have already finished the... we have already finished the roast. I'm going to go ahead and make another soup. You know what? It's high time that I stole the cooking utensils from the other side here. Probably not a good idea to be running in here when I don't even have a flashlight. I literally have nothing on me but my bare hands. As if I need anything else to defend myself. Well, we found a muffin tray. We found a grand total of 1 cooking utensil over here. What a shame. She needs some milk. I was kind of hoping for a cooking pot over here. I would go check the trailers if I had my weapons, but just because I can kill zombies with my bare hands doesn't mean I want to. I'd rather not be forced into combat right now. Oops. So that means we are stealing my ambulance's cooking pot once again. That's what it's there for, but I'd also like to have one that I can just leave here. It happens very often else in other bases where I never use the pot. I think that's going to be our goal for the rest of today's stream. We're going to get to strength level 10. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. Our girl is gonna be in pain. I can already feel for her. I hate it when my characters are in pain. I have genuine sympathy for my characters in video games, but I'm doing this because I love her. We're doing this. It's gonna hurt so good. Very, 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 very good pain. My karate instructor, or not karate, taekwondo. My taekwondo instructor would always say, "Feel the pull, not the pain." Even when we were absolutely feeling pain, but you know. All right, so 2 exercises left, and we'll get back into that as soon as we whip together another soup here. See, at least at the very least, I can make absolute certain that I am not at a protein deficit. Because protein deficits, you gain 70% of the strength experience you would otherwise gain if you are below, if you're in the negatives, I think. Yeah, if you're in the positives, I think you're fine. But if you're in the negatives, that's when you start losing, actual, like, regular experience. And you go into the detriments. And we are going to continue burning lots of calories for exercising, so all of the trimmings. We're making the hungry German woman proud here. We are Essen and Essen and Essen. On Essen. One of these days I'll have somebody in my audience who speaks German and they'll laugh at that. Maybe. I don't know. The German is funnier to people who don't speak it. People who do speak it are like, yeah, no, that's how it works. And we're just going to do the same thing we did with the other soup. We're going to call this 50 and split it into 2 bowls. So we get 2 bowls of 50. That way I can go put the pot away. And just straight up eat half of one of these bowls. And that takes care of the current hunger problem. What I would prefer to do is wait until the strain starts hitting me, and then just try to sleep through the pain, if at all possible. It's going to be a difficult thing to do, but that's what we're going for here. So the remaining exercises that I haven't done yet, that I don't have any regularity on, are just the ones we don't need tools for. So push-ups and burpees. No idea if I'm pronouncing that right. I mean, if you think about it, burpees, whatever these are, they're just push-ups with an extra step. So if the separation of exercises is really supposed to be for fundamental reasons, then, well... Maybe I will drink, like, a very small amount of this coffee. Just like a quarter of it. I just want this noodle to go away for my last round of exercises. I think a quarter cup of coffee will do that trick. So the last exercise is just straight up push-ups. Imagine just doing push-ups for 20 minutes straight. I don't have the cardio for that. Not even close. Our girl is a fucking superhero right now. Okay, so there is fatigue again. Now, I'm not going to fight the fatigue anymore, and we're done with exercises for the immediate moment. Let's That was all 5 exercises for strength that we can do. Let's see what we got. That was definitely not what I was hoping for. So 88,749 was where we were at. We are now at 90,107. So we gained about 1,358 experience. Oh, that's not good. So that's how much experience we have left to gain, 59,893, divided by 1,358. Those 5 exercises that are going to leave us on our ass all day tomorrow, we got to do that 44 more times. I hate this fucking game. I hate this fucking game so goddamn much. I can't wait to play it some more. You guys wonder why I didn't do this before. It is not very compelling content. I don't even want to sit here and watch my character suffer for an entire day just because I did some exercises. How do I feel about this right now? Let's finish reading Butchering. See, at least right now what we can do is finish reading the book, and then we can go butcher those rabbits. Just strength. You could not pay me. You could be like, I'll give you $10,000 to level fitness to level 10, and I would laugh in your fucking face. Not for 10,000 in real dollars would I level fitness from 9 to 10 in this game intentionally. I would never do it intentionally. Now we have gained. What have we gained? We have gained 35,714 fitness experience out of 150,000. There's really no other way to gain it either. There's 2 exercises. Strength has 5, fitness has 2. And your passive income is a fraction of what you can get with strength. Like I said, you could not pay me to level fitness to 10. Okay, maybe more than $10,000, and we'll start talking. But no, yeah. Well, I mean, level 10. Okay, so level 10 fitness. There is a character build where you can do it. You've got to get strong, athletic, and fire officer. That bucks you in terms of starting weapon skills, unless you really want to do axes. If you're dead set on early game axes, fire officer will start you with level 10 strength, or there is a route where you can start with level 10 strength, level 10 fitness. I went about a month and a half on a character with that build, and I don't know, I just couldn't get to it. See, it would eventually settle into the same thing we're doing right now. Even at level 10, axes will never be as good as swords. So what you're really talking about there is just a different early game experience. I may actually do a fire officer in the future, because it would really hurt. It would hurt to not be able to blitz short blunt and just, go straight to best in slot for short blunt. I would feel that. I would feel that, but a lot of the rest of the things that I decide to take in character building is all about really long-term things as opposed to short-term things. But I don't know. So we're going to continue reading. I'm waiting until the muscle strain starts hitting me. Even then, so expert, I think it does increase your swing speed, if I'm not mistaken. So there's the muscle strain. I'm going to wait until it turns red, because it will. It will turn red and it will stay red. Actually, let's go ahead and get ahead of eating right now. The moment it turns red, we have to go to sleep. Because if we don't, the pain will build up, and we will not be able to go to sleep without wasting some painkillers. We're going to need painkillers no matter what, but... Okay, there it is. Red muscle strain, straight to sleep. Oh, thanks, thanks, game. Thanks. I really wanted a nightmare right now. God. So, nightmare means we can't go back to sleep for about an hour. We can read a book in the meantime. But, we're going to be in misery the whole time. And when the time comes to go back to sleep, we're not going to have, we're going to have to take some painkillers. Tiresome. Okay. We're going to need our spare painkillers for this. I don't have spare painkillers. Because I'm an actual literal fucking moron. I left the potatoes in the... Yep. This is not the only time I've done this. They were already stale, so that's fine, but I'm still mad about it. Whatever. Always lose yourself in a good book when you're trying to heal. I actually did that when I had my abrasion. I had an abrasion on my left leg a long time, or it was about 1.5 years ago now, and it was pretty bad. This is before I started live streaming, but yeah, that was actually one of the times that it was right when I started reading 30K Warhammer. My long and arduous journey through the Horus Heresy. But yeah, we're going to have a bite to eat. We're going to take painkillers. We're going to get to sleep. Still not in rapid weight gain. That's actually really annoying. "20, 30 minutes of burpees before bed. And that does not cause the muscle strain to hit you the next day. I mean, if that works, then... Oh. So we are almost 100% combat and effective right now. I will wear some guns for self-defense, but I could not kill a zombie if I tried right now. That is how bad muscle strain is. Why I keep looking for painkillers. I don't have any. They're in here. They're in my field kit. And I have several doses left. Okay, so we're not doing this. We're not doing this. I literally can't do this. We don't have the painkillers for it. Well, one can hope that we can get to that point. So one of the reasons I did gear up is because I do want to go and harvest those rabbits that I just slaughtered. Now that we've finished reading Butchering 5, we'll easily get Butchering level 9, and we might make a decent chunk of progress into 10. Yeah, see this zombie right here? Normally I would never do this. I'm literally gonna fucking ram her with the ambulance. It's, I hate doing that. I actually fucking hate doing that, but, here's what it is. If I were to try to swing my sword at her, it would probably take like 7 hits to kill her. That's pretty bad. You know what? Speaking of sword, I didn't even bother bringing my knife. I'll have to use one of my spares. You know, if I just saw a bunch of zombies coming at me right now while I'm this combat ineffective, I just turn 360 degrees and walk away. I'm just going to be entirely avoidant of combat in the current state. I have no need for the stuff that I'm actually getting from the butchering. We're literally just doing it for the experience. Fun fact, if you are trying to level cooking, and look at that, level 9 butchering, as predicted. If you're trying to level cooking, you actually get cooking experience by cutting up their heads. So after you butcher them, when you get the rabbit head, and slice the head to get the brain and the skull, that gets you a little bit of cooking experience. Including getting the bones. So it's not just cutting up the meat, but also separating the bones, picking them up. So do a little bit of all that. I should very much like to know why these rabbits decided to move at super slow speed. Is whatever effect caused that? Can I do it again? Can I replicate that? Because they're much easier to wipe out when they do that. They must have ran out of hippity hop juice. That's what rabbits operate on, right? Hippity hop juice. Okay, so this is definitely not going to get us anywhere close to level 10. However, it is not a not worthy usage of our time. Higher level butchering does mean you get more meat out of whatever you butcher. Like, it literally just generates more meat. And that's cool. That just means if I butcher something more valuable than a rabbit, like a cow, you get some more meat out of it. Or that beef. Or them burgers. Hippity hop juice. Make sure to feed them plenty of hippity hop juice and plenty of hippity hop grass. I've said this before, but I do actually, I am an enjoyer of small animals in real life. I do not feel any animosity towards them IRL. In fact, I am quite sympathetic to small things. But in this video game, where all they really are is pixels that cause my extremely valuable windshields to take damage. No sympathy whatsoever. Sorry. I don't care how cute the sounds are or how cute they look. It will never be enough to compensate for the lack of cuteness every time I see minus 5% integrity of my windshields. So the muscle strain's gone. Does that mean that I want to do more workouts? I'm mixed on that. I really am. Because we had a book to read, and that was cool. Now we don't have a book to read. I don't know how to feel about that. I would like to wash this pristine knife really quick. But I'm not going to use my valuable water for that. That's what toilet water is for. I literally just predicted where the toilet was, and I was correct. Glorious. This knife belongs to the kit in my ambulance. It's not actually supposed to be used until I'm ready to swap it. We already ate our soup because we subtracted an entire day. Make it to Noraville. Do I have suggestion for a good strength build? There's no bad suggestion for that. Like, there's two traits to consider when it comes to strength. First of all, I don't do the zero to hero thing. So if you're interested in the zero to hero concept in its entirety, I don't engage with that. I hate the idea of starting at low strength or low fitness. Fuck everything about that. I will never do that. Where was I going with that? The different routes to get more strength are the traits and then the professions. If you take the strong trait and you take the fire marshal trait, you never have to worry about leveling strength again, for the most part. Strength experience actually does decay. So you will fall, if you get to strength level 10, you'll fall back down to 9 periodically. But the way I play, that's never a problem for me. And for the vast majority of players, all you gotta do is run around a little bit while you're over encumbered, and you'll gain that strength experience back, and the loss will basically, you'll never notice it. You'll just randomly see yourself gaining a strength level every once in a while, because as soon as you lose the level, you'll get it right back. That's, I guess, is just supposed to simulate muscle atrophy over an extremely long period of time. But it doesn't happen often enough, as long as you're actually doing things with your character. Yeah, no, I don't. So I need more painkillers. That's the problem. If I'm gonna do this, if I'm gonna level strength, which I do want to do, I can't do it without more painkillers. So we're gonna pause the strength training operations. We're gonna gear up for combat because we're not gonna go out and fight just yet. We're gonna wait till tomorrow morning. But we're gonna go down there. We're gonna start probing the checkpoint. Right on the other side of the checkpoint is a hospital. There will be more painkillers there than we'll ever need. And that's what we're going to do. Really? JS2000 shotgun. We're going to need that. In fact, I'm going to do a shells bandolier instead of a bullets bandolier. Because this is the Louisville military checkpoint. It's all been leading up to this. This is what we have been saving much of our... Louisville in general, we have been saving our shotgun ammo for. But this is the point where I no longer have to worry about conserving it. We will be carrying around a shotgun shells bandolier, and we'll be filling it with that lovely, lovely shotgun stuff. Yeah, that, to be honest with what KTO was saying, if I was going to do anything close to 0 to hero, I could probably stomach doing it with strength. Never fitness though. Never. I'm so lazy that I don't like doing it, so I usually just take strong. It's also there are some things you'll never get without strong. I forget all the exact perks, but strong does add a couple things that you can't train your way to. I forget I forget exactly what they are though. This is so tedious. I really should just fix the trunk of my ambulance again. It's a little early to do it, but I'm getting so sick of not having enough room in my ambulance. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. Welding torch, steel sheet. There are diminishing returns to this. But if nothing has changed between last patch and current patch, it's fine. It's fine. I'll deal with it. Okay, satchel has been discarded. Essentials from the satchel have been extracted. Gearing back up. Did I want that the other way around? I actually did. So, shells bandolier first, belt and suspenders second, backpack is always last. But now I need to worry about the slots. Ankle holster, double holster. Military backpack, there we go. I don't think I'm at a stage where I want to do any, no, I'm not going to be doing any, we're going to stick with the 357. It's a good, solid, reliable weapon. Yeah, nothing's changing about our loadout for the most part. Just the shotgun that's going on our back. We would need 556 to do M16, and that's not happening. Besides, this is not optimal use for the M16. M16 is for spread out targets. High capacity spread out targets. If targets are clustered, then don't waste your M16 on it, because you're much better off just hitting them with hitting them with the shotgun if they're clustered. Okay. I am now carrying way more than I need to carry at once, because really what I should be doing is just going back to the ambulance and picking it up as I need it. That's the optimal strategy. But this is where the fundamental flaw of my not having strength level 10, this is where not having strength level 10 is really hurting me. I am stage 2 overloaded. I should only be stage 1, but if I pick up a weapon, any weapon, so sword, shotgun, I will go back to stage 1. I just have to have something in my hand and not just on my belt. So I can get away from the stage 2 over encumbrance. Another thing I could do is I could actually reduce the weight of my water bottle. I could use something like a leather water bag, but then I would have to take the bandolier off. And if we're going to be doing the checkpoints, I want the bandolier. I want the shells bandolier. It really isn't, yeah. I mean, I don't mind. So if I have something that I can justify fast forwarding through, right? One of the reasons that I was okay with doing it just now is because we had the butchering book. But we already blew through it. We don't have any more books to read right now. At least not immediately. I could read Tracking if I have a copy of it, which I don't, but we could find a copy of Tracking 1 and I could read that, but I'm never going to use it, so not really the... Now here's something that I want to see. We found some elbow pads of random color, and they seem to be a brick red. Does that mean that they match this hat? Boys, look at that. That is not a match. But it is a match for other things. It's a match for that right there. This would not be a match for any military jackets that I'm aware of. And I don't actually think there's any animals we could butcher to get a furred hide. I don't hate it, though. Of all the random colors that I could find, this particular random color seems a little bit better than others. I have found violet elbow pads in the past. I still have never found anything that actually really works with violet, though. Now, I am going to need the sledgehammer, but I need minimal redundancy right now, so we're actually going to extract some... Well, there's some stuff here that should never have been here. We do want the camping kit, because that actually may benefit us. Niche scenarios. But yeah, redundancies are mostly removed. Slap a spare battery in there or something. So that water bottle. No. Okay, so I still need to sleep one more time. I am going to give our girl a quick break. I have to step away IRL. I will probably be gone for about a minute and a half or so, 2 minutes tops. And when I get back, we will sleep, and we will probe the checkpoint. Possibly go up there and set up a few defensive positions. But yeah, I will be back momentarily here. BRB. Alright, so I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Surprisingly enough, I don't actually have a lot of time left. I mean, I didn't realize that we had gone for 9.5 hours. I took one look at the clock after I stood up and I was like, oh, wait, really? You'd think, I mean, I have the fucking clock down in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen here. I just don't always look down there. And to make matters worse, this. We got this. I hate this game so much. I can't wait to play it more. We're actually going to do a thing. I hate doing this. I really do. We're just going to fast forward for a bit. We're just going to hang out. We do need to cook some food. Here's what I'm going to do right now, immediately. We're going to go raid the trailer park. I would like more than one cooking pot. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and find some more painkillers up here. I'm not holding out hope for that, but if I see any, I won't say no to them. A bullet of coffee in a trailer park home? It's more likely than you think. Just not in this game. Hey, cool. This has already been worth it. Caffeine pills. Hell yeah. I know KTO said, RIP delete my fatigue pills. They're still powerful. They're actually a little bit stronger than coffee right now. And I'm surprised at that, but I'm going to accept it. I'm perfectly okay with it. Oh, whole ass box of comic books. Hell yeah. I've seen this one before. We definitely want to go to this place. Even if the number of books we'll actually find there that we need are much smaller than they could be. Key, trailer park trailer. That's a provocative title. Alright, just because there's zombies in there, or dead zombies, doesn't mean that there's nobody else in there. Yeah, see? We haven't cleared this one. What the... Somebody got a full medical kit in here. What's going on here? Why was she wearing 3D glasses and a head mirror? Something weird was going on in this trailer. I'm not going to ask too many questions about that. So, the one cooking utensil we found so far. We do have a saucepan now. Saucepan means we can actually use the rice we have. That is one of the few ways to use rice in this game for some reason. Oh, I see. Okay. This was like a, okay. Looking at the tools in this doctor bag, somebody was doing a lobotomy. Fucking hacksaw club hammer. Yeah, somebody was doing a lobotomy. And a fleshing tool. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Very... Hey, sleeping pills! Not very many, though. We won't get, I actually have to pick up the bed because this cabinet, you literally can't get to the corner of it. Rats running around. I want to say that there's probably a zombie they're running from. I think this is the one that's labeled for sale. Yeah, the peak rat index has been increased. That is, I think that is literally what it's called, peak rat index. As strange of a term as that may sound. I forgot we're actually still wearing the hide hoodie. That explains everything. I think this is the best TV in the entire neighborhood right here. So of course that means I'm going to steal it. Oh right, now I can click through the stupid... There we go. So we got frying pans. I suppose that's better than nothing. Come on. Okay, not a single cooking pot in this entire neighborhood. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Alright then. I guess cooking pots are an unpopular utensil in this neighborhood. Hey, more sleeping pills. Glorious. They're useless without some painkillers, though. So we got half of the equation. Usually painkillers are much easier to find than, we found... Okay, so we found 2 full containers of sleeping pills in the trailer park area here. That is, it almost feels like cheating to be able to fit a TV right there. Let's actually swap it with the cash register. They're both basically decorations. I think I'm gonna eat the rest of these oats. Might as well. I'm sick of carrying them around, and it is an easy way to gain some weight. Taking them out of the fridge so they can thaw. fog may be lifting, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think the fog's going away. Most excellent. So we couldn't solve our problem of not having a cooking pot. We'll just have to keep our eyes peeled. Which means we'll find 50 of them as soon as we're out of the area. Always how that works. We could technically make a soup out of the bucket, but that's not what I want to be doing right now. I have a cooking pot that I can improvise with. It's just supposed to be the ambulance's cooking pot. Oats are almost done thawing. I'll make a few bowls of oats. Perfect. 5 bowls of oatmeal from that. This is one of the smallest food increments that you can get that will get you, that lets you put butter in it. So this will be a very easy way to start stacking on the fats, since I couldn't really do it with carbs very easily. So meals for the rest of the day are 3 oatmeals. Still didn't quite get to rapid weight gain, but we're closer. Moving forward with the ambulance now. So let's say I wanted to do a barricade out in the field. If I did, I would take 4 welding torches. Let's make that 6. And some rods. We're gonna take 2 stacks. Hopefully we won't need them, because hopefully we'll find some at the warehouse. But this is meant to get ahead of any dumb shit like that. I don't need to be too shy with this. We can fit a little bit more stuff into the ambulance. But that's good. We're good for now. Would you look at that? Functioning exactly as intended. She would have wandered all the way up to our base if it was not for the generator keeping her attention. Oh, look at this. What a shocker. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Hired at 1,400 hours? I hate this game sometimes. Truly, truly, depths of my hatred. We just had the fog clear up, too. But that's what happens when we play with our sleep schedule. We played with it a little bit, and now dumb shit's happening. Thankfully, we actually have a copy that we only drank a fraction of. So we can, we'll finish that off. That'll get us the rest of the day. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, seriously? All these guys are fucking respawns. I was never gonna imagine that I'd be shooting the shotgun further back on this fucking road. And look at that, they're coming from the south. Because of fucking course they are. Are you fucking serious right now? Welcome to Valley Station, everybody. It's almost as bad as Louisville. Actually, this is worse than some places in Louisville. Unironically, this is worse than some places in Louisville. It's just the fact that we killed all these guys already. This is why people turn respawns off. Come on. Another from the south. 2 from the south. Where are they fucking coming from the south? There's nothing there. There are no POIs to the south. My base is right around the fucking corner from this. Like, oh my god. Out of the fucking road. That's it. We're out of 357. That may have been a survivor zombie right there. But yeah, I was rating a 9 though. Aw. Really getting... I don't want to waste one of my good coffees on this. Not for this. I literally should have just turned around and gone back to base and gotten my other coffee. I should have just done that. It's too late now. We are committed to this. Get the fuck out of the road. I just want to burn that magazine, kind of. Okay, I made it out. I made it out of the driveway. I made it out of the driveway, everybody. It's not like that was an overwhelming thing. It was just, why the absolute fuck did they not show up earlier? This is more than we ever saw in this area. And I thought we actually saw somebody with a... yeah, we got somebody here with weapons. Oh, and a military satchel. Okay. So yeah, what we saw there was actually a survivor zombie group. Spencer Pinson. This guy is pretty based because he uses short blunt. Interesting. He's double based because he's got a map to Riverside. He's got two different based points there. Cool. I'm gonna complain about a survivor zombie. I wish more of them would spawn near my bases. I had no idea that actually was a survivor zombie. So what that tells me is that there's actually a road down there somewhere. Survivor zombies only spawn on roads or towns. I mean, if it comes in towns, then it's roads in the town. So what that tells me is nothing. There's probably just a road down there, the small little gravel driveway. Cinema. Peak cinema. Coffee. Right here on the floor. That'll keep us going at least until we run out of daylight. Alright, so if memory serves, I know exactly what's in this direction. Shadow and flame. The players will delve too greedily and too deep. You know what they awoke in the darkness of Louisville. Yes. So one of our side targets coming up here is a oh, that is the warehouse loot table that I was talking about. I've never seen a sheriff involved in a lunch break event. Lunch break's over. Ohio River to our left there. I was wrong. The devs have not added clay to Louisville. So Valley Station, yes. Louisville, no. As you can see, the grass goes all the way up to the edge. So beyond this point, from this point and beyond, we will not be finding any clay next to any bodies of water. Louisville, the devs just haven't paid attention to it. So this, nothing new about this. The checkpoint is coming right up here, and we've got a bunch of random Zeds until we get there. Also nothing new. Now, what I would like to do is put together at some point a defensive position that we can maliciously exploit. For the moment, that is not going to be happening. I would like to lure them in the general this-away direction. Now, as a reward for everybody who stuck around through all this bullshit, we are going to handle these guys, all of them. That is the next task. Now, I don't know if we're gonna try to handle all of them, and if we can't, then we don't have to. I have never seen this building intact, and I'm starting to wonder if I ever will. Oh. Yeah, it was looted and trashed last time I came here, and now it's looted and trashed this time I come here. I'm wondering if it'll, yeah, whatever. No bitching. So generally speaking, I just want to establish a solid angle of approach before we get started. The road is, well, it is a thing. I don't want corpses all over it. Having 3/4 of a cup of coffee, I think we will get fatigued right on time for our bedtime. Now, because this POI has been looted and trashed, I will not be setting up any bases here. I considered it, but no. If this place was intact, we may have set up a base here. Just because it would be convenient to sleep here while assaulting the facility, or while assaulting the checkpoint. That's not happening. I need to take this fucking hoodie off again. Otherwise, we will cook off all of our water very quickly. We're using quiet weapons for the immediate moment. I will switch to guns now, because I would like anybody on this side of this big long fence here to come moseying on around and fight me. So that includes anybody in the building or around it. Do not care about people slapping the fence right now. I'll deal with them shortly. What we're accomplishing by shooting right here is we're bringing them up to the side of the fence. Oh, look, fatigue at 18:30. I'm actually genuinely shocked. That should not have happened. Not after drinking 3/4 of a cup of coffee. Okay, we're falling back then. We're falling back, and unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, we're falling back. I don't always let the weather tell me what to do, but I do let fatigue tell me what to do. We're getting out of here. See, 1800 hours is when it's supposed to appear. So the coffee corrected the error of what previously happened. But yeah, we're out of here now. I'm going to take these two traffic cones, because I would like to mark where the gates open. See, I think I just pulled on some muscle memory from last time I came here. I'm so used to not having this back entrance. Well, it's actually less convenient than to just drive around. I think getting out and opening these gates is literally more time spent. That's alright. We got ourselves out of critical underweight, that's good. cones to remind myself that the gates open outwards. I really do hate wasting time, but we're just gonna fast forward. I don't have a lot of IRL time left today. I really should have. I should have stopped already. It's not good for me to be going 10 hours on weekdays. But I will finish what we've started today. I do want to get an opening into the military checkpoint. Just an opening, because what I want to do at the beginning of next stream as a warm-up is start building the defensive position. So we won't start building the defensive position this time. We're just going to clear the path. So the defensive position is going to go right next to the opening, right where, if you know the military checkpoint, you know where the cones are and the little barricades are. We're just going to go right next to that and put something together. So I'm literally just gonna we're gonna park her. We could go take a bath, but we're just gonna get dirty again tomorrow. It's a little too soon. Now I'm gonna be real with you guys. If we have fog again tomorrow for the third fucking day in a row, that's it. I'm done. I am not wasting another, God knows how many hours dealing with waiting, just finding something to do. Like maybe if we have fog tomorrow, I will probably I'll just go ahead and call it. But then like at the beginning of next stream, I'll build a driveway or something. Like seriously, that's what I would be reduced to at this point. Finally, we are in rapid weight gain. So, eating nothing but bowls of oatmeal with butter in them, that did the trick. That did the trick. But you know what doesn't do the trick? Sitting around for several hours straight. That actually made our girl bored. I don't blame her. I know I don't normally do that. I don't normally just pass time like that. But, yeah. Sometimes we've got other things to do here. No fog. Okay. No getting out of this. Gonna make some watermelon salads here with potato, perhaps. Yeah. We actually should use up the rabbit. Loath as I am to just continue eating rabbit. So with these 5 bowls, that's going to be 2 slices each. Except that was a fucking fruit salad instead of salad. That was supposed to be salad, not a fruit salad. So we just fucked ourselves up. Whatever. Leftover watermelon chunks straight into the trash. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Good riddance. So all in all, that came out to be about 10 encumbrance worth of stuff. But we got it out of its ingredient form and into its meal form. Now these salads, despite seeding them up, they're not going to be too strong in calories, so we'll open today with a bag of chips. So I may not actually do a full day today. I mean, if nothing else, we've only got an hour left before YouTube kills our replay value. That's okay. So I wonder if I could just make use of the building. Yeah, we can use the fucking building. Hell yeah. We're gonna use the building itself. Absolutely. The building itself will make for a decent choke point. Yeah, look at this. If we can lure them to either go through the building or even just go around it, we'll get a billion people slapping the fence right there. And that's fine. Okay. I'm actually going to fire up some combat music. If only because it's been a while since I've been able to listen to my mix, and I like it a lot. That was an accidental hit. I accidentally hit E. It's okay. Of all the times and places where it could have happened, that was far from the worst. So I'm going to shut the ambulance back off, and we're going to try to use gunshot noises from here. One instance where I wish guns were as loud as people claimed they were. A lot of the people who complain about guns being the kind of thing that just pulls in zombies from all over the place, I feel like there's a lack of situational awareness there. I'm not going to be too presumptuous with that, but if you're being surprised by the placement of zombies, you might want to improve your scouting capabilities. Surprised at how many slow shamblers there are in this group. Look at all the fast ones there. Nope, didn't work. Telling me I won't even have to lure them into the building? I feel like there were a lot more than we did yesterday. Hello. That's not good. I'm stuffed out about all the slow ones. I'm really stuffed out about that. Can't quite account for it. Of all the things I would do in this game if I could, that sounds like one I... well, I mean... if the gunshots were blanked, perhaps. I'm actually pretty sure a siren is about on par with a gunshot. A skirmish, not a battle. That just means we need to get closer. Oh, look at that. They did add some shoreline here. Just here, though. I didn't see any earlier. You know, I don't have any bath towels on me right now. I literally did not expect it to be this, to get this far ahead. That was, way easier than I thought. So obviously we're not done with the checkpoint, not even slightly. This is like the outer wall of the checkpoint. And what we need to do is get the burned wrecks out of the way and, mostly get these out of the way. So I want to use this, I want to use this place as a natural choke point, if I can manage. I don't know if I'll be able to. These, I can't remember if they made these fences attackable. Something in my brain meat is telling me that they made these fences attackable. And that is a truly disorienting proposition. Because if they did, that would be bad for us. The way these fences shape the flow of zombies is very important. But if they just start attacking them like any other fence, then, well, that's no good. That's no good to me. So glad we can just drop these on the floor now. Yeah, well, breakage is not what I'm worried about. It's attacking them. If the zombies attack them, yeah. And I think it's specifically just these slatted ones here. It is not the green ones with the barbed wire up top. Those are still not attackable. I know that for certain. But these ones here, these are now attackable. So my plans of using these as part of any sort of defensive strategy, no, that's not happening. Alternatively, we could use a vehicle wall to disincentivize them from ever getting stuck on it. But, no, that's not going to work really well. Fucking my shit up here. Come on. Yeah, I did not build a defensive position here last time, and that's why. It's the outer edge is just not that useful. So fuckhead. So they still path around them. What? Oh, I already attached it, and then I unattached it. Ah. You can tell I've been at this for a little too long. definitely been 10 hours. Where was this asshole earlier? I was making all that noise down there. Hanging out over here. Just hanging around. Yeah, we got our automotive version of Blue Man Group here. I see that asshole coming out of the trees. That's right, I'm talking about you, bitch. This way. Into the pile. Don't give up. Did I have to ram them into each other? No, but I kind of wanted to. I mean, hell, that blue cars and white cars here. It's blue and white aesthetic up here. Oops, wrong vehicle. Oh, we're here. Some of these I'll disassemble, some of, I mean, honestly, we're not at a dearth of anything that I could get from disassembling a car. We're at a dearth of rods, welding rods. Don't get none of those from cars. This is probably all that's left, going to be left of the stream today, guys. If anybody is here for the combat, we're done with that for today. We only got to have a little bit at the end there. Better than nothing, I suppose. Don't get me wrong, I'm here for the combat too. But today has definitely been one of those 90-10 days. Yeah, that's right. We got 2 of each now. Hope everybody's ready for some deja vu. I'm getting some deja vu just showing up here. We were here recently enough on Annie that I'm yeah, there's things in the back of my brain meat that I'm feeling getting triggered. It's okay, not a big deal. Now, trying to tow one of these burned wrecks onto the grass. One of the hardest tow jobs you'll ever do. Even with something like an ambulance, you'll bottom out in first. But it's doable. If you give it a little tug and a little tug and a little tug. Yeah. Now that being said, to be entirely honest, I was going to prioritize Valley Station first, but since we found Aiming 5, I really do want to do the checkpoint because we get all those kills. We'll definitely get to Aiming level 9 from that. Probably not 10 yet, but we'll definitely get some good ROI once we start getting all those shotgun cluster kills. And because of the way the checkpoint blocks off the outer lanes here, we're going to drop down to only carrying about 3 lanes in the center. Because that's kind of what you see how the fences there are. It would be a sledgehammer destroying pipe dream to want to have just a 31 West going through here, just completely remove the checkpoint completely. Yeah, that would be a pipe dream. If I actually cared about being able to drive very easily through the checkpoint often, I would do it, but as we learned on Annie, the respawns here are so bad that I would sooner just build a dirt bridge and go through Indiana than ever deal with the checkpoints again. Not directly. Not directly. I mean, so another thing is they're in the same... I like to think of my characters as parallel universes. In this universe, Annie Mae doesn't exist. Nora the Explora has taken up her spot in the whatchamacallits, the cosmic scales of doing what needs to be done here. I mean, I got deep lore on Annie, but I do not actually have deep lore on Nora, as you can see from the description there. We got a character sheet and everything for Annie. Nora, we're still working on it. I mean, that character sheet that I drew up for Annie, we were well into Louisville by the time I put that together, so it tracks. One would think that I don't get too attached to my characters, but I do. I'm just slow to form certain thought patterns on it. Oh, I have a few ideas here. We're not going to execute them this time, but next time, there's a few things we can do with not the burned wrecks, but some of those cars there. I have a few creative ideas for those. Ah, right. Annie is, in my mind, the differences between them are subtle, very subtle. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I'm the one who's controlling them. That probably makes the most sense. But, of course, Nora, we have done much more exploration for the sake of exploration, so we're absolutely living up to her title. I mean, even on our way here, we already discovered a back road that I had no idea was even a thing on Annie. That was right at the beginning of this stream today. It would not have been of, like, you know, an extremely beneficial thing to use, but knowing my options is always important. Now, we are not going to drag every single one of these out of the way. Some of these we will just torch. Especially the ones that are going to be more inconvenient to move. Like this one right here that is perpendicular. Absolutely, we're just going to torch that one. These ones that are still parallel with the road, they're going to still be pretty easy to yank out. $16.30, and we got fatigued. That really just feels like bad luck. But that's okay. Alright, so these two that are at the outer edge don't even care. On both sides, actually. Let's get out 2 of our torches here. These 2 perpendicular ones, yeah, GG. Rapid weight gain, most excellent. Right over there with the rest of the blue ones. Didn't intentionally do that, but it's funny. Well, this was a masonry vehicle. So that is a respirator with no filters. And the rest of that's garbage. It should be a little bit dangerous sitting in a vehicle that just lost its windshield. Especially in the 90s. I think that was a little bit earlier before we had safety glass. There should be fucking glass shards all over the seat. But yeah, just don't do that in real life. Don't use a 90s vehicle and shatter its windshield and then sit on the seat. Don't do that. It's no good. Newer vehicles, like the way glass is in newer vehicles is pretty cool. Pretty good, pretty cool innovation of material science. It will still, parts will still shatter on a collision, but it will, a lot of it like kind of stays stuck together, and like only little bits will fall out. It prevents shards from flying everywhere, and it improves people's chances of surviving without massive injuries in a collision. Subtle little improvement, but a wonderful one. Thanks to materials science. One of the most underrated fields of science, and yet one of the single most important. It's not very sexy. It doesn't produce very strong weapons. It may produce better defenses, but you know, it's not like nuclear physics. Nuclear physics, well, at least among nerds, that can get pretty hot. Get it? Hot? I had this a little too long. I'm going to go ahead and rip apart 2 of those there. In fact, let's just do 3. We've got so many we've got so much propane. It's fine. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3. We're gonna do those 3. Yeah, if I just weld apart these 3, we've got 3 lanes. The 3 center lanes will be open. And that is all I want out of life right now. That was a very successful final day. Pretty good, pretty good. I'm not even gonna go all the way in here. Not even gonna go all the way in here. We're just gonna... Let's explore between the trees. That's all I want to do tonight. I'm not gonna get any closer than that. If I can see between the trees, I can confirm we don't have any pockets back here. It's okay if we do, but just want to know. Knowing is half the battle. Now down here, isolated pockets. Okay, so zombies being able to attack these fences. That is a serious problem. Because there are going to be tons of them to the south here. This area to the south is, yeah. There's going to be tons of them to the south here. So, we'll see how to handle that. We may have to handle them separately. I don't expect any wrecked vehicles in a lot like this are going to be survivor vehicles, but it does bear checking. There's a masonry truck. In the back. diligence done over here. I almost feel obligated to make this guy join the other blue ones. It depends on how many animals we're talking about. I had some lag. Now, Sheepocalypse. Sheepocalypse, we have a separate video on this channel for what causes Sheepocalypse, or not what causes it, but how to fix it. But that is, I mean, there was just a billion sheep, and we were getting one frame every, I'm sorry, we were getting 15 seconds per frame, something like that. Yes, we literally went into, not a measurement most people would ever want to have to worry about thinking about, but yes, we were getting like about 15 seconds per frame. Alright, you know what, the red car can go on the other side. Yeah, this, you're not going to hand me 4 blue cars and not have me make a blue car group. Yeah, this odd one out here is going to get moved. Now, the cars here, we can actually use them to make a funnel if the situation warrants it. I'm starting to wonder if this checkpoint is going to be harder than it's ever been, thanks to the zombies being able to attack all the fences here. Because if we might not actually get back to green fences. The green fences with the barbed wire at the top are still unattackable. But as far as I know, the devs might want to make them all attackable someday. So maybe checkpoints in general are just someday just going to be absolutely miserable experiences where zombies just magnetize onto fucking fences and start slapping them instead of doing the most basic pathfinding to go around. Unfortunately, that's something that makes the game more miserable. Therefore, I can't say the devs wouldn't do that. Now, Amelia, we were talking about animal quantities. There was a time where we had something like a 200-odd rabbits in an area, and we weren't getting too much of lag. So, yes and no. I'm sure it depends on your CPU. I'm sure CPU strength will scale based on, you know, how good your CPU is, how many cores, but I know animals are CPU heavy. Now we're at stage 2 fatigue, probably close to stage 3. Not gonna take any chances here, we're just gonna shoot this bitch. Okay, we've had a good one today, folks. We're gonna go ahead and wrap things up now. I'm going to get parked up. We're gonna top off the generators as an overnight task. And then we will probably well, we don't even need to do cooking. Yes, chickens are, yeah, if you leave a rooster in a house with multiple hens, that's going to get out of control fast. I recommend having a hen house, or a hen house where you only have hens, and then a breeding house with a rooster and one rooster and one hen. And then pull the rooster out after you've reached a certain level of population. Yeah, definitely. You gotta, like that song from Offspring. You gotta keep them separated. keep them separated. Still a little early for bed. I'm gonna do a little bit of interior decoration here. That's not too bad. I still would prefer to have the clock behind the fridge, but I need to have the temerity to actually remember to to put the clock down before the fridge. Hey, nice. That's something I need to get doing myself. I need to be able to make my own pizza. That is a boss I have not beaten yet. Back when I worked at the grocery store, I covered the pizza shop there. It was a grocery store with a built-in pizza shop, but it was too easy. Like I didn't have to do anything from scratch. They literally just handed me an already pre-sized ball of frozen dough. All I had to do was thaw it and then spread it out right. Make the right shape. Put some sauce down. I know I can buy frozen dough, and I know I can make dough somehow. And I even actually bought some ingredients. I was going to try to make a pizza. And this is just an experiment, some silly little idea I had at one point that someday I want to try. I was going to make a hybridization of pretzel dough and pizza dough and see how that turned out. Because I have had pizza crust made out of like pretzel crust pizza. Fantastic. I loved it. That was a Little Caesars thing. And then Little Caesars absolutely annihilated the quality of their products, even worse than they already were. So I don't do Little Caesars anymore, but that was amazing. And I do want to see if I can actually make that myself someday. Just Stop Eating is the name of that book. Yeah, making the dough yourself. That's like it's just something I need to get into, right? And it feels so silly because I used to literally be a baker. Like that was my job title at the grocery store. That was like my third position I occupied there. I went from the working the licensed Starbucks in the front to working the deli, and then before I moved on to tech sector work, I was in the bakery there. I still have this picture of myself, and I whenever I get a chance to show it, I'll find it. I have this picture of myself with my work laptop, and all of all the shit that I'm doing for my IT job, while I'm carrying a fucking donut tray of donuts that I need to stick in the oven. Those were interesting times. I hadn't paid off my student loans yet, so I stayed working both jobs for a couple of months. Um, yeah, I literally didn't play video games for a couple of months there because I had no time. I had no time. I was working two full-time jobs, but I managed to make enough money to get rid of my student loans entirely. And that is one of the only reasons I actually have a good credit rating today is because I just paid off everything. And that is just about everything. We're a little early for bed. Bread machine to make dough and bread. So you can use a bread machine to make use a bread machine to make pizza dough, I wonder. Now that I think about it, that idea is so old, it's probably on the desktop of my previous computer. No, it's not. I don't think it's there. It's that. No. I'll find it someday. I definitely need to find it someday because it is a very interesting idea. And I want to see it come to fruition. Basically just like the texture and taste of um, pretzel dough, but applied to a platform to make pizza. And of course, if I'm going to make my own pizza, it's going to be stuffed crust. That is just that I just have to do that. I actually learned how to do that while I was at the grocery store. We marked down a few bags of store brand cheese, string cheese, and we would just mozzarella string cheese. We just roll it into the crust. It was great. We didn't even that was not an official recipe, so we couldn't sell it. But if we were going to buy it ourselves, we could do that. That was pretty fun. There are certain aspects of working blue collar jobs that I really wish I could go back to, just for the feeling of building things with your hands again. It's been way too long since I've done that. I was supposed to fill the gap by getting a 3D printer, but that ended up being one of those purchases that I'm putting off so that I can save up a little bit more. I don't have anything really productive to do for the next 2 hours. I think I'm going to go ahead and fast forward it again here. Actually, here's what we're going to do. We're going to sleep 3 times, if I can. Because we were really tired right there. So I'm going to, so that was we went to sleep early, and we're going to see if I can get another sleep in here. We went out of rapid weight gain, so I will need to do some cooking. That's actually not a bad idea. I could do some cooking right now. Let's fire up another... I hate to go back to this, but yeah, we're gonna do another soup. Someday we will have spare pots when we need them. No crust. No crust. Now that's interesting. To be entirely honest, I like crust a lot. Like, I like stuffed crust a lot, but if there was no crust at all, that doesn't sound that bad to me. That doesn't sound bad to me at all, because I am I'm not the biggest enjoyer of regular crust. Like, obviously I'll eat it. You put some in front of me, I'll eat it, but if I had to choose between no crust or stuffed crust, I would choose either of those before regular crust. Kind of how I feel about that. So we got 3 ingredients. Let's do macaroni pasta and peanut butter again. It sounds so silly to add peanut butter to soup, but as a thickener, sure, why not? And look at that, another 100 soup, so we'll call that a 50. And split that up again. 2 more bowls of 50 right there. Let's put away the... See, I'm obsessive about putting it back because I've forgotten to in the past. I know that if I don't put it back every single time, I will forget about it at some point, and it will end up staying here forever when it needs to be going with me. Let's try one more time to sleep. Okay, not tired enough to sleep. I hate this game. I hate this game so much. I can't wait to play it some more. Fast forward until 7. Still not tired enough to sleep. Okay, I'm gonna brew a throwaway coffee and drink half of it. So no extra... You know what? How about we do tea instead of coffee? Yeah, let's do a tea instead of coffee. So all I gotta do is fill the mug with water, and then add a create beverage from tea bag. And we're gonna add this leftover coffee here that we actually found today. We can't. So we have a coffee that only has 7 units left in it, which is odd because every time you create coffee, it uses 5. So that coffee we just created, I'll leave here for now. Now we have a unit of coffee with only two left over in it, so I can top off this tea with that. So if I drink this, just straight up, tea and coffee, doesn't sound good, but I've actually made it work. There's a few recipes at Starbucks where we could whip together some black tea with a little touch of coffee, but it was usually tied together with some really sweet stuff, so you wouldn't really end up tasting very much of it. But anyway, now that we drank that, we are good to go for today. We will absolutely be good to go for today, even though we went to bed a little early. So, screenshot for the record. And our girl shall bid us farewell. Last thing we always do here is back up our save. So I'm going to quit the desktop and open up our saves folder here. See users, username, Zomboid, saves, Apocalypse, sorted by date modified. There's the most recent one. Control C, copy that whole folder. Go up a few layers to backups. One with the same name. And this is part 48 of Nora Robles' journey through B42. Control V, paste that whole folder. We are up to 1.27 gigabytes, 500,000 files, 504,000. And it's just going to keep getting bigger as we go into Louisville. So, all right, folks. Thank you, Command. I will catch you guys in the next one. Peace out. Have a good one.